Do you feel the pull, the gentle downward drift, the soft release of every muscle holding tension? Imagine the weight leaving your limbs one by one, sinking through the deep strata of years we are moving slow motion through the calendar of chronos seeking. A pocket of stillness long forgotten by the latte. Place cloaked in history and quiet expectation. The air around you changing its density, its temperature. Grows warmer, drier, scented with exotic spices and sun-baked earth we are approaching. The horizon of an ancient world, a world etched in monumental stone and imperial silence. I am Nasrullah, your guide this evening, simple curator of dreams and distant memories. Welcome to this hushed passage, this nocturnal archive where history slows. To the speed of your breathing, we stand now on the threshold of the Achaemenid heartland. The vast, dusty plain of Persia unfurls before us. Let your mind unspool and find deep rest. Let the great river of time carry you gently away. We arrive at the cooling hour, the moment when the fierce midday heat relinquishes its hold and the massive empire begins its nightly slumber. This is the great realm of Cyrus and Darius, a domain stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley. But tonight we seek only the small, quiet corner, the mundane rhythm of a common evening 5 centuries before our own. We stand near the massive shadow of Parse, ceremonial city known later as Persepolis, but we do not enter the royal precinct itself. We gaze instead upon the slopes surrounding the immense platform, where the homes of administrators, artisans, and scribes settle for the night. The sun is descending a colossal amber sphere. It pours liquid gold across the dry mountain ridge. The sky above the Zagros Mountains is a brilliant wash of orange and deep saffron. The light catches the deep reliefs carved into the hillside. The solemn processions of tribute bearers still marching in silent stone. The air is absolutely still, carrying only the distant bleating of a shepherd's flock, a sound almost swallowed by the sheer size of the landscape. Feel the silence settling around you. A thick velvet blanket absorbs all modern noise, all hurried thought, all distraction. You are entirely protected by this immense stillness, this ancient tranquility. The workers are returning from the plain, their faces dusted with the pale ochre of the earth. They walk slowly, deliberately tired after the long day building the great halls. The day laborers, the masons, the skilled jewelers of gold and lapis lazuli. Their shadows stretch before them, ridiculously long fingers touching the horizon. Very closely to the absence of sound. There are no motorized carts, no ringing bells, no electronic chimes, only the soft scuffing of leather sandals on the dusty ground. A low murmur of conversation in Old Persian or Elamite, language that sounds like soft wind passing over dry reed beds. We move toward a small cluster of modest adobe dwellings. They are built close together, sharing thick mud brick walls for insulation. The roofs are flat, supporting stacked bundles of firewood or drying herbs. The light within the windows is weak and flickering, not the stark electric brilliance we know, but the soft warm glow of a sesame oil lamp tended with care against the encroaching dark. Imagine the scent drifting outward from these small homes, the subtle aroma of bread baked slowly in a clay oven, perhaps the sharpness of cumin or coriander ground freshly for the evening meal. The smoky scent of burning charcoal used to keep the house warm in the cooler months. Everything here is simple, grounded, elemental. The needs are basic: food, warmth, safety, rest. We hover above one particular courtyard, a space enclosed by high walls offering privacy and shade. A small fire pit is already radiating a gentle heat, casting deep dancing shadows on the stucco walls. A woman is stirring a thick lentil stew. Her movements are slow, practiced, ritualistic. Her clothing is plain, woven wool or linen dyed with muted natural colors. She is talking quietly to a child who is drawing in the dust with a stick. A simple scene repeated countless times across this massive empire. The sound of the stirring spoon against the bronze pot is almost hypnotic, a soft rhythmic chime against the deep background of evening silence. I imagine looking up at the sky above this small courtyard. It is already turning a deep celestial blue. The first stars are piercing the darkening dome, brighter, purer than the stars you usually see, unpolluted by the lamps of a million modern cities. These stars are the eyes of ancient deities, watchful, silent observers. Let your own eyelids feel heavy weighted by this overwhelming cosmic depth. You are safe here, nestled Within the immensity of the past, the dust settles completely now. The wind has died to a soft, whispering breath. The heat stored in the ancient stone columns of Parsa slowly begins to dissipate, creating a cool draft across the plain. The guards change. Their watch near the Great Royal Road, their presence is a silent reassurance of the Pax Persica. Long peace enforced by the King of Kings, but their footsteps are too distant to disturb this domestic tranquility. The rhythm we observe is the rhythm of breath, the slow sinking of the sun, the gentle turning of the earth. It is the rhythm of daily life, lived without haste, without urgency, a life dictated by the rise and fall of the celestial bodies. Feel yourself breathing deeply in concert with this ancient tempo. Inhale the stillness, exhale all agitation. We are sinking deeper into the soft, comforting texture of this night. The lamp light inside the home softens, further blurring the edges of the room. The walls become indistinct, comforting barriers against the outside world. The voice sings a low, monotonous lullaby tune passed down across generations, intended solely for sleep. Words are incomprehensible to us now, but the intention is universally clear. Peace, rest, safety. Allow the sound to wash over you like a warm wave of calm. Let it smooth out any lingering wrinkles of wakefulness in your mind. Child stops drawing in the dust and moves inside. The fire pit shrinks to a bed of glowing embers, red and orange jewels pulsing softly against the darkening earth. The world outside the high courtyard walls fades to a monochrome. Blur only the immediate space. The warmth, the simple presence of home remains vivid. This is the essence of deep, timeless rest. Feeling of being utterly grounded in the immediate moment, supported by the quiet power of ancient stone and deep foundations. Tomorrow, the sun will rise, commanding labor and industry, but tonight is reserved entirely for the restoration of the soul. We linger here, just outside the window of their sleep, witnessing the profound, simple beauty of their profound, simple slumber. Oil lamp flickers once, then settles into a steady, faint glow. The scent of dry herbs becomes stronger, almost medicinal, almost narcotic sweetness. That draws the breath deeper, fuller. So you're protected by the centuries of silence resting around you, the weight of the empire, the weight of history, the weight of the enormous stone carvings. None of it touches this fragile moment of perfect peace. We watch the embers fade further, turn ash gray at their edges. The transition to full darkness is complete, inevitable, soothing. This small house, this humble Persian home, is entirely enveloped by the night, by the quiet vigilance of the stars above. The desert by the long history waiting patiently beneath the ground. We will hold this place in our quiet contemplation, letting the atmosphere saturate your own sense of calm breathing and the hushed air of the Achaemenid night. We begin our journey into the quiet rhythms of the first watch. We will explore the sounds and scents of the sleeping city as the hours drag on in measured, slow procession toward the dawn. But for now, simply rest within this peaceful, ancient warmth. Let the quiet weight of the earth hold you steady. Let the simple silence of their sleep guide your own slow descent into the most profound and dreamless rest. The long journey through the night has just begun. Rest, now deep rest, under the eye of the Persian moon. The weight of silence descends, now a quiet blanket woven from centuries of starlight and the deep velvet dust of the night. Your mind drifts slow and heavy, sinking down into the cool earth, ancient earth of the Persian plains. Feel the profound stillness, absolute hush that settles. Only where time is measured, not in minutes, but in the slow drift of continental stone. You are suspended now in the void between the waking world and the forgotten kingdoms. Feel the cool air settle upon your skin at Karasov. Midnight indigo, the breath deepens naturally. Slow, steady tide pulling you under the surface of thought and wakefulness. Listen to the stillness. It holds the echoes of unseen empire-esque slow rumble of chariot wheels. Long turned to dust, it holds the scent of crushed herbs. The dry heat of long vanished suns let the mind unspool its burdens. Each heavy thread dissolving into the great darkness way. Travel not through rushing history, but through the deep peace of daily moments life lived between the edicts and the massive carved stone. I am Nasrullah. Your Ghetto, the places where history slumbers, where the mundane becomes immortal welcome. to the Achaemenid Empire, the ancient heart of Persia domain stretching vast and immense from the shores of the Aegean, the distant river Indus, we begin our journey, not in the golden halls of Persepolis, but in the quietude of a provincial town cloaked in the deepest hours before the dawn. Imagine the low structure of mud brick baked hard by 1,000 summers feel. The thickness of the walls protecting the slumbering occupants from the cool desert air. The ceiling beams are rough-cut cedar smelling faintly of resin and dust. You rest upon a mat of woven reeds laid over the packed earth floor, cool beneath the thin wool covering. The air inside is thick and still, holding the memory of the day's heat, lingering. Ghost a small oil lamp rests, unlightened, a niche carved into the clay wall, its clay body route beneath the touch. Outside, the stillness is profound, broken only by the soft scraping off a palm frond against the dried mortar, a whisper against the immense silence. The blackness is complete and perfect, kind of darkness that breathes a heavy, ancient, quiet close. Your eyes fully now, and let the sense of touch take over. Feel the density of the earth beneath you, weight of the mountain range holding the valley in its immense arms. The hours before the first light are precious, are sacred moments of true rest before the tyranny of the sun. Returned sleep is the ultimate surrender, journey back to the primordial dust from which the great kings arose. Now listen very closely. A sound almost imperceptible, faint distant cry of a jackal across the dry riverbed. It is swallowed quickly by the vastness of the desert night. Stars above the low roof air, sharp and infinite pinpricks of silver light etched onto a sheet of deep indigo velvet. You are entirely safe here, held in the cradle of the past, protected by the quiet permanency of baked clay and ancient stone. The first subtle shift begins not in light, but in temperature. Deep coolness of the night starts to retreat slightly, barely noticeable changes signaling the approach of the horizon glow. The house is waking slowly, not with noise, but with movement, shift of bodies beneath rough blankets. A quiet sigh is heard, a throat cleared softly in the darkness. A woman rises from her sleeping, math rustle of her rough-spun, fermented dry brush stroke against the silence. Her bare feet touch the cool, packed earth, a soft, rhythmic padding measured and slow. She moves toward the hearth, a small indentation in the center of the room near the smoke hole in the ceiling. The process of finding the fire is entirely by memory and touch. She feels for the flint, small bowl of dried grasses, sliver of prepared tinder. The air waits expectant. The first metallic scrape is yet a whisper of steel on stone, then another and another. A faint spark catches the dry material, a brief fragile glow. She leans close, cupping her hands around the tiny light, breathing slow measured air upon it. The scent is instantaneous and sharp tree smoke, and the smell of ancient oil filling. The fire takes hold hesitantly, a tiny orange flower blooming in the deep gloom. Flickering light ganses casting massive elongated shadows in the mud brick walls. The shadows stretch and contract, warping the reality of the room, making the simple clay vessels look like colossal ancient pillars. The heat is negligible at first, but the light is everything, a beacon against the departing night. She adds small dry twigs, snapping sound gentle and sharp like distant brittle insects. Now the household begins its true stir of children still wrapped tight lie husband preparing to rise. The light reveals the texture of the rough woven reed matting, uneven floor where generations have walked. The same quiet path. The scent of the smoke sharpens us. A low tripod of iron over the growing flames. A clay pot is settled upon it. Sound of the rough clay on the metal ring is dull, and low water is poured from a large storage jar. The gentle slosh of liquida soothing rhythmic sound. This water was collected yesterday from a shared well outside. The town wallet's taste carries the distant flavor of mineral-rich subterranean stone. The sounds of preparation are deeply comforting, the absolute antithesis of chaosiac movement, precise and necessary. The patriarch of the house rises, now a man named Artabanus, a farmer who owns a few plots of land outside the immediate settlement. He stretches his arms, sound of his joints clicking softly like dry wood shifting. He wears a simple belted tunic of undyed wool, its texture rough and comforting against His skin, he goes to the doorway, thick wooden slab door still barred against the lingering chill and any nocturnal wandering beast. He must wait for the true light before opening the door. He stands momentarily in the semi-darkness, his breath visible. In the cooling air, he is thinking of the day ahead, the needs of the irrigation ditch. Heavy work of turning the dry earth before the heat becomes unbearable. He listens for the familiar sounds off, the world starting its cycle. He hears the grinding. Stony, a low, monotonous rumble coming from the adjacent dwelling. The neighbor's wife is grinding grain hard. Rhythmic scrape of stone on stony, a sound that has defined life in this valley for 1,000 years. The sound is hypnotically slow and steady. Pulse of human effort, rhythm of sustenance, imagine. The sheer physical labor required simply to produce the flour for the day's flatbread tree. Stone rotates the wrist, turns the grain, is slowly pulverized until the fine necessary powder Arthas turns. Back toward the hearth, the water is beginning to bubble softly, a muffled internal music. His wife adds a pinch of dried herbia, blend of wild thyme, and fenolthir scent, rising immediately, a faint peppery fragrance. She prepares the morning drink within. Hot porridge made from barley, simple, sustaining, ancient artabanus. Takes his leather cupware smoothed by years of US's rim darkened by oil from his hand. He drinks slowly, deliberate telleth, warmth spreading through him. Acknowledgement of the days. Grace, the light at the doorway is changing now. It is no longer absolute blackness, but a deep smoky blue-gray. Massive handle of the door bar catches the emerging light, a thick piece of dark heavy wood. He slides the bar back, sound a dull resonant. Thud against the clay frame, he pushes the door inward. It moves heavily on its leather. Hinges scraping softly against the earth floor. Outside air rushes in cool fresh and carrying the scent of dry earth and distant charcoal smoke. He steps out into the nascent morning again, looks toward the east. The mountains are immense dark shadows, their peaks beginning to catch a thin halo of pale amber light. The vast sky above is still deep cerulean, but the horizon is beginning to bleed with softest rose. And pale apricot, he sees the village stretching out, a collection of low rectilinear forms all made of the same immutable mud brick. A few other doors are opening now. Low sounds of exchange at a simple phrase in the ancient tongue wishing for a safe. And prosperous day Artabanus pulls a rough length of linen from a hook near the doorframe. He begins to wind it slowly around his head and neck, a simple turban to protect him from the coming relentless sun. He selects his tools, a heavy iron-headed hoets. Wooden haft smooth with handling. He lifts the tool's weight, familiar and comforting the weight of honest labor. He walks slowly through the narrow alleyways between the houses. Ground beneath his feet is dry dust compacted by countless footsteps. He passes the small community cistern, its edges worn smooth by the drag-off heavy water jars. He sees a shepherd leading his small flock of fat-tailed sheep away from the center tier. Wool thick and Gracie already smelling faintly of the desert scrub. The low bleating sound is muffled by the thick walls of the town. The air is incredibly clear. Distance, sharp, and focused. He exits the low gate of the town, a simple wooden frame set into the rampart. Minor protection, only now he is out cityin the wide expanse of the field system. The irrigation ditches are etched into the landscape like slow silver, scarce carrying the lifeblood of the great rivertoe, the thirsty soil. The sun is visible now, a massive golden disk just lifting itself above the sharp ridge. Lime, the sudden warmth is startling a physical presence. The shadows shorten instant light. World snaps from two dimensions into sharp, heavy relief. He reaches his plot of land, a strip delineated by piles of small stones gathered over decades. The earth here is pale brown-gray on the surface, but promising moisture just beneath. He stands for a long, quiet moment, listening to the sound of the growing day. It is the sound of insects beginning their buzz, a soft, distant crack of a wooden plod, rhythmic breath. Of the world, the history of this moment is Insomnia of farmers have stood here in this exact moment, feeling the same gust, watching the same monumental sunrise. He drives the hoe into the dry surfaces, sound a dull, satisfying thud. The work is slow, methodic, color meditation in physical effort. He turns the heavy clods of earth, exposing The cooler, darker soil beneath bring it up to meet the sun. His back begins to warm quickly. Woolen tunic already absorbing the dampness of his labor. The sun climbs higher, its amber light turning rapid light o' the hard white glare of mid-morning. He works without haste, there is no rush. Here only the deep, unwavering cycle of the earth and the seasons. He feels the quiet weight of the empire, not in the shouting of the king, but in the permanence of the system, canal that flows reliably, structure that defends the small town. He sees the dust motes rising, spiraling slowly in the golden light teach speck, reflecting the sun's immense power. The scent of broken earth is clean and mineral sharpie. Pauses after several rows, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of a rough hand. Looks far to the west, where the land rises toward the mountain Spinelli, heartland of Persia, somewhere beyond the horizon lays the majesty of Pasargadath, tomb of Cyrus the Great, and further still, unimaginable scale of Persepolis, king of kings, sitting upon the throne. But here in this moment, empire is merely the ground beneath his feet. Food he must ensure is grown. It is the quiet dignity of survival, slow, deliberate turning of the soil. He looks down at his hands calloused, ingrained with the fine dust off. A lifetime in this field. His hands are ancient hands. Hands of the world's stability. He lifts the hoe and returns to the slow, steady rhythm of preparation. The sounds around him intensify, slow, lithe, distant clanging of a blacksmith's hamera. Heavy metallic beat. The murmur of voices from the town gate as small groups of merchants begin to pass. Through heading to the road, hears the light dry sound off. A flock of small birds settling down the ridge of the irrigation bank. They chirp quietly, bussy in their ancient routine. He feels the warmth penetrate deep into his bones, an affirmation of life and toil and order. The world is entirely simple. Here's sun, earth, water, effort. He remembers the taste of the warm barley. Smoke still clinging faint light o' the rough cloth of his tunic. He drives the hoe a deep, steady, rhythmic stroke, sound of earth giving way. The shadows beneath the low clumps of tilled soil are deep and velvet dark. He works toward the center of his plot where the soil is richest. This is the meaning of his day, the slow, meticulous process of ensuring. The world continues, he thinks of the clay jar filled with cool water he buried beneath a small bush this morning. It will be waiting for him. The sun reaches its zenith. The movement of the clouds above eyes slow and majestic, this white shapes drifting darkness. The unrelenting blue, he is utterly alone, now lost in the rhythm. Single focus of his body and his task. The hours stretch before him, filled only with this quiet repetition. The sound of his breathing is measured, steady, deep. Let that sound settle within. You now the ancient rhythm of effort, breath, deep, and even the weight of time is enormous, but the quiet detail of the moment is heavier still. The scent of dust, the feeling of effort, steady pressure of the sun, let the mind cling on light, totally simple. Ancient texturist, grain of the wood, the heat of the earth, weight of the earth, you are entirely immersed in the deep past, nowhere every breath is a story. And every moment is slow, feel the deep, profound calmness that comes from a world where the sun rises predictably and the work is endless but simple while loud, immense sky. Perseato darkened slowly, nor turning to the indigo depth of complete rest. The sounds diminish, hammer falls, silent. The quiet turning of the earth remains. Deep, slow rotation of the world's sleep settles like the desert dust, soft, pervasive, inevitable rest now, and the deep silence of the Achaemenid. Dawn drift deeply, deeply, resting deeper now. Let the heavy eyelids rest, feel the gentle surrender of the Daya. Sweet, soft darkness is waiting here. It pulls around you like warm water, and the sounds of the world grow distant. They become mere whispers at the edge of hearing. Allow yourself the quiet weightlessness, the luxurious ease of letting go. You're drifting. Gently, now floating on a current of the deepest calm. The mind slows its ceaseless turning, every thought a leaf that detaches and falls silently away. Breathe in deeply, the profound stillness breathe. Out of lingering shadows of effort you are safe. Here in this protective void, a comforting expanse of velvet black. The journey begins not in waking, but in a descent away. Seek the stories held only by the silence. I am Nasrullah, your quiet companion tonight, your guide across the boundless oceans of time, we do not rush, we merely observe. We trace the delicate lines etched by those long gone tonight. We follow the ancient stone paths, the cold, hard legacy of an empire that vanished. We leave the bright, sunlit south behind us and travel north to the edge of the known world, to the deep shadowed forests of Germania Superior, place of perpetual mist and low-hanging cloud. The air is cold here, even in the heart of summer. It smells sharp of pine resin and wet, dark earth. Imagine yourself standing now upon a Roman road called the Fossa Drusiana, paved not with the white marble of Rome, but with gray heavy stones slick with dew. This is where our sleeper walks tonight, a lone man named Lucius, a scholar, not a soldier. He carries no spear or shield, only a worn leather satchel and the weight of silence. Lucius is weary from the journey. His wool tunic is damp from the pervasive moisture, and his heavy cloak clings to his shoulders. He has been walking since the last sliver of the moon retreated, seeking a place that does not appear on any official Mappe settlement, rumored only in the hushed archives, say. Called it the City of Whispers, or sometimes the Quiet Outpost. The road stretches before him endlessly straight. A defiant line through the wild, unforgiving woodland. To his left, the immense forest rises, up a tangled, impenetrable wall of beech and oak. Ground underfoot is solid, immutable, ancient, laid down by centurions. 200 years before this moment loosens to the sound of his own steps, rhythmic soft scrape of sandal upon the wet cobbles. That is the only sound save for the low murmur of the wind. The great silence of the north is absolute. It swallows sound and color and memory. He stops for a moment near a marker. Stony gray pillar carved crudely with the distance to the nearest fort. The carving is almost entirely obscured by moss and a creeping emerald lichen that feeds upon the numerals. Lucius touches the stone gently, his fingers tracing the cold, hard outline of the forgotten miles. He thinks of the libraries of Austria, the warm sun, the scent of papyrus dust and dry sea air. Wonders if he has traveled too far from the light, but he knows he cannot turn back now. The scroll he carries demands this pilgrimage. Is rolled tightly secured by a simple cord of crimson thread and rests close against his heart within the satchel. This scroll is not historical record. It is not a philosophical treatise or a military order. It is a journal written in a hand he knows intimately, the handwriting of his brother, Marius, the soldier who vanished into these northern woods years ago. Marius was not a man of letters, but of loyalty, yet the script within the scroll is elegant, almost poetic, detailing things Lucius cannot yet understand. References to shadows that walk upright, and to music that rises from the deepest earth. Lucius remembers the last letter from Mariusa. Brittle sheet confessing a strange fascination, a growing pull toward the darkness of the woods he had written. Of hearing a calling, a low hypnotic drone that promised rest, unlike any found in the legionary tents. Lucius shakes his head gently to clear the exhaustion. He must focus on the immediate path. Instructions in the scroll are maddeningly vague. Until the sound of water is absent, then turned when the stone path begins to bleed. What Lucius had wondered. He looks down at the fossa. Drusiana stones are dark gray, wet clean. They bear no mark of color, no hint of crimson, but the forest canopy above is thickening. The amber light of the rising sun is now completely filtered out. He is walking in a perpetual twilight day. Cold, diffused light that offers no comfort, only a creeping sense of enclosure. He walks another 2 hours, perhaps 3. The pace is deliberate, slow, measured. He conserves his energy, his breath, his hope. The sound of the wind has fallen away entirely. Now the silence is so deep it feels pressurized. It presses against his ears, a physical weight. He realizes the sound of the stream he had followed for days. The swift rushing tributary of the great Rhine has ceased its constant song there. Is no longer any running water, nearby only the absolute still hush of the dense woods. He has reached the first landmark of the scroll now. He waits, eyes fixed upon the road. He studies the stone, searching for the bleed. He crouches down, placing his palm flat upon the cold surface. The stone is smooth and unrelenting. No paint, no stain, no moisture apart from the dew. He waits motionless for 5 full minutes, listening only to the slow thrumming of his own pulse. And then he sees it. It is not a paint or a liquid. It is a mineral inclusion within the stone itself. One of the gray cobbles is laced with a dark reddish vein, thin winding, Streak of ferric oxide. It runs across the face of the stone like a wound, a single line of deep earth red against the slate gray. The stone appears to weep this rust color. The stone bleeds. Lucius stands up slowly, his heart quickening its rhythm. This must be the point. He turns his body 90 degrees to the west, facing the impenetrable thicket of the forest. There's no path here, only the relentless interwoven branches, the low growth, the deep beds of moss and fern, but the scroll was explicit leave. The road now, and trust the shadow path. He hesitates just a moment longer, looking back down the long straight. Roman road, a testament to order and civilization, and then he looks into the green. Darkness, a place of ancient chaos and untold mysteries. Steps off the Fossa Drusianath. Earth under the trees is soft and yielding. Immediately dampens the sound of his walking. He is swallowed instantly by the density of the woods. Transition is stark, immediate, total. The light vanishes entirely. Must feel his way forward with his hands, pushing aside the low-hanging evergreen boughs. The air is even colder still, and smells purely of decay. Old leaves and wet wood smoke long since extinguished. He follows no visible track. He simply walks. Toward the deeper quiet, the trees are immense silent monoliths, their bark rough, textured like the skin of forgotten beasts. He continues for what feels like an hour. The density never relents. There's no break in the heavy canopy. He begins to worry. He has missed something, that the scroll led him into this dark enclosure merely to fail them through the deep obscurity ahead. He perceives a subtle change in the structure of the space. Circular clearing where the trees reluctantly pull back it is small. Perhaps 30 paces across and completely silent. In the center of this clearing stands a structure, not a building, not a settlement, but a single upright object, a menhir, a massive standing stone. It is taller than a man and impossibly smooth, not rough. Hewn like the marker stones on the road, but polished to a sheen of dull obsidian, it radiates cold, even in the cool forest air. As Lucius approaches, he slows his pace to a crawl. He approaches the stone with a reverence he cannot explain. He reaches out. His hand to touch the surface. It is smoother than any marble he has ever known, and when his fingers make contact, feels not cold, but an absence of temperature, a hollow neutrality that chills him deeper than ice. And then he sees the inscription etched deeply into the lower face of the menhir, not Latin or Greek or even the tribal runes he knows it, is a language of curving lines and impossible spirals, a script that seems to move slightly when he tries to focus on it, but what freezes him entirely, what arrests his breath, and the deep silence of the woods. The single small object resting at the base of the stone is a lantern, a small oil lamp, made of dark bronze, the kind carried by travelers. In the deep night, and within its glass chimney, a faint amber glow persists, a tiny heart of light surviving the boundless darkness. But the wick is not burning oil, it flickers with a cool, steady brilliance, and the light it casts is silver and makes absolutely no smoke. Lucius stares into the silver flame and hears a sound that is not wind, a low resonant hum that vibrates through the forest floor. It comes from the base of the ancient stone, a sound that seems to draw the very breath from the air. Around him, he knows he must read the words in the scroll. Now he must know what his brother found here. He unrolls the crimson-bound parchment, his hands shaking slightly in the humid stillness. First words Marius wrote are clear, stark, immediate. They are carved, not written, not with ink, but something sharp or colder. They say simply, "I am waiting for the music to stop." Lucius stares at the scroll and then at the hum. The profound, deep earth noise that is intensifying it is a sound unlike any music he has ever heard, and he knows now that his journey has only truly begun. The silver light pulsed faintly, and the ground beneath his feet shifted ever so slightly, a silent invitation deeper into the woods, into the hidden chambers of the quiet earth. He drifts forward, drawn by the silent hum towards the polished ancient stone and the source of the steady silver. Flames sleep now deep into the hushed shadow world. We will find the end of the music when we return. The deep obsidian chill of the pre-dawn air still settles low across the terraced rooftops of Parsa. Soft mist of violet dust lifts slowly from the vast plain beyond the city walls. The hour of the cold shadows is gradually fading, now yielding to a muted silver hue above the jagged eastern peaks. Feel The cool, slick clay beneath your dreaming feet as you drift across the stone courtyard. The light has not yet burned into the true Persian amber. Remains a gentle, suffused glow, a subtle promise of warmth, hidden behind the last veil of night listen. Closely to the hushed city, stirring it, is a slow, long groan of ancient stone stretching after its deep sleep. Faint scraping sound begins as the earliest merchant unbars his cedarwood stall. The distant rhythmic thud of a heavy pestle meets the mortar in the awakening spice quarter. The deep well of silence is slowly filling with the small, unavoidable sounds of necessary life. Thin, steady line of blue smoke rises straight and true from the nearby baker's outdoor hearth. The air carries the delicate ghost scent of freshly ground grain, mixing with the sharp, sweet earthiness of wet clay. Consider the man known as Artabanus, the humble weaver of fine crimson linen. He wakes not to a sudden shout, but to the faint, echoing prayer call. Sounding from the distant ziggurat, he throws off the heavy woolen blanket, his body accustomed to the slow, deliberate rhythm of the sun and the loom. His small dwelling is carved into the sturdy hillside, a series of cool chambers etched deeply into the bedrock beneath the higher courts. The walls are deliberately thick, providing crucial insulation against both the searing glare of the midday sun and the chilling damp of winter. Move slowly toward the polished bronze basin, rinsing the nights. Heavy dust from his eyes. The water is freshly drawn from the hidden Kanat channel, running silent and unseen beneath the worn street outside. He pulls on his simple tunic woven from unbleached local cotton. He wraps the flowing length of his sash around his waist, securing the loose fabric with practiced grace. The motion is slow, measured decades of daily ritual, smoothing the rough edges of his morning preparation. He is cloaked in the quiet dignity of his essential work. His hands already feel the subtle yearning for the comforting rough grip of the shuttles and the taut threads outside the small window frame the growing early light illuminates. A single towering cypress tree, its dark, elegant foliage seems carved from deep velvet against the pale, softening sky. The silence clings stubbornly to the shadows beneath its spreading canopy. His wife, Zarin, is already tending the small clay cooking stove nestled in the corner. Scent of brewing barley coffee mixes with the rich earthiness of warmed sesame oil and toasted poppy seeds. A round flatbread baked just hours earlier sits cooling upon a low-carved wooden tray. They eat the simple restorative meal in near-perfect silence, exchanging only the necessary words of instruction for the day. The focus is entirely on the moment, the sustenance, the slow, deliberate preparation for the heavy labor ahead. This shared quietude is the hidden bedrock of the great Achaemenid peace, the Pax Persica, a moment of profound, comforting stillness. Before the grand gates of Susa truly open, and the world rushes in with its demands, cool air begins its subtle transition, the temperature climbing slowly against the ancient stone. First shafts of pale gold light now touch the uppermost carved reliefs of the Apadana. Winged bull colossi, guardians of the massive gateway, appear to shimmer momentarily as the dawn washes over their stern, weathered faces. These immense figures etched deep by the passage of uncountable seasons stand guard over the sleeping empire. The light here in the monumental core of the city is clean and sharp, reflecting off the smooth surfaces of polished calcite. Guard shifts his weight beneath a deep shadowed portico, the subtle jingle of his ironclad scale. Armor breaks the near-perfect hush. He carries a long spear, its sharp bronze tip momentarily catching the brilliant glint of the rising sun. His helmet polished to a dark sheen mirrors the slow movement of the clouds. He is another small, unacknowledged detail in the vast woven pattern of this immense, peaceful realm. He watches the winding processional way, anticipating the first official movement of the palace staff below. In the sprawling lower city, the true sounds of the common day begin to swell. The bleating of goats being herded toward the central market square grows louder. Slow rumbling sound of wooden cartwheels turning across the deeply rutted clay paths echoes softly. Dust is fine and pervasive, a constant presence lifting slowly. With every footfall, every turn of the wheel, smells of sun-baked earth and dried grass and the faint sweet decay of old fruit. The city awakens as a single immense entity stretching its colossal limbs across the wide, dusty basin. The official scribes already sit upon their simple stools in the inner courtyard. They prepare their reeds and their parchment, waiting for the morning's dictates from the central chancellery. Their movements are precise, economical, focused on the meticulous recording of taxes, trade, and tribute, every measure of grain, every head of cattle. Every slave's inventory must be accounted for with painstaking accuracy. The administration of this empire relies upon the silent, relentless rhythm of record-keeping. The ink is thick and black, derived from charcoal and gum Arabic, the consistency of midnight velvet. The papyrus rolls slowly unfurl, revealing the previous day's carefully inscribed wisdom. Think now of the simple rhythm of the scribe's hand moving across the fiber surface, the gentle scratch of the reed pen, the quiet, focused breath of concentration. This work is performed not for glory, but for the necessary stability of the Persian world. Back in his small, sun-warmed dwelling, Artabanus the weaver has taken his place at the loom. It is a vertical frame loom standing tall and sturdy, filling half of his living space. The warp threads are already strung tight, vibrating slightly with tension. He begins the repetitive motion of guiding the heavy shuttle through the intricate latticework. The air becomes filled with the dry, woody sound of the loom's mechanism, clicking, snapping, rattling softly. It is a meditative sound, a constant hum that anchors the mind and stills the anxieties. His hands move with an almost unconscious efficiency born of decades of intimate contact with the fibers. He works with deep crimson dye, highly prized shade, painstakingly extracted from the roots of the madder plant. This expensive cloth is destined for the palace guards, or perhaps for the flowing robes of a satrap. Each pass of the shuttle is a deliberate choice, a measured contribution to the wealth and beauty of the empire. Morning deepens, the sun fully clearing the mountain ridge, now casting long, sharp shadows across the floor. The light that floods the chamber is rich and golden. The true Persian amber finally awakened. It illuminates the floating particles of dust, dancing lazily in the warm air above the loom. The rhythmic sound of the weaving continues steady and unwavering. Imagine the simple, steady strength of those ancient hands moving back and forth. Patience required for such detailed, complex, persistent labor day after day, year after year. This quiet dedication forms the invisible threads of the Achaemenid strength. It is not just the colossal armies or the towering palaces that sustain the realm. It is the silent, persistent work of the multitude, the shepherd watching his flock graze on the dry hillsides, the potter spinning his wheel, creating perfect bowls destined for the royal table, the merchant measuring spices carefully on small bronze scales. Every life, every task is a crucial small note in the vast ancient symphony of Persia. Let the hypnotic sound of the shuttle guide your breath now. Slow and deep inhale the scent of dust and spices and the dry warm wood of the loom. Feel the simple persistent stability of this ancient world wrapped around your resting mind. Drift further down into the velvet darkness beneath the rising amber sun. Let the rhythm of the loom become the rhythm of your own slow beating heart. Scratch of the scribe's pen, the bleating of the distant flocks, the steady patient hands of Artabanus the weaver. They all whisper the same story of deep historical continuity and the profound comfort of the mundane rest. Now, in the enduring peace of the Persian dawn, deep breath, slow breath, steady sleep awaits you now within the ancient stone walls. Sleep in the shadow of the tall cypress tree, cloaked in silence. The silence still clung heavy to the city of Susa. Profound absence of sound resting beneath the cooling cloak of night. The air tasted sharp and mineral, holding the ghost of the desert chill. The star canopy above had begun its slow, inevitable withdrawal, leaving the sky a deep indigo wash, stained with the promise of dawn. Shadows etched deep into the mud. Brick walls were long and immovable. They stretched across the courtyards, cold and black like spilled ink within the sleeping quarters. The air was dry and still scented faintly with dried thyme and ancient cedarwood. Single oil lamp had sputtered its last offering hours before leaving. The interior wrapped in a safe, absolute darkness. Very stones of the foundation seemed to exhale the long breath of history, weighted by the passage of centuries and the slow grinding of the cosmos. Servant Hera stirred first a subtle movement beneath the heavy wool blanket, a gradual unfolding of limbs accustomed to the strict schedule of the king's household. His sandals felt their way across the packed earth floor, seeking a familiar, cool path. The sound of his feet was a hush, a delicate scraping noise that barely disturbed the settling. Dusty moved toward the threshold, where the first sliver of gray light began to articulate the doorway. It was not yet sunrise, merely the softening of the deep night, a time when the world seemed caught. Suspended between memory and waking Hera slid open a heavy cypress wood door, releasing a puff of stagnant air. The courtyard beyond lay utterly still, undisturbed by the breeze that would arrive later in the day. He noticed the dew only on the polished surfaces of the large glazed vessels, tiny, perfect beads of moisture reflecting the monochrome sky. His first task was always the water retrieval, a pilgrimage to the deep cistern. He carried 2 large baked clay amphorae, the handles worn smooth by countless hands. The path down to the cistern was paved with rough-hewn stone, slippery with the night's dampness. Scent of wet earth and ancient stone rose up to meet him, a cool, refreshing contrast to the arid sleep air. He lowered the long rope into the well. The hemp fibers, rough against his palm, the pulley mechanism groaned softly, a deep, low musical complaint against daily duty. Bucket descended into the hidden darkness, sinking further toward the cool core of the earth. Sound of the splash when it met the water was muffled. Distant and echoing it was a sound that spoke of depth, of purity, of the vital flow of life beneath the dry. Persian plain Hera pulled slowly, steadily, allowing the weight of the water to stretch his muscles. The effort was meditative, a ritual measured. By the slow rotation of the wooden wheel, he brought the first bucket up the water. Within utterly black and cold, in the dim light, he carefully poured the liquid into the large amphora until it reached the narrow neck. The vessel instantly grew heavier, more substantial, anchoring him to the ancient ground. He repeated the process, filling the second amphora until the morning water was secured. The heavy jugs rested now near the kitchen entrance, awaiting the cook. They offered a tangible coolness that radiated outward, touching the surrounding air. Hera then moved to the small storage room where the materials for the morning fire were kept. He selected dry bundles of tamarisk wood, known for its quick, even burn, and small, twisted pieces of fragrant cedar salvaged from the construction yards. The kindling crackled faintly in his hands, anticipation of the heat to come. He entered the small clay-domed kitchen, a space still cloaked in the residual warmth of the previous evening's baking. The floor was hardened clay, swept clean but dusted lightly with fine white flour. He knelt before the hearth, carefully building a small, precise nest for the flames. He struck the flint against the steel once, twice, the resulting sparks vanishing quickly into the dark space. A third strike sent a spray of brilliant light into the kindling. Few small wisps of smoke lifted, smelling sweetly resinous and dry, blew gently, rhythmically, coaxing the nascent flame into existence. The fire caught hesitantly, then greedily licking at the edges of the cedar splinters. Warmth was immediate, local, and comforting a small growing heart in the cool architecture. As the fire strengthened, the first colors of the room began to emerge, dusty terracotta red. On the walls, the soft gray of the dried herbs. Hanging overhead, the cook, a stout woman named Ziba, appeared silently wrapped in a thick shawl. She did not speak, merely nodded her acknowledgement of the fire's success. Her hands immediately sought the bowl of yeasted dough that had been proofing overnight, rested beneath a heavy linen cloth, plump and resilient, waiting for its transformation. The scent of the fermentation was earthy and slightly sour. The smell of patient waiting. Ziba lightly dusted the work surface with fresh ground wheat flour. Flour sifted down through the air, catching the early light, now penetrating the small window. It settled like a pale, soft snow upon a dark wooden board. She worked the dough with practiced strength. Folding, pressing, kneading, the movements were rhythmic, silent, and deeply engrossing. A slow dance of creation, measured only by the changing texture beneath her palms. Dough became smooth, elastic, ready to be divided into the flat rounds for the morning bread. Hera, meanwhile, moved outside to sweep the courtyard. He used a broom made of stiff, tightly bound twigs that efficiently gathered the fine desert dust. The sweep was slow, deliberate, covering every inch of the vast open space that air had grown infinitesimally warmer, the humidity receding further. The sunlight was now truly arriving, not fierce, but golden. Amber washing over the carved lintels that illuminated the dust motes, dancing suspended in the stillness, tiny particles catching the light, briefly living miniature stars in the massive structure. Here it paused, allowing his gaze to wander upward toward the massive Apadana columns in the distance. Even from this distance, the fluting etched into the stone was visible, a testament to the meticulous labor of generations of craftsmen. Those columns stood silent, imposing, eternal, seeming to hold up not just the roof, but the very sky itself. They embodied the weight of Persia. The long, slow power of the King of Kings. The shadows there were beginning to retreat, drawing closer to the base of the stone, where they would hide throughout the relentless heat of the coming day. He continued his sweeping, moving slowly toward the entrance gate. The main gate was constructed of heavy bronze, faced wood secured by massive iron bolts. It was still shut, protecting the household from the awakening bustle of the city, but the sounds of that city were starting to filter through the barrier, distant, muffled sounds of goats complaining a donkey braying in a nearby alley, the low rumble of cartwheels on the uneven street paving. These sounds were soft, subdued, filtered by the thick stone walls, offering only the suggestion of activity, not its full clamor. He finished the sweeping, leaving the courtyard immaculately clean, the stone cool and welcoming. He returned inside to polish the copper utensils used for serving the morning meal. Copper was dulled by oxidation, needing the friction of fine sand and a touch of sour lemon juice to reveal its true brilliance. Hira worked slowly, circular strokes, applying careful pressure. The coppery scent mingling with the growing smell of baking bread from the kitchen. Piece of metal slowly shed its dull coating, becoming highly reflective, shining with an inner warmth, the deep rosy gold that would catch the sunlight when the king or his officials finally broke their fast. Worked on the heavy trays, the small wine cups, the serving ladles. The process demanded patience and a singular focus on the task at hand, a dedication to the meticulous standards of the Achaemenid court, where even the mundane must approach perfection. The kitchen fire now roared softly. A continuous low murmur of Hetsiba placed the first rounds of flatbread into the oven using a long-handled wooden peel. The dough hit the hot clay floor and began to swell slightly to bubble. Smell intensified, becoming rich, nutty, irresistible. It was the smell of ancient sustenance, the simplest, most vital offering. Hira sat back on his heels, momentarily resting his spine, the polished copper gleaming beside him. Watched the dust motes dance in the shaft of light that now pierced the window directly. He listened to the rhythmic silence of the working household, the low breath of the fire, the gentle slap of Ziba's hands, shaping the next piece of dough. Occasional soft shift of the building itself, adjusting to the rising temperature. This stillness, this measured pace was the true rhythm of the empire, not the frantic battles or the grand declarations etched into the mountainsides, but the endless repetition of rising, preparing, maintaining mundane duties that ensured the stability and continuity of the great Persian peace. The scent of baking bread now overwhelmed the cedar smoke. It was a smell of security of home, a promise fulfilled. Picked up a piece of discarded dry wood and ran his fingers over the grain, feeling the history held within the material. The slow growth, the sudden end, the wood was hard, dry, resistant to time like the empire itself. He looked toward the window where the sky had finally achieved a pure pale. Intense light was beginning to creep into the courtyard, shrinking the shadows further. Soon, the heavy bronze doors would be opened, admitting the sounds and demands of the full day. The world would rush in, demanding attention, effort, speed. But for this suspended moment within the thick walls of the palace, preparation was everything quiet, measured, purposeful movement, a breathing meditation on duty and time. Stood stretching his weary limbs, the stiffness of the early hours already beginning to dissipate. He gathered the finished copper trays, arranging them carefully on a clean linen square, their surfaces shone mirror-like, reflecting the soft warmth of the rising sun. Ready for the thick, sweet wine and the freshly baked bread, ready for the slow, slow movement of a new day. Under the watchful eye of the great king, sounds outside were growing louder, a distinct shift from whispers to conversation. The city was shaking off its night slumber, stretching its ancient Stone limbs Hira felt the slow, steady pulse of the empire beating beneath his feet. A profound, deep rhythm of existence that had persisted for generations. A continuity of simple tasks repeated under the same enormous pale sky, waited for the next instruction, the next slow movement in the grand pattern of the day, observing the way the sunlight fell now on the cool stone floor, illuminating the tiny fissures, the imperfections, the deep marks of history, every surface telling a story of enduring time and patient labor. He let his eyes close briefly into gentle warmth spreading over his face. The scent of the fresh-baked bread was a hypnotic lullaby, a soft promise of morning peace. The ancient stones absorbed the heat slowly, deliberately holding the warmth. Close, a vast silent machine of order, ready to receive the light of the Achaemenid day. The silence lingered only in the deepest corners, now pushed back by the light. He listened to the distant sound of a flute player practicing in the street. Beyond the walls, a delicate, high-thin melody riding the warming air. A brief moment of beauty before the full weight of the empire's duties descended upon the slow morning. Dust of centuries settled like velvet upon the breath. Air here was thicker than nightshade, cooled by the deep earth. We stood cloaked in the absolute silence of ancient stone, silence that had swallowed the clang of legions and the prayers of forgotten queens. Nasrullah waited, allowing the subterranean chill to seep into your bones, drawing the restless edges of your mind to rest. The doorway we crossed was merely an absence of rock, etched by the patience of water, long ago vanished now. We are beneath the city itself, where the history lies not in scrolls, but in the mineral memory of the mountain field. The floor beneath your weary feet, it is not paving, but the original bedrock, polished, smooth by generations of passing devotion here. The moon's light never reaches, and the sun is only a distant golden rumor. We rely instead on the quiet luminescence of the quartz veins running through the ceiling like frozen silver rivers. Look upward, my friend. See how the ceiling holds the weight of the world, yet whispers nothing of its burden. This is the great chamber, the scriptorium of somnolence, where knowledge was not written down, but breathed into the stone itself. Is a place of deep stillness, a sanctuary built for those who sought not answers, but the cessation of questioning. Let your eyes drift along the natural shelves carved here for objects too sacred to be touched. They are draped now in a fine coat of ochre silt, soft as a lion's paw. This silt is the residue of time itself, the finely ground remnants of dynasties and cosmic. Dust breathe slowly, deeply, drawing that fine ancient air into the very core of your being. Let the world above fade like a dream recalled at dawn, too ephemeral to grasp focus. Only on the hum of the stone, the deep resonant frequency of geologic rest, Nasrullah moves like a shadow beside you, his steps making no sound at all on the worn floor. Gestures toward a central plinth, a dais of polished dark serpentine. Upon it rests not a statue or a jeweled box, but something far more potent, a single shallow bowl carved from a moonstone, white and faintly blue. It seemed to absorb the scattered light, making its own inner glow a cool, ethereal flame. Approach it slowly, without hurry, without expectation. This is the bowl of whispered stars, they called it. Was not used for water or offering, but for the holding of pure stillness. The astronomers who guarded this deep chamber believed that if the bowl remained perfectly undisturbed for 1,000 nights, it would trap the echo of a passing common legend, perhaps a myth crafted to encourage patience. But look closer at the surface. Do you see the faint scratches, the minute fissures, that spiderweb across the polished stone? They are not flaws of carving, but records of disturbance. Each scratch represents a moment when the deep peace was shattered, when the guardians failed in their vigilance. Perhaps the shudder of an earthquake, perhaps the sharp anxiety of a king demanding prophecy. The lines tell a silent story of human failing set against the endless march of celestial precision rest. Your gaze upon it, watch the soft blue light pulse almost imperceptibly. Imagine the cold perfection of space, the infinite distance, the slow, inexorable turning of the unseen spheres. Feel the gravity of the earth pressing down on your shoulders, reminding you that you are tethered yet safe for your seekers. Of the sleep of ages tonight, we are plumbing the depths of what was forgotten, not destroyed. Nasrullah speaks softly, his voice a deep baritone perfectly measured for the acoustics of the chamber. He speaks of the keepers of this place, the watchers, Of the deep, they were cloaked figures who lived their entire lives without seeing the sun, dedicating their years to the cultivation of absolute inner peace. Their only aim was to ensure that the somnolence scriptorium remained undisturbed, a reservoir of profound quietude. They believed that true wisdom could only be harvested in the 0 hour when the mind was entirely empty there. History is not written but felt. It is absorbed through the solace of your feet, through the slow rhythm of your breathing. Listen. Now, not with your ears, but with the quiet receptacle of your mind, can you hear the echo of their footsteps? The whisper of their silken robes against the stone. It is the sound of complete submission to the rhythm of the deep earth we walk toward. The back wall where the serpentine stone gives way to a surface of soft gray clay baked hard by subterranean heat etched. Into this clay are symbols far older than any script you have ever known. They are not letters or pictograms, but spiraling pathways and interconnected circles. These are the charts of the dreaming sky, the maps drawn not by light but by shadow. They record the movements of things that cannot be seen, the dark matter of ancient astronomy. The pathways detail the journey of a celestial body that passed very close to the earth many millennia ago. A body they called the Sleeper's Shard. It was a rogue object moving against the predicted currents, throwing the ordered sky into momentary beautiful chaos. The watchers here recorded its passage not scientifically but somatically, tracked its influence on their sleep cycles, on their dreams, on the quietude of the deep stone itself. They noted that when the Sleeper's Shard was closest, the dreams of the sleeping city above became intensely vivid, overwhelming, and sometimes terribly prophetic. Allow your attention to settle upon one particular grouping of curves near the center of the clay map. It shows the shard at its perigee, its closest approach to our world. That moment, the ancient records detail a profound shift in the very nature of time within this chamber. They claim that during that brief window, the ordinary linear flow of waking life ceased, and the past, the present, and the future became indistinct, blending into a single shimmering oceanic now, a moment of pure, unfiltered comprehension, accessible only in the deepest stages of sleep. Let that idea drift through your awareness, the possibility of time folding back on itself like velvet fabric. You are standing in the middle of a chronological eddy where moments are trapped in waiting. Feel the weight dropping away from your eyelids, a gentle, inexorable release. The high vaulted ceiling seems to stretch away into infinite obscurity. You are suspended here between the world that moves and the world that rests completely still. Nasrullah points to a thin dark line running from the depiction of the Sleeper's Shard down towards a small carved recess in the floor. That line represents a physical effect. They observed a drain of energy, or perhaps a deposit, something strange, something luminous. The records are hushed here. They become elusive, almost nonsensical. They refer only to the settling of the light of the unmoving dawn. He kneels slowly, his old joints moving with surprising grace, and gently brushes away a layer of dust from the recess. It reveals a bowl much smaller than the moonstone one, filled entirely with black sand. It is a dark obsidian sand, heavy and absolutely matte, reflecting no light whatsoever. This is the residue of the Sleeper's Shard, he murmurs, his voice barely audible. Finest dust that settled here in the chamber in that moment when time paused. He takes a pinch of the sand between his fingers and lets it spill slowly back into the bowl. It seems to fall slower than ordinary sand, defying the simple rules of gravity. A deep sense of somnolence washes over you, an exquisite heaviness in your limbs. Chamber now seems less like carved stone and more like the inside of a massive breathing shell. You are perfectly safe, perfectly contained. You are resting in the core of an ancient silence that holds the weight of celestial secrets. Sand falls. The silence deepens. The very idea of waking becomes distant and irrelevant. The watchers believe this dust held the memory of the shard's long journey through the deep cold of space, that to hold it or even to rest near it was to partake in the quiet vastness, to forget the small worries of the earth and remember the scale of the cosmos. Nasrullah rises slowly, looking not at the sand or the etched maps, but toward the far side of the chamber where the wall is featureless, smooth, serpentine. It is there that the mystery truly rests, he says, his voice now a mere breath of sound. For the moment that the Sleeper's Shard was closest and the black sand was deposited, the watchers recorded one final, unprecedented event. the appearance of a door that had never been there before, a structure of pure, uncarved darkness set into the seamless stone. And from that ephemeral doorway, they heard a sound, not a voice, not a physical sound, but the chime of perfect completion, a sound so utterly still that it shook the foundation of their absolute peace, a final ripple in the somnolence of this ancient deep. He gestures toward the darkness where the wall appears perfectly solid, perfectly sealed. We must rest here now, my friend, and wait for the deep stillness to reveal itself. The door is no longer visible, but the feeling of its recent presence lingers like the last breath of smoke. And as your eyes begin to drift closed, sinking heavy and slow into the profound quietude, you almost hear it too. The faint, slow measured echo of that impossible chime coming from somewhere within the impenetrable serpentine stone. Sound that suggests the journey has not ended, but has only just begun to truly sink into the deep, deep sleep. Rest now, and listen to the lingering mystery of the silent door waiting deep within the stone. The ochre dust began to stir infinitesimally near the wide threshold. The air was already thickening with the slow, steady promise of the high Persian noon at humid stillness. Settled over the ancient stone of the administrative wings, the light had shifted from a pale, cold pearl to a deep, warming amber, spilling across the courtyard floor. Shadows that were sharp and defined just an hour before were softening, now dissolving. At their edges, they retreated into the deep recesses. Beneath the great stone parapet, this was the quiet transition from the cool breath of the Zagros mountains to the dry heat of the plateau. A single date palm near the cistern rustled its fronds. With a dry, brittle whisper, no sound intruded save for the distant measured thud of a heavy pestle striking with it. Was the cadence of morning sustenance, the hypnotic rhythm of barley being prepared. The great king's road lay miles away, yet its immense silence seemed to permeate even this domestic sphere. This was the mundane heart of the empire, where the daily requirements of life took precedence over bronze shields and royal decrees. The low stone walls of the inner chamber still held the residual cool of the long night. Heavy curtain, woven from undyed wool and linen, hung motionless across the doorway, filtering the harsh sunlight into a softer glow. They listened now to the subtle symphony of 1,000 minor preparations, the scraping sound of a small copper bowl being polished by an unseen hand in the servants' quarter, almost imperceptible creak of a leather hinge on a storage chest being opened and slowly sealed. The scent of dry earth and baking clay mingled with the sharp tang of stored spices, perhaps cumin and dried coriander. Everything here moved at the pace dictated by the sun, a slow, unavoidable drift toward the necessary casks. The Achaemenid morning did not rush its subjects, demanded careful, measured movement, a respect for the conservation of energy against the inevitable heat. Low guttural murmurs then faded near. The low archway leading toward the kitchens was the easy conversation between two house slaves discussing the inventory of dried figs and raisins. Their voices were hushed, intimate, swallowed almost immediately by the thick mud brick architecture. The geometry of the compound was severe but comforting, built for shade and endurance. Every corner, every lintel, every recessed niche was designed to offer relief from the sun's relentless gaze. Feel the warmth begin to climb from the ground upward through the solace of the sandals. Stone flags beneath the feet are no longer cold, but possess a gentle, latent warmth, a stored heat that will intensify throughout the dia. Lizard darted across the worn surface of a low retaining wall. Its movement, a brief, quick streak of dark energy, it paused, then vanished into a crevice etched deep into the ancient mortar. Sleep lingers, like a heavy dew refusing to fully dissipate under the rising intensity of the light. The mind is cloaked in a pleasant lethargy, a soft refusal to fully engage with the day's duties. There's only the sensation of being present within this immense, ancient stillness. The feeling of the cool air drawn slowly inward, filling the lungs with the scent of baked clay and old wood, the sensation of time stretching out infinitely soft and unstructured. We turn our attention toward the central basin where the clear, cool water is stored. Is a low square pool lined with a pale blue-green glaze reflecting the pale sky above. The surface of the water is undisturbed, perfect mercury, reflecting the immense blue bowl of the heavens. This water brought in Earthenware jars from the nearby Kanat subterranean channels, engineered to defy the desert is life itself preserved cool and clean for the requirements of the household. Thought of bending down, drinking deeply from a clean polished copper. Vessel is intensely satisfying. It is a small momentary perfection offered by the routine of the Persian day. The slow, rhythmic grind of the distant. Millstone continues its deep, hypnotic turning. It is the bass note beneath the subtle music of the waking establishment. The air around us feels thick like velvet pressed close to the skin. It is heavy with the knowledge of history, untold centuries of days lived and duties. Performed within these same walls, we are immersed fully now in the deep silence of the morning rituals. No urgency dictates our posture or pace only. The slow drift toward consciousness, a gentle surrender to the slow, deliberate progress of the Achaemenid sun, the weight of the warm air pressing down upon the temples. Is soothing, not oppressive. It is merely the atmosphere of the great plateau holding us still, anchoring us firmly in the here and the now. We observe the dust motes suspended in the pillars of golden light that penetrate the wool curtain. They dance. Without purpose, tiny fragments of the earth caught momentarily in the sun's illumination. They emphasize the slowness of time. The immense depth of the stillness. Each breath is measured, even and deep, a continuation of the night's rest. The world outside the high walls is vast and complex, containing the movement of armies and the decisions of kings. But here within the protected space of the inner courtyard, there's only the quiet necessity of the moment. Preparation of the first meal. The fetching of the cool water, the sweeping of the polished stones. The day unfolds with painstaking slowness, revealing its details one gentle moment at a time. There is no need to anticipate the hours that follow, only to reside completely in this exact point. The amber light deepens, transforming the mundane brick into hues of soft terracotta and rose gold. The shadows are short, now indicating the increasing height of the sun above the horizon soon. The heat will become intense, the air shimmering visibly over the baked earth. But for this brief, precious time the air holds its balance, poised between the night's coolness and the day's furnace. It is the perfect balance for deep, restful sleep, a suspended moment in the relentless march. Ancient time, the shadowed lintel promised respite from the midday glare. The massive cedar door sighed inward on unseen copper hinges. Breath of earth cooled by centuries of deep shade met the skin. The sudden hush was a shock of silence after the high metallic chirping of the relentless cicadas. Only the very edges of the day's scorching heat dared to creep across the high threshold here. Within the thick monumental walls of baked clay, time itself seemed to slow to an almost imperceptible crawl. The outer world of blinding ochre dust and harsh exposure vanished completely. A deep indigo quiet settled heavily across the inner private court. This central enclosed space was the true functional heart of the modest Achaemenid dwelling, protected absolutely from the harsh, unfiltered light of the Zagros sun. The air hung heavy and still, tasting faintly of stored winter grain and the gentle bitterness of dried hillside mint beneath. The central open square rested a low, sunken bassinet, shallow, rectangular pool of collected water, its precious contents drawn patiently from the deep, silent arteries of the ancient Kanat system. This cool fluid was the lifeblood. The very essence of the small courtyard garden. Its surface was absolutely tranquil. A sheet of dark, polished slate reflecting sharply the high square rectangle of the deep midday sky above. A tiny, persistent, measured, trickling sound emanated from the simple carved spout. A rhythmic, soft, insistent murmur, like small stones being endlessly worn away by gentle persistence. Listen closely to that sound. It is the deep, liquid whisper of survival. Steady, persistent sound of masterful engineering etched deep onto the arid landscape thousands of years ago. Feel the cool, life-giving moisture rising imperceptibly from the deep reservoir. It dampens the ancient pale, paving the very ground beneath your bare or lightly sandaled feet. The soothing coolness seeps slowly, deliberately into the solace of your feet, easing the accumulated weariness of the morning. The baked bricks beneath the waterline are slick with time and the almost imperceptible green velvet moss that only grows in perpetual shadow. The moisture breathes softly against the porous clay walls, offering a steady anchor against the surrounding aridity. Move now past the quiet reflective pool toward the shaded deep portico. Floor here is covered in thick, dense, woven mats made from the tough reeds of the nearby riverbed. They whisper softly, gently beneath. You're careful, shifting weight. The air inside the main receiving room is slightly drier than the court, but still wonderfully cool. It carries the mild essential scent of cedar oil used diligently to preserve the heavy carved storage chests, and the mild, distant, delicate scent of smoldering frankincense floating from a simple copper quarter censer. Small, low, sturdy tables made of polished dark local wood hold simple utilitarian clay bowls. These are the everyday dishes used for cooling. Thick yogurt and rich, slow-cooked lentil stews. Nothing within this protected sanctuary is meant to be grand or ostentatious yet. Every object, every structure speaks volumes of careful, reliable, crafty, patient, enduring dedication to the essential. Beauty of daily functional necessity. The surrounding walls are constructed of immensely thick layers of sundry mud brick rendered smooth across the surface with a fine layer of pale plaster, sometimes delicately stained in pale hues of rose or the simple, soothing color of fresh cream. There's no frantic, chaotic painting, just the soft, muted, powerful presence of the enduring earth. Imagine the millions upon millions of such courtyards stretching across the entire immense reach of the Achaemenid Empire, from the scorched deserts of Egypt all the way eastward to the swift flowing rivers of the Indus Valley. Solitary, quiet courtyard offering the same hushed, profound sanctuary, the same deep, dependable shade. The great empire is truly immense, reaching far beyond the limited immediate view of this quiet, simple home. Yet the ancient necessary rhythm of daily life, the absolute demand for rest, remains utterly immutable. The bright sun tracks slowly, deliberately across the high plaster ceiling, casting slow shifting bars of hazy amber light through the narrow high window slits. These slender light beams are filled with countless dust motes, perpetually dancing, suspended in the heavy, quiet air. Each minute mote is a tiny fragment of the ages, floating silently, slowly by a silent particulate residue of vastness of time rest. Now fully on the cool earthen floor, upon the soft woven wool cushion, feel the profound, steady weight of the ancient stone foundation deep beneath you. It bears not only the physical load of the structure above, but also the silent, immeasurable load of history stretching back to Cyrus the Great. The fine, soft dust settled lightly upon the chest tops is the dust of 5,000 years. It is the powdered, silent residue of kings and countless caravans of soldiers marching steadily toward far distant battles in the strange coastal lands of Lydia or the cold plateaus of Thrace. The sound of the world outside this thick protective shell is muffled, deep, and indistinct perhaps. The slow, heavy, rhythmic tread of a passing ox cart on the dirt road. The distant, muffled shouting of a merchant selling fresh figs in the dusty street market. But these sounds are thin and attenuated, unable to penetrate the quiet sanctity of this inner space. You are shielded, cloaked within the immense shadow of the Persian peace, the Pax. Persica extends its protection even into this smallest, most intimate domestic corner. Listen only to the soft, measured trickling of the fountain in the central courtyard. It acts as a steady, quiet metronome, counting out the slow, deliberate seconds of the long afternoon. Sound never changes, its tone never hurries, always sustains its gentle, consistent promise outside. The high, massive walls, the great world, continues its busy, necessary rush, its endless toil. But here inside the enduring protective structure, there's only deep, profound peace. A woody, clean scent of cedar wraps intimately around your senses. The residual warmth of the sun fades slowly. Deliberately from the tips of your fingers, you are perfectly suspended, perfectly secure in this tranquil, deep moment of Achaemenid midday restfar, removed from the complex, demanding duties of the great king's administration in Susa or Persepolis far. Removed from the long, treacherous roads of the royal road and its endless relay stations, just the quiet certainty of baked clay and cooling flowing water. Let your eyelids grow heavier. Heavier still, releasing all tension. The deep shade protects you. The pervasive silence embraces you. You are held safe in the enduring, stable structure of the Empire's ordinary, steadfast life. Shadows lengthen, subtly stretching across the reed mats, like long velvet ribbons. The day pauses in its zenith, hovering, immobile for a single peaceful duration. Think of the patience of the ancient bricklayers, the masons who laid this very foundation. Their names are entirely lost to the ages, yet their careful work endures flawlessly. It continues to offer shelter centuries. After their hands turn to dust, feel that same enduring permanence within your own rusted body. The stability of the earth, the silence of the massive stone, rhythmic movement of the waters. The only sound of time passing it is the soft sound of deep history settling down. The great Persian bowls used for drinking water are made of polished bronze. When the servants bring them in, they clink only once, a low resonant hollow tone. That single deep bell note echoes briefly, then is swallowed quickly by the thick quiet walls. The slow movement of the air stirs a delicate perfume of thyme and wild rosemary. These small herbs were gathered on the dry hillsides. This very morning now, they hang drying bundled neatly from the cool, dark rafters. Their essential oils permeate the air, offering a gentle, natural sedation. This peaceful afternoon is a necessary pause, a moment of deep restoration. It is the silent engine that powers the vast administration of the mighty King of Kings. Without this absolute rest, the immense gears of empire could not possibly turn. Imagine the weight of the silver shekels, kept secured in the treasury vault far away, their metallic coldness, their precise etched surfaces, their absolute value, all that hard. Wealth cannot purchase this simple, profound gift of stillness. The stillness found only within the cool earthen privacy of the enclosed court. The dust motes continue their slow, deliberate dance across the amber light shafts. They are moving ever so slightly slower now, reflecting the slowing of your own inner rhythm. Every muscle relaxes, every thought softens, sinks away. You are merely an observer of this deep Persian domesticata, guest cradled by the simple geometry of the ancient home. Coolness of the floor is a blessing, a slow release of trapped heat. It draws the fever of the day out from your body, leaving only tranquil repose. The sun is past its highest point, its fierce energy slightly diminished. The shadows will soon begin to flow strongly toward the east, a subtle shift, a promise of the slow, deliberate approach of evening. But the evening is still hours distant, many quiet hours away. You are entirely contained within this suspended moment. Let the slow, patient history of the stone envelop you entirely, the weight of the millennia pressing gently, softly, safely upon your eyelids. This is the sound of deep time in Persia. The silence is etched with the enduring presence of Cyrus and Darius, their monumental ambitions. Reduced momentarily to the soft trickle of water, their vast armies forgotten for this hour, in favor of the fragrance of drying mincing. Deeper, deeper into the quietude of the Achaemenid midday. There is nothing left to hold, nothing left to do, only the simple, profound act of resting completely. The reed mats offer a slight, soft, yielding surface beneath your back. The woven wool cushion supports your neck perfectly at the right angle for true repose. The gentle shadows grow longer, thicker. They become like liquid velvet. They cover the floor, absorbing all traces of the remaining daylight energy. Are surrounded by the enduring color of the earth itself. The pale ochre, the deep clay brown, the cool off-white of the plaster, all colors that speak of strength, stability, and quiet endurance. This is not the dramatic noise of battle or the fanfare of royal processions. This is the essential underlying hum of an empire that rests on absolute order, the order found in the careful allocation of the Qanat water, found in the silent, precise movements of the sun, the order found in the simple necessity of sleep. Let your breathing become as slow and steady as the water's soft, persistent murmur inhaling the scent of cedar exhaling. The last remnants of the day's concern, the world of the great king can wait. The endless roads, the distant administrative centers, the complex diplomatic messages, all these demanding external pressures dissolve into the heavy, quiet air. You are simply resting deep within the protective heart of the ancient land. A small sound, now perhaps a lone pigeon cooing softly from the high rafters. Muffled, peaceful sound that only underscores the immense, pervasive silences. It is a quiet affirmation of the continuing, persistent cycle of life and rest. The sound of the pigeon, the scent of the mint, the coolness of the earth. These are your anchors, your steadfast companions in the journey toward deep sleep. They will hold you safely, gently, securely until the slow shadows finally release their grip. Sleep now fully, peacefully, deeply. held within the soft, unchanging quietude of Achaemenid stone. The low hum of the unseen mechanism persisted. A breath of cold stone settled across the brow. The single lantern. Flame stood utterly still, its gentle amber reflection slid across the polished basalt surface. The dust here was not coarse, it was fine as flour sifted. Through eons of motionless air, we knelt together by the inscription's edge. The script was serpentine. And deeply etched text spoke not of kings or conquests, but of quiet persistence and the slow turning of the sky. The glyphs whispered of the first sun, the long shadow that followed it, and Nasrullah moved his hand slowly over the cool surface. His movements were deliberate, reverent. He translated the cadence of the ancient Tongue language built on vowels and resonant tones. This chamber was known as the archive of hours, not a library built of brittle paper, but a hollow carved from the mountain's heart where memory was preserved in solid form. In sheets of obsidian and scrolls of heavy copper, air tasted of ozone and deep earth. Each passage translated felt like the slow opening of a heavy door. Nazarullah's voice was a low resonant murmur beside me. Aloud the chronicle of the silent builders, the civilization that preceded the great deluge. They were people who understood stillness. They measured time, not by harvests or wars, but by the drift of the continental plates. Their greatest architecture was invisible, designed only to withstand the slow erosion of the cosmos. They built wells of profound silence, deep shafts meant to draw down the quiet from the upper atmosphere. They lived within the shadows of their own immense structures, caring little for fame or the fleeting gaze of the surface world. Their purpose was conservation, the careful hoarding of ancient knowledge. A vigil kept across 10,000 years of night. They cataloged the movement of every star, the slow cooling of the inner world, the changing pitch of the planet's magnetic song. They believed that true history was measured only in geological spans. The history of man was merely a flicker, a brief spark in the cosmic darkness. They cultivated patience as a sacred art, allowing the forces of decay to work elsewhere, while they maintained this hidden pocket of deep repose. The inscriptions changed tone here. The careful precision gave way to a philosophical resignation. The silent builders recognized the cycle, the inevitability of transformation. They did not flee the coming chaos. They merely retreated from the stage, melting back into the geological substrate like moisture returning to the bedrock. Their final written words were not a lament, but a statement of natural process. The sea will claim the surface, the land will shift, and we will wait within the cold stone cradle. They prepared one final mechanism, a clock, built only to tick once. When the world was ready to listen, this great clock was rumored to lag deeper still beneath the foundation of the archive itself, a mechanism cloaked in lead and ritual designed to measure the absolute return of quietude. A device meant not for telling time, but for signaling the perfect moment of awakening. The realization settled upon us slowly like the fine dust accumulating over millennia. Search had led us to the threshold of their final design, the ultimate artifact of their enduring silence, and pointed toward a narrow fissure in the floor, hidden beneath a disc of heavy rusted iron. The metal groaned softly as he nudged it aside. The air that rose from that opening felt colder. It carried a trace of something metallic and deeply old scent. That spoke of pressure and incredible depth. We prepared for the final descent of light of the lantern, stretched thin and fragile, illuminating the deep black mouth of the shaft. The passage downward was tightly bound, a throat cut into the earth's mantle. Walls were rough shale, unpolished and raw. Our lanterns cast tall dancing specters. Against the surfaces they barely touched. Began our slow, careful climb down, relying on handholds cut centuries ago by the vanished hands of the builders themselves. Depth was immediate, consuming. The sounds of the surface world were now utterly extinguished. There was only the soft crunch of dust underfoot and the echoing pulse of our own slow breath as we spiraled down into the earth's cold core. The pressure intensified. Around us, not physical pressure, but the weight of accumulated time. Every foot descended felt like passing through another epoch. Darkness here was a thick velvet medium, not the absence of light, but a dense presence. We were sinking into the worlds. Ancient heart guided only by the thread of our faint amber beam. We reached a small landing. a cavern barely large enough to stand here. The air was still and strangely charged. We could feel the proximity of something enormous, something perfectly still. Yet profoundly powerful, the lantern, higher revealing walls, lined not with stone, but with sheets of deeply polished quartz. The material seemed to drink the light, reflecting it back in pale diffused rays. Then a sound began to manifest. It was not a mechanical tickner, the scrape of rock, but a single prolonged resonance, a sustained hum so low it felt like vibration in the bone. It was the sound of something vast slowly coming awake. The humming grew steadier, cleaner, a single perfect note of incredible depth. It pulsed through the bedrock. Beneath our feet, a subterranean chime echoing the history held in suspension. The builder's final mechanism was singing, telling us of the immeasurable passage. The deep earth was now awake and speaking, stood cloaked in the rising sound. The source of the resonant note remained hidden deeper, still beyond the quartz walls, waiting. In the absolute heart of the mountain, we listened intently to the rising note that promised the slow revelation of the final hour. The history hidden within the earth's deep pocket still waits. The clock is stirring, and the next step must lead us further into the resonant sound. The azure stillness still held the courtyard. A profound quiet settled deep into the baked earthware. Shadows stretched long and thin, like drawn silk across. The dust motes beginning their slow dance. The sun had not yet crested the distant low hills, but a faint amber promise rimmed the horizon, touching the high clay walls with a warmth that had yet to penetrate the hushed air below. Beneath the woven reed manning floor tiles still offered a surprising coolness, a remnant of the long Persian night of comfort, slowly yielding to the imminent solar heat. You traced the smoothness of the chipped obsidian. Bold water held within, mirroring the faint morning lightened, undisturbed surface, reflecting the quiet dome of the sky. Perfect liquid mirror before the day begins its demands. Listen closely now to the sound that arrives first, a soft, constant friction. The low grinding of the millstone nettering, turning against the heavy barley grains. It is a sound older than the great king himself, a domestic perpetual rhythm. Foundation of every morning meal, deep sigh of civilization, waking slowly, a woman's careful steady motion, her arms moving with practiced grace. Ritual repeated for 1,000 years. Essential slow preparation of the daily bread. The air thickens almost imperceptibly, the sweet scent of smoke, piney and clean, rising from the small clay oven being fed its kindling. This is the scent of home safe tile, the quiet order maintained by simple steady labor, far removed from the gilded halls of Pasargadae. No battle drums echo Hereno. Decrees are shouted from high platform. Only the rustle of Strawan, the whisper of the heat building beneath the tiles. The deep velvet shadow clinging to the wellhead begins to retreat, pulled back by the irresistible advance of the light revealing the etched lines on the ancient stone rim scars left by generations of hauling water jars. These simple jars, tall and round, made from the ruddy river clay, essential vessels of life, each one holding the cold silver gift of the aquifer. A copper pitcher clangs lightly against the stony, a brief, sharp sound quickly swallowed the thick atmosphere, leaving only the soft gurgle of the water being drawn. Imagine the weight of the water, now of cool, moist sensation against the dry palma, momentary relief already evaporating Jinto. The dry Persian air we are moving through the ancillary space, storerooms in the lesser chambers are their implements of the day, rests waiting to be handled. The scribe will soon require his tulshas, smooth clay tablets, stacked neatly, layering slowly under the roof overhang ready to receive the wedge marks of cuneiform. He reaches for his wooden box, its surface smoothed by years of handling, polished not by wax but by simple human contact. A deep natural pattern of time inside. The rest of the reed stylus got sharp and angled just already to press the delicate triangles and linus into the moist yielding clay. Today he will record the inventory of spice brought in from the distant eastern satrapies, a list of ginger and cumin and precious saffron threads documented for the vast royal archives. He understands the meticulous nature of his work, silent crucial task of documentation. Empire is built not just on armies but on accurate numbers and endless lists. Wedge pressed into the soft clay is an affirmation of the immense structured framework of the Achaemenid world, reaching from the Aegean to the Indus. His Duty is not heroicity, is quieted, is constant, is the gentle weight of administrative order. He dips his fingers into a small bowl of oil, rubbing the dryness from his skin, preparing his hands for the precise, delicate motion required to record the king of kings transactions outside the courtyard walls. Slow rumbling sound of cartwheels. Begins a low wooden drone over the packed earth roads. First merchants. Arriving at the city gates, they bring grains and leather stools and sometimes news gossips from distant province wisp tales of governors and taxes. But within these walls, the noise is muted, kept at a gentle distance. House remains a pocket of profound solitude before the full clamor of the Persian afternoon descends. A thick clay sunbrick wall is a formidable barrier. It absorbs the heat and dampens the sound, creating this pocket of peace, of this internal sanctuary where sleep still lingers. Your mind settle now on the smooth surface of the prepared tablet. Silence before the stylus touches the clay. Stillness that precedes creation or record. The gentle drift of smoke from the kitchen continue as a signal of life and sustenancia. Visual plume against the pale blue morning sky, rising straight up toward Ahura Mazda's dwelling. It smells of clean fire and roasted grain grounding. Earthy perfume of it holds you steady right here in the heart of this ancient moment. Feel the cool stone beneath your feet, that deep, reassuring reservoir of nighttime chill guarding you against the approaching fierce light. The shadows are now shrinking, rapidly huddling close to the bases of the pillars, preparing for their long retreat until evening returns to stretch them out once more. The silence is being replaced by the low hum of activity. Distant call of a market vendor, soft shuffle of sandals in the outer street. The turning of the world toward its daily work, but for a few more timeless moments you are suspended here between the cool depth of the night and the bright demanding heat of the day, cloaked in this profound stillness. You observe the slow inevitable rise of the sun, watching as the world of Darius awakens in gentle rhythmic breath at a time. Allow the warmth to spread slowly through your limbs, not the harsh heat of noon, but the soft golden glow of early morning, a comforting, benevolent light. The history etched into these humble stones is not one of battle or conquest, but of persistent, peaceful routine of quiet lives that supported the great empire. The feel of the ancient earth beneath the tillith, deep, quiet commitment to the morning breath. Simple beauty of the polished writing read, these are the true pillars of permanence. Settle deeper into the quiet knowledge that you are resting in a space of perfect historical calma chamber, untouched by hurry or armahush moment, held forever. In the light, the sound of the grinding millstone becomes softer now, monotonous, soothing dronia. Sound that tells you all is well, is where though still. The light becomes truly golden now, pouring over the walls, washing the courtyard in deep amber. Weighs a benevolent, slow flood of warm thrust within the silence of the scribe's empty chamber. Barry begins his detailed work before the ink is mixed and the clay is marked, a profound pause before the day takes hold. There's nothing left to do anything. Left to worry about, just the slow, constant turning of the world beneath a vast, silent Persian sky. Let the soft, steady friction of the millstone grind away any lingering thoughts, any small disturbance as all. Only the quiet rhythm remains. The smoke rises. Earth is warm, the water is cool. The deep restorative stillness of this Achaemenid morning holds you safe. Cool air of the deep interior chamber still lingerata. Welcome memory against the growing insistence of the sun, the shadow of the high. Portal beams stretched and shrank, slow etching its progress upon the pale beaten earth of the floor. It was a time measured not by clanging bronze or hurried calls, but by the almost imperceptible drift of dust motes suspended in the golden shafts of light that angled down from the roof vents. The air hung heavy and thick, weighted with the scent of dried fig leaves and the faint dusty perfume of coming crushed yesterday, and the stone mortar outside the thick mud brick walls absorbed the solar heat, radiating a soft pervasive warmth that seemed to slow the blood itself. You could almost feel the profound ancient silence of the stone. Millions of years pressed into the clay that formed the foundations of this utterly ordinary Achaemenid home. A thin stream of water flowed ceaselessly into the small marble Cistern a constant liquid whisper that provided the only true rhythm to the morning. It was the sound of life, preserved clean, cool, and crucial, a gentle murmur against the vast dry expanse of the Persian plateau. The mistress of the house moved with an unhurried grace, her linen robes a pale contrast to the deep umber of the shaded corner. Hands worked with practiced slowness, winding thin threads of deep indigo wool onto a spindle. A movement repeated 10,000 times by generations of women under the great king's peace. The texture of the wool was slightly rough beneath her calloused fingers. Natural lanolin providing a soft resistancia, a tangible link to the mountain. Flocks grazing far away in the slopes of the Zagros range. Every loop, every twist of the fiber was a meditation, a silent acceptance of the day's slow demand. The noise of the street outside remained muted, cloaked by the thickness off the walls, a distant thudding of a donkey's hoof, a far-off call of a vendor selling fresh pomegranates. It was sound experience through layers of baked earth and deep shadow translated into a soft, unthreatening hum. The sun continued its relentless climb toward high noon at Begzen. The courtyard shadows drew tighter, closer to the defensive wall, revealing more of the cracked clay paving stones each imperfection baked hard by centuries of summer heat. In the small storage nook, the tall earthen amphory stood, shoulder to shoulder, fire clay porous and cool, to the tucks protecting the precious olive oil and the slightly tart wine that traveled inland from the western coast. Their curved shapes caught the light, softly reflecting the amber glow of the filtered sun, creating an array of quiet, polished surfaces. The true wealth of the household was often measured in these simple vessels. Stored provision, the careful preparation against the coming winter and the unpredictable moods of the harvest gods. Small boy, perhaps 5 years old, sat quietly in the coolest alcove, tracing patterns in the fine layer of dust that settled perpetually upon the stone ledge. His bare feet rested upon a simple mat woven from river reeds, its earthy scent mingling with the sharper aroma of cedar wood oozed in the roof beams above his head. He was watching the movement of a large, iridescent beetly, a tiny, armored creature crossing the threshold of light and shade. Its small journey was the entire drama of his young Morninga, slow, steady exploration under the benevolent heat. The boy felt the silence not as an absence, but as a profound presence. Accumulated weight of generations who had also felt this same sunlight and heard this same trickling water. It was the silence of time itself, moving slowly, steadily forward under the watchful gaze of Ahura Mazda near the cooking fire, now banked low for the midday. Lull scent of residual smoke hung faintly in the air, a reminder of the morning meal of lentils and barley prepared carefully over the glowing coals. The fire pit itself was a simple circle, blackened stone set, with the soot of countless meals, a central hearth that represented the core domestic peace of the Persian family. With embers pulsed, with a very low, deep red light of sleeping warmth that awaited the evening revival. The utensils were simple, sturdy bronze ladles and rough clay bowls worn smooth by constant use. Their shapes familiar, comforting, they spoke of sufficiency, not luxury, but a profound well-being rooted in the earth and the skill of the potter. The air was so still now that the smallest sound carried immense weight. The soft rustle of dry papyrus stored high upon a shelf. Low, almost guttural chirp of a house sparrow nesting under the eaves. These small noises were absorbed and magnified by the stillness, creating a hypnotic background hum to the endless day. The walls surrounding the garden space outside were high and protective of bolt to keep the harsh dry wind and the public gaze at bay. Within this small enclosed space, the world felt entirely contained, a sanctuary from the vast harshness of the surrounding desert. Here grew a small selection of necessary herbs, mint and dill and coriander there, leaves vibrating subtly in the heat, releasing their essential oils. Few stunted rose bushes offered their silent contribution, their deep velvet petals a startling splash of color against the muted greens. They were cultivated for pleasure and perfume for the small. Ritual, soft daily life, the offering of beauty to the everyday. The weight of the afternoon was beginning to press down now. Time of true rest, the period when labor ceased and thought slowed to a near halt under the oppressive solar glare. Even the insects seemed to move with a profound slowness, conserving their small energies for the relief of the approaching dusk. The household entered a state of deep quietude. a mutual shared stillness, a communal breath held, suspended in the heavy air, but only movement was the shimmering heat haze rising faintly from the outer courtyard, a wavy distortion of light and shape. The dust on the ground was now intensely hot to the touch of fine powdery layer that held the memory of the morning footsteps and the print of the boy's small hand. It was an earth that absorbed everything sound, heat, movement, and held it close, a vast sleeping memory beneath the surface. The light shifted, moving into more profound golden ways. The sun began its descent toward the western horizon. How many hours of intense heat still remained? This golden light cast long, gentle shadows from the lintels and post, softening the harsh lines of the architecture inner, the rough clay into something almost luminous. The quiet of the house deepened further, settling into the boneza, peace that felt ancient and utterly dependable. This quietude was the backdrop to the massive workings of the empire. Great stone cities of Persepolis and Susa were humming with activity, but here in this modest dwelling, the sound of history was muted, filtered through the daily rhythm of sleeping and waking off, fetching water and grinding grain. The feeling of being utterly contained within the vastness of the king's rule was palpable, yet peaceful. The safety provided by the King of Kings was the invisible shield that allowed this profound domestic stillness to exist, a peace paid for by the distant armies and the great golden roads. The thought drifted softly, like the heat haze. Rising from the stones, a simple wooden chest sat against the far wall, made of polished cedar. Its surface was cool, smooth, and smelled faintly of preservation. Inside lay the simple treasures, the extra bolts of woven wool, small pieces of worn silver, jewelry, the scroll containing the family records. It was a repository of small continuity, a history kept quiet and close. Weight of the lid itself felt solid, reassuring, heavier physical manifestation of stored value and shared memory. The silence was occasionally broken by the soft internal sounds of the house itself, the slight creak of a wooden joint shifting, gentle sigh of the wind passing over the roof tiles. These were the breathing sounds of the building itself, a living entity that sheltered the family through heat and storm. The afternoon deepened toward its hottest peak, a time when all serious thought gives way to mere existence. Time for simple, cool drinks and quiet introspection, a slow drifting into the threshold of sleep, the cool air of the underground cellar. The Connaught water system proved the necessary sanctuary, a reservoir of refreshing coolness rising up through the floor, rents a gift of engineering and patience. The Persian spirit understood the necessity of managing heat off, creating deep pockets of shadow and damp earth relief. Movement of the water below the house was constant and steady. Subterranean river guaranteeing survival, a low-frequency vibration of life beneath the silent floorboards. The texture of the whitewashed wall was slightly powdery to the touch, a mix of lime and clay, offering a simple pale surface with a reflected light rather than absorbing it. It was a canvas of domesticity, unadorned and functional. The quiet, pervasive comfort of living within these simple, strong materials was its own form of wealth. The sounds of the grinding stone began very soft-lying. A nearby courtyard, a neighbor beginning the slow preparation for the evening, was a slow, repetitive, rasping sound, a comforting auditory marker of the passage of time and the universal need for sustenance. The rhythm was deeply hypnotic, steady, persistent, reassuring. It spoke of work done carefully, without rush, without strain. The scent of fresh flour soon joined the other aromas of the courtyard, a dry, starchy sweetness mixing with the lingering cumin and smoke. It was the smell of ancient, sustained civilization, the staff of life made from the hardy grains grown in the fertile plains watered by the clever channeling of the mountain snowmouth. Boy in the corner had finally succumbed to the heat and the stillness. His breathing was slow, even shallow, a profound, restful quiet. His small body was utterly relaxed, folded comfortably against the wall. He was of the stillness, now absorbed into the deep peace of the midday rest, a perfect image of unburdened slumber. Coolness of the stone was drawing the heat from his small Fermi, a natural exchange of energy and temperature, a shadow of a bird passed swiftly across the white wall, a momentary dark movement against the brilliance, and then the stillness returned complete and undisturbed. The feeling of immense distance was everywhere present, the awareness of the vast Achaemenid world stretching away in every direction, south to Egypt, north to Scythia, east to the Indus, all held together by the careful administration of the king's governors and the speed of the royal road couriers. But here in this moment, that complexity faded. To a mere whisper, the true world was this small courtyard, this cool cistern, this simple home. The focus narrowed down to the fine details of the present moment, the way the light fell across the patterned floor mat, the precise hue of the aging brickwork, slow quiet settling of the dust motes. The weight of the air itself felt like a heavy velvet. Curtain dusting slowly muffling all unnecessary sound and movement. It invited a deep internal quiet, a cessation of conscious thought. The mind began to drift effortlessly, supported by the slow pace of the day. The sensation was one of profound, secure timelessness. Afternoon sun would eventually dip low enough to send shadows reaching across the plain, once more signaling the evening arrival. But that time remained distant, still veiled in the shimmering haze of the current moment. For now, there was only the sound of the trickling water, soft breathing of the resting children, the deep, inescapable quiet of the ancient Persian noon. The passage of time felt less like movement and more like a deepening, slow sinking into the essential reality of earth and heat and peace. Heavy scent of the old cedar chest seemed to deepen, releasing its preservative oil into the quiet, airy, protective aroma, keeping memory and matter safe, secure within the heart of the home. The world outside the high walls was merely drew more a distant echo of politics and power. The reality was the cool, damp earth beneath the floor, strength of the high roof beams, continuous presence of the slow, persistent light. The mind followed the sound of the water trickling softly down into the coolness of the marble cistern, constant sound, a reassuring promise of continuity in a land defined by dryness and vast space. The body relaxed further, sinking into the support of the resting place. The gentle weight of the air pressing softly upon the eyelids, steady, deepening into the restful embrace of the Achaemenid afternoon. All tension dissolved, melting into the pervasive warmth. The memory of labor and thought receded far away, leaving only the sensation of deep, simple peace. Colors in the room grew richer, more saturated in low, filtered light. The deep reds of the woven threads, the cool, pale blues of the pottery, the warm, soft ochre of the sun-baked clay, a rich, quiet palette of domestic life. Stillness held firm, an unbroken spell of quietude. Perfect moment of rest suspended in the vast sweep of Persian history. The simple act of breathing became the center of world, slow, steady, deep drawing in the soft, dry air, releasing the lingering heat. Profound surrender to the rhythm of the ancient land. Powerful, quiet lull of the Achaemenid noon. The earth slept and the house slept, and the mind followed into the deep, enveloping shadow of the restful chamber. The low hum of silence gathered around the ancient stone. It settled like the finest silt upon the skin. A profound coldness rose from the flagstones below it, kissed the exposed edges of the wrist and neck. Nasrullah stood motionless before the cloaked archway. His breath feathered the still chilled air. He held the simple lantern high. Its modest amber light struggled against the vast indigo gloom. The flame did not flicker. It burned straight and true, a velvet sentinel against the deep night of the earth. This space was not designed for the living. It felt suspended outside the turning wheel of hours. Each carved groove, each fissure etched into the bedrock, held a millennia of waiting. He traced the outline of a deeply cut symbol with his gaze. It was a crescent moon cradled within the spiral of a shella, motif belonging to no dynasty recorded in his worn leather kex. It whispered of something profoundly older than the recognized kings of the desert, a pre-dawn age known only to the wind and the whispering sand. The smooth basalt floor beneath his heavy boots seemed to absorb all sound. Even the gentle sigh of his movement was swallowed, leaving nothing but the gentle, ringing silence of absolute peace. Lowered the lantern a fraction. The shadows lengthened, stretching like liquid ink across the floor. They folded themselves around the corners, obscuring the depth of the passage ahead. He did not fear the darkness. Understood the darkness. It was simply unmanifest light awaiting its moment of expression. He reached out a gloved hand and touched the stone frame of the arch. It was cool beyond expectation, cooler than the surrounding subterranean air, as though the Material itself was drawing heat away from the world. He leaned closer, allowing the soft murmur of the deep structure to wash over him there. Was a resonance here? A gentle, low-frequency thrumming? It was not a structural sound like water or wind. It was the quiet weight of memory pressed into solid form. He felt the years not as a relentless march forward, but as a dense, stationary ocean. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing the sensory deprivation to deepen his focus. The world narrowed too. The feel of the glove against the rough, cold grain of granite, and the subtle metallic scent of deep earth and ozone when he opened his eyes. The small imperfections of the stone seemed to glow minute crystalline flecks, catching the ember wash of the lantern light. They sparkled like frozen distant stars within a midnight sea. Stepped through the archway, the sensation was akin to a veil of cool running water. Temperature dropped instantly another full measure. He found himself in a vast circular chamber. Its roof was impossibly high, lost entirely above the reach of his light. Only a dome of utter blackness hovered above. The walls of this chamber were unlike the previous passageways. They were not rough-hewn, they were polished. To a mirror sheen, a dark obsidian velvet, reflecting the small lantern back at him, 1,000 times, creating a slow, dizzying kaleidoscope of soft flame. The silence here was different to it. It was not merely the absence of noise, it was a pressurized quiet. A listening silence, as if the chamber itself waited expectantly for a sound long overdue in. The center of the polished floor stood a single pedestal. It was carved from pure milky white marble, a shocking contrast to the black walls. And upon that pedestal rested one solitary object. It was small and simple, made entirely of transparent crystal. The light from his lantern caught it, refracting into tiny rainbows that danced weakly on the obsidian walls. The crystal was utterly clear, untainted by flaw or dust. It seemed impossible that it had rested here, perhaps untouched for 3,000 years. He approached slowly, his heavy steps muffled by the strange acoustics of the room. The air felt thick like cooling honey, resisting his passage. He paused 3 paces from the pedestal. He dared not disturb the geometry of the ancient placement. He peered into the crystal vessel. It was empty, yet it was not empty. Space within the bowl shimmered with an indistinct pearlescent glow, soft inner luminescence that seemed independent of the lantern. He lowered his head slightly, attempting to discern the source of the inner light. Held no heat, it cast no shadow. It simply existed as captured moonlight held captive within the flawless glass. Felt a deep, peaceful release emanating from the object, a stillness so profound it quieted the anxious pulse of the blood. He felt the tension drain from his shoulders, his muscles relaxing their habitual guard. It was a powerful sense of resignation. And calm, he realized he was breathing more slowly, deeply. His inhalations were long, measured drafts of the cool, subterranean air. He lifted his gaze to the surrounding walls. He noticed the faint etchings now visible on the black obsidian. They were not crude drawings or formal inscriptions. They were constellations, vast intricate maps of the ancient sky rendered in fine silver line stars. And nebulae and clusters unknown to the modern eye. They were the skies of a time. Before recorded time, the silver lines did not reflect his light. They seemed instead to absorb it and then gently radiate it back, a faint spectral sheen across the black mirror walls. He moved his attention back to the pedestal, the milky white stone. He knelt carefully, allowing the silence to settle over him like a heavy blanket. He noticed then a hairline fracture near the base of the marble, a subtle flaw that seemed strangely purposeful. He ran his fingertip along the delicate crack. It felt cold and perfectly smooth as his skin brushed the marble. He felt a momentary shift in the deep silence. It was not a sound exactly, but the cessation of sound, a sudden drop in the low resonant hum of the earth, and then an incredibly faint sensation began to bloom in the air. It was the smell of rain upon dry, dusty petrichor of deep antiquity. It suggested an opening to the surface world far above ore. Perhaps it was merely the memory of rain. He stayed kneeling still, utterly absorbed by the crystal bowl. Pearlescent glow within it began to brighten almost imperceptibly. It was not becoming fiercely luminous. It was simply deepening its soft internal radiance. Faint silver etchings on the obsidian walls responded. The constellations seemed to move To swim across the polished surface, shifting slowly like ships navigating a dark ocean, he watched this gentle, silent ballet of light and shadow. He knew instinctively that the bowl was not an artifact of power. It was a vessel of contemplation, a mechanism for inducing a profound and ancient dream state. He felt his own eyelids growing heavy, weighted down by the surrounding peace. Weight of the cool air pressed lightly upon his body, urging him toward rest. He knew he should record his findings in his notebook, yet the effort felt immense and unnecessary. The true recording was happening within his minda. Deep assimilation of the silence and the stone and the light. He allowed his consciousness to drift toward the crystal, toward the captured moonlight. Within its depths, the faint aroma of ancient rain intensified for a moment, and then a single tiny flake drifted down from the roof far above it. It was not dust, it was delicate and weightless. A single perfect fragment of a pale, dried flower petal landed silently on the polished marble beside the pedestal. So pale, it was nearly invisible against the white stone. It held the distinct scent of dried lavender and something else far stranger. Something utterly alien and unknown. Gazed at the petal, it could not possibly survive the sealed environment. It could not have drifted from the surface world. It was an impossible intrusion into the perfect, sterile equilibrium of the chamber. As he reached out a hesitant finger to touch the delicate fragment, the light within the crystal bowl pulsed once, a single soft expansion of pearlescent glow. And the silver constellations on the obsidian wall stopped their movement, fixing themselves in an impossible alignment. A sky that never was and never will be. He felt his perception begin to blur at the edges, the lines between the cool stone beneath his knee and the distant velvet. Darkness above dissolved. He wondered fleetingly if the crystal was affecting the air he breathed, or if the silent chamber had simply claimed him as another sleeper. He felt his focus slipping like sand through the fingers. His eyes closed, not in conscious choice, but simply because they were too heavy to hold open. The last sensation was the gentle, lingering scent of the lavender. And the alien unknown, slow, rhythmic whisper seemed to rise, not from the air, but from the stone itself, a sound without language, without meaning only. The assurance of something profoundly beautiful and deeply hidden, a secret held within the cold, silent heart of the earth. He drifted entirely now on the scent and the soft, slow, rhythmic pulse toward the impossible constellation and the single delicate, impossible petal. He did not know if he was asleep or awake. He simply sank deeper into the quiet, letting the vast memory of the ancient stone hold him safe until the next turning. The air hangs heavy and cool. Velvet darkness still clings to the deep ravines of the ancient world. The desert breathes in slow, measured exhales. Susa sleeps beneath a shroud of stars that are beginning to pale and withdraw. The thick mud brick walls of the humble homes absorb the silence, the profound stillness. No sound yet disturbs the dreaming heart of the Persian Empire. Only the whisper of fine sand shifting imperceptibly far, far beyond the protective outer walls feel. The absolute quiet settle around you now. Is the moment suspended between the ending of night and the slow, hesitant birth of the Suna, perfect pause within the spinning sphere of Tima. Space only for deep, unburdened breathing. The sky above the highest Zagros peaks is turning the palest shade of pearl. A faint opalescence stretches thin across the colossal ceiling of the world. The small domestic courtyard, where you rest the air, is dry and cleanly cool. It smells profoundly of milled barley and sun-baked clay. The tiny chill dew that settled on the flagstones has evaporated almost instantly. A persistent dampness lingers near the shallow cistern mouth. The light arriving is not yet the aggressive gold of high noon. It is a soft Dovegri haze filtering downward through the small high window aperture, illuminating the rough, uneven texture of these ancient domestic walls. These walls are not etched with the triumphant bas-reliefs of Darius or Xerxes. They are simply marked by the subtle passage of countless days and nights and seasons dust. Motes begin to dance suspended within the newly arrived columns of light. They float like tiny golden sparks of forgotten time, moving without purpose or urgency. Listen closely now. The silence that felt absolute is yielding slightly. A deep, slow, rhythmic sound begins in the house adjacent to yours. Grindstone turning with the heavy, methodical weight of the newly arrived. Days flower stone against stone, accompanying friction. A monotonous abrasion, a sound that has echoed through every village and every satrapy in this realm for hundreds of years. The woman of the house perhaps has risen long before the first hint of light to prepare the foundational flatbread, the staple of every Persian meal here. The slow rhythmic scrape of the pestle within the heavy stone mortar spices being crushed, coriander perhaps, or the warm sharpness of cumin, they're volatile. Aromatic oils release slowly, reluctantly into the cool pre-dawn air. The smell promises warmth, sustenance, continuity. Small, fragile flame flares briefly near the hearth, a kindling fire being coaxed deliberately into sustained life. The dry wood crackles. Softly, a tiny, sharp explosion of contained heat in the encompassing coolness. Smoke rises thin and faintly blue, escaping through the narrow, purposeful vent high on the roof of Narration. Now stepping lightly through the small arched doorway onto the unpaved street of the working district of this sprawling city. Shadows are immensely long and clearly defined, now purple and black stretching across the dry, packed earth. The dense mud brick buildings stand shoulder to shoulder, silent and supportive. Witnesses their modest upper stories casting deep pools of shade below their protective awnings. The street itself is quiet save for the padding rhythmic footsteps of a single solitary figure, a water carrier perhaps making his first laborious circuit. Of the waking day, his heavy leather skins are full and taut, creating a low liquid sloshing sound, a deeply soothing and hypnotic rhythm of necessary labor. He passes slowly, disappearing into the ever-brightening amber glow of the distance. The massive cedar gates of the main city are beginning their slow resonant groan of waking, the immense cedar beams, complaining softly, protesting loudly against the immovable stone sockets, allowing the first extremely early vendors and farmers to enter the protective, formidable embrace of the walls. They move with a gentle, careful slowness, carrying heavy woven baskets, heavy with late-season grapes or fresh figs or the jeweled structure of pomegranates. The colors of the fruit still muted, almost pastel beneath the intensity of the rising sun. This is the true underlying rhythm of the King of Kings Empire, far removed from the gilded ostentation of the royal road or the official halls of state. It is a simple, profound cycle of rising and working, and resting and sleeping. Feel yourself now drifting effortlessly into this long-ago routine, this ancient, dependable schedule. Let the hypnotic sounds of ancient preparation carry you deeper and yet deeper into profound rest. The slow, inevitable wheel of the day turns and keeps turning. The world is born, and you are safely nestled securely within its quietest, most precious moment. Listen to the muffled, distant sounds of the first donkey carts beginning their journey, their small wooden wheels rumbling softly over the packed street. An intermittent sound that speaks of travel and connection and commerce. Sound travels across the dry expanse, then fades into the growing light. A potter perhaps begins to organize his kiln. Clink of terracotta against terracotta, high clear sound quickly absorbed by the surrounding quietin. The house across the way, a heavy wooden shutter, is slowly pushed open, letting in the full measure of the new light. Breath, a sigh. The subtle shift of woven material life is resuming its slow, patient, steady, measured pace. The pace of the Achaemenid world, a world built not on speed or frantic urgency, but on deliberate, measured, enduring strength. The foundation of empire is the reliable daily act. The bread baked, the water carried, the cloth woven. These are the unseen, profound pillars. Feel the weight of that history pressing gently on your eyelids. The weight of 200 years of consistent daily effort, carried out beneath the distant gaze of the immortals, beneath the all-seeing eye of Ahura Mazda. Warmth of the sun is now finally reaching the gusty street level. It warms the skin, slowly, tenderly pulling the remaining chill from the morning air. It is a dry, radiant heat, immediately comforting, immediately familiar. The light changes from amber to true gold. The shadows contract, becoming sharper, smaller, retreating beneath the heavy eaves. You watch the transition of light, the subtle change in geometry of the courtyard. As the heat intensifies, the scents also intensify. The sharp spice of cumin is now joined by the earthy sweetness of heating barley. Dawe, smell that anchors you deeply here in this ancient place. It is smell of home, of safety, of timeless belonging. You are surrounded by the simple, enduring comfort of an ordered life. The order imposed by the great kings. Yes, but sustained by the small, steady actions of ordinary people. People like the grinder of flour, the carrier of water, the baker of bread. Their lives formed the vast, deep reservoir of strength upon which the palace rests. Imagine the feeling of cool linen against your skin, the smooth, reassuring texture of woven flaxae. Sensation of profound peace enveloping you are cloaked. In the simplicity of this moment, the rhythmic sound of a distant hammer begins a dull, persistent thudding. A coppersmith perhaps shaping a vessel for the market. Sound travels so slowly through the dense air, each stroke separated by a vast gulf of silence, a perfect counterpoint to the quieta sound to listen to without needing to understand, just allowing the vibration to settle gently in your ears. The thought of movement diminishes entirely. There is nowhere you need to go, nothing you need to achieve, only the necessary process of deep, deep rest. Let the deep hypnotic sounds of this ancient civilization, the grinding, the sloshing, the distant thudding, pull you further into the quiet darkness behind your closed eyes. The light grows brighter, but your inner world remains hushed and calm, as sanctuary of absolute repose. Let go of every single remaining thought, drifting now on the cool Persian breeze, carried gently across the vast quiet plain toward the deep, profound center of absolute sleep, safe and sound within the enduring walls of Achaemenid life. The slow turning of the great water wheel persists outside the low, constant groan of wet wood against ancient stone. We move now into the hushed interior, a cooling shadow falling across our face. The light here is filtered and quieted, a soft amber glow, admitted only through narrow arched vents high above it. Is a place of meticulous effort where the mundane becomes monumental through sheer repetition. We are within the workshops of the Achaemenid city, where dust motes drift in the heavy, still air. Each tiny particle is suspended in a column of gold light, tracing the slow geometry of the stillness. The floor beneath us is packed earth smooth and cool against the solace of our feet. A heavy quiet settles upon the shoulders, a palpable release from the sun's insistent glare. The air carries the subtle tang of mineral dust, sweet scent of cedar shavings, and the metallic trace of bronze. We observe the craftsman cloak in simple linen tunics there. Movements slow and deliberate. They work without hurry, their labor a meditation measured not by hours but by seasons. A gentle rhythmic sound begins to permeate the silence. A steady tap of a hammer upon a piece of prepared copper is not a violent sound but a methodical pulsing, a deep soothing cadence that guides the breath. The smith is shaping a vessel, a wide ceremonial bowl meant for the king's table. He holds the metal with careful reverence, his gaze intense yet profoundly calm. Decades of inherited skill flow through his hands, a quiet understanding of temper and stress. He knows the voice of the metal. He speaks to a slow, patient strikes, coaxing the flat sheet into a perfect, rounded symmetry. The hammer falls a dull chime that vibrates low. In the chest timed thud chime, the repetition is hypnotic, a lullaby of industry. We watch the surface of the copper change, moving from a rough texture to a smooth, dull sheen. This object will last 1,000 years. It carries the weight of the artisans. Patience etched into its very molecular structure. Beside him sits an older monomaster of inscription, and he prepares a mixture of lampblack and oil dark, smooth paste for accentuating the reliefs. His tools are tiny, sharp slivers of iron and bonos to etch the delicate, uniform characters onto the rim. He works under the most careful light, his shadow large and motionless upon the wall. Each stroke is precise and unforgiving. The ancient words emerge slowly from the metal of prayer, or perhaps a record of the great king's generosity. We hear the faint rasp of the engraving tula, tiny scratching sound swallowed quickly by the vastness of the room. The air is cool now, a soothing balm against the skin. The density of the shadow encourages the eyelids to droop to seek the easy comfort of the dark. We drift closer to the shelves of finished pieces displaying the careful artistry of the Persian workshops. There are small bronze animals, lions, and bulls, stylized and muscular. Their eyes are hollow, sockets awaiting the final inlay of lapis lazuli, or perhaps polished jet. The forms are heavy. They possess a satisfying density that speaks of true permanentian assurance of enduring power. Light catches the cool blue surface of a jar of powdered pigment ground from mineral rock hauled from far eastern mountains. This deep indigo, this intense azure, waits to be mixed with egg temper destined for a wall. Fresco depicting a royal garden. Imagine the scent of the crushing stone. Dust rising, thick and blue around the laborers. Now it rests Syria, slumbering color, awaiting its awakening by the water and the brush across. The floor near a low table, another craftsman works with wood. He is a specialist in inlay, a careful master of contrasting textures. He shapes thin slivers of pale boxwood and dark ebony preparing to form geometric patterns upon a cedar chest. The scent of the woods is clean and sharp, a counterpoint to the metal tang. We hear the slow, gentle shave of the plania whisper of wood against blades. Sheshe. Ribbons of scent and light color. Foreler color. Softly to the earth his. The earth his. Movements are slow and cyclical, rhythm of the body perfectly harmonized with the tool. He fits the pieces. With infinitesimal Carreno gap is permitted no error, allowed to break the perfect flow of the pattern, this precise attention to detail this. Quiet dedication to symmetry is the heart of Achaemenid aesthetics, the ordered beauty of the great empire. Let the quiet weight of the wood settle upon the mind. Steady repetition anchoring the wandering thoughts. The world outside the thick mud brick walls has faded only. The immediate sensations remain cool earth, dull thud of the hammerth scent. Of resin and dust we feel the deep, slow, pulled downward surrender to the gravitational truth of repose. Scribe sits nearby away from the noising a reed pen and a prepared piece of stretched leather. He dips the pen into a small terracotta well of black incus, concentration absolute. The scraping sound of the reed against the parchment is almost imperceptible, a soft, dry whisper of scholarship. He records the inventory of the workshop, number of bronze cups, the weight of the silver ingots, hours logged by the apprentices each. Character of the Elamite script is formed with painstaking Korea, beautiful, efficient shape, conveying complex meaning. The ink dries quickly in the warm, dry air. We see the texture of the letterate slightly rough. Surface absorbing the deep black pigment. This record, this mundane tally of daily goods is itself a fragment of history. Speaks of the endless administration required to sustain an empire, this scholarly, unseen architecture of accounting and logistics. We allow ourselves to rest in the sheer volume of time these tasks consumeth millennia of careful work. The mind relaxes into the rhythm of the breathings low, even deep. The shadows lengthen imperceptibly. The quality of the light shifts towards a deeper ambera sunset tone that warms the air before the final descent of dusk. We move past the area where dyes are prepared, the source of the strong smells of minerals and fixing agents, pots of deep red ochre, vibrant saffron yellowing, the prized crushed lapis lazuli from distant Bactria. These colors possess a weight of richness that belongs to the earth itself. They are the colors of kings in ritual imagine. The deep indigo required for the robes of the king's bodyguard, the famed immortal's wool, dipped and re-dipped for days, absorbing the color until the fabric holds the darkness of the deep sea. The texture of the finished wool is soft and heavy, a velvet drape that moves with a silent gravity. We feel the imaginary coolness of the fabric against the chica, gentle, soothing presence. This immense organization, this patient production of beauty and utility, is the lifeblood of the great Persian plain. Think of the vast network of roads, royal roads stretching from Sardis all the way eastward along. These paths move materials, the gold, wood, spices, the raw materials of the daily life. We observe the steady plodding pace of the loaded camels there. Soft padded feet muffling the sound of the dry road, their breath teeming in the cooler air. Of the dawn passes, the camel bells ring softly across the plains. Distant melodic music of travel and commerce ding tong ting, sound that carries across the silent wilderness a reassurance of human endeavor. We are safe here within the ancient walls, protected by the enduring structure of the empire. City rests upon centuries of carefully planned infrastructures, notably the conquests. These Subterranean channels bring the precious water from the distant mountains in engineering feat of patient genius. Closely, if we quiet our inner senses enough, we can almost hear the faint subterranean murmur, sound of cool water flowing deep beneath packed earth floor. A steady, hidden currenta, perpetual flow that sustains the gardens and the people. It is the quiet sound of life itself, an endless stream moving in the darkness. Water is cool and eternally enacted by the heat. Above this sound is the essence of deep sleep, patient, relentless movement toward repose. We let the sound of the unseen flow take us deeper, allowing the consciousness to drift with the current. The scent of the clay ovens from the bakery next door drifts in now a momentary intrusion of warmth and sustenance, the earthy smell of baking bread, staple food of the Achaemenid citizen flat. Rounds of barley bread pulled hot from the dome of the oven ready for the evening meal. This simple food, this foundational element of existence, it is shared by the peasant and the satrapa, unifying constant in the hierarchy of the Persian world. Feel the gentle warmth of the imaginary oven, a residual heat that encouraged the muscles to soften, release the tension held in the jar. Released. The slight stiffness of the shoulders sinks slowly into the supporting quiet beneath us. The metalworker has stopped his hammering. The silence returns deeper and more absolute than before only. The distant rhythmic sigh of the apprentice at the bellows remains a soft, low breath. The shadows have merged into large pools of velvet dark. The details of the room begin to soften their edges, blurring into indistinct shapes. The geometry of the workshop simplifies, bumming blocks of deep shadow and faint remaining. The light is now purely twilight amber. Final glow before the night takes hold as the colorful old winter shade of polished agate. Profound tranquility settles over the seethe, quiet winding down of the long Persian day. The weight of the eyes increases. It is time to close the senses to the outer world, to turn inward toward the ancient silent landscape of the mind. Careful work of the artisans is done, for now their tools lay disinteresting until the light of the new dawn calls. Then back to effort. The great empire sleeps now, a vast expanse of land and stone and silent cities. From the Mediterranean coast to the Indus Valley, millions of souls are entering the deep restorative darkness. We join them in their shared collective. Repose. The dust of the ancient world settles upon us gently. The quiet presence of the Achaemenid stone surrounds us. Are protected by the depth of this history, the immense slow weight of time. Let the final thoughts of the day drift away like the smoke from the cooling brazier. They dissipate into the soft dark air. Nothing remains but the slow easy rhythm of the breath. Inhale, deeply exhale, fully release all conscious control. We descend into the deep cool oblivion of the Persian night. Let the whispers of the ancient kings fade into the comfortable silence. Sleep now deep, slow, enduring sleep. The silence holds us, the dark enfolds. Us drift, slowly, deeper, still into the quiet. The cool weight of the night settles. We rest within the ancient stone, rests within the enduring peace, sleep. The air here was a breath held for 5,000 years, thick with the subtle scent of pulverized mineral and the cold quietude of deep stone. We moved with a reverent slowness, our shadows long and hesitant wraiths stretched thin by the faint amber luminescence filtering through the dust-heavy atmosphere. The chamber was circular, vast, and cloaked in perpetual twilight, an inverted dome, carved not by tools but seemingly by the patient weight of the ages themselves. Above us, the ceiling vanished into the black ether, save where that singular light source offered its pale, fragile gift. Our gaze settled upon the central feature, a monolith of ancient jade rising from the floor like a solitary island in an ocean of gray. It was etched deeply with glyphs that were neither script nor symbol, but intricate patterns of celestial motion, charting the solemn pilgrimage of long-forgotten suns. We traced the carvings with our eyes, absorbing the hypnotic rhythm of the lines that spiraled upward, suggesting a profound connection between the deep earth and the limitless void. This was not a burial site nor a palace vault. It was a calendar made of mountain rock, a silent repository of astronomical wisdom. Predating every known epoch, low, resonant hum began to vibrate through the stone floor beneath our feet. Not a loud, disruptive noise, but a felt resonance. A fundamental frequency awakening the structure. The sound was deep, sepulchral, the very voice of the Earth adjusting its position relative to the indifferent stars. This resonance intensified only slightly enough to stir the dust motes, dancing in the slender beams, creating miniature galaxies that spun and drifted. Effortlessly, we watched, mesmerized as the jade monolith responded to the subtle pressure of this vibration. Tiny crystalline components embedded within the jade began to glow faintly, a soft internal luminescence that spread like cool water. They shone with the color of distant glacial ice, reflecting the geometry etched into the rock face around the perimeter of the room. These reflective surfaces were mirrors, polished smooth by time, revealing distorted images of ourselves, small and irrelevant within this vast architectural silence. The jade rotated imperceptibly, slowly turning on its unseen axis of movement. So gradual it was measured in the slow drift of our own sleepy breathing, was adjusting itself, perhaps aligning with some ephemeral point in the sky that had just crossed the meridian of this unseen place. Our understanding was fragile, tentative, based only on the profound weight of intuition that settled heavy upon the conscious mind. This apparatus was an oracle, a machine for reading the future written in the deep past. We stepped closer, drawn by the irresistible gravity of the slowly turning stone. Glyphs now seemed to ripple beneath the internal light like water disturbed by a faint breeze. We noticed a sequence of repetition of symbols that occurred only once every full rotation, hinting at cycles of time far exceeding human lifespan. One symbol in particular caught the gaze, a complex rendering of a crescent shape enclosing a single perfect dot of absolute blackness. It was repeated 9 times, forming a ring around the base of the jade pillar. We considered the implication of the number, the geometry. The deep shadow contained within the lunar arcus, the final rotation, clicked into its resting place, a mechanism within. The pillar engaged with a hush so quiet it was almost painful. Of the floor surrounding the jade began to sink downward. Flawlessly, smoothly, without a single grinding sound, it revealed a polished staircase spiraling into the absolute depths. The steps themselves carved from a material that absorbed light entirely. Air rushing up from the newly opened aperture was markedly different, colder, cleaner, carrying the subtle saline tang of distant subterranean water. We stood at the threshold of this descent, looking down into the waiting void, the opening a perfect black circle promising deep concealment. This was the true path, the passage that the monolith had guarded for millennia. The road to the final secret hidden far below the bedrock. Profound sense of inevitability settled over us, the recognition that this journey was not optional, but prescribed by the very forces that had woven this silent labyrinth. We stepped carefully onto the first stair, feeling the unnatural coldness of the material beneath our feet. It felt like walking upon frozen moonlight, devoid of warmth, yet strangely supportive and firm. Only light now came from the slowly receding glow of the jade monolith above, which was already beginning to dim, returning to its somnolent state. We were entering a world where light was a temporary visitor and shadow was the primary resident, the constant companion. Spiral descent was agonizingly slow, each step a commitment to the increasing darkness and the crushing weight of the earth above. We counted our paces, measuring the depth of our withdrawal from the familiar world of surface reality. 100 steps, 200 steps, the original chamber now a faint glimmer of amber far above like a dying star. And the firmament, the air grew thicker, denser, pressing against the eardrums, a sensation akin to sinking slowly through deep, tranquil water. Silence here was not the absence of sound, but a positive presence of vibrational frequency of pure quietude that rested heavily upon the soul. It stripped away the petty anxieties of the waking world, replacing them with a vast, profound inner stillness. We realized that this descent was also a dissolution, a gentle dismantling of the ego in preparation for the revelation that waited below 300 steps, 400 steps, and the temperature stabilized at an intense frigid level. Yet the cold did not sting, it merely soothed. It wrapped around us like a blanket woven from winter mist, guiding us deeper into the geological embrace. The steps gave way to a perfectly level tunnel carved through the solid black rock, extending straight ahead into an absolute vanishing point. We moved forward now, not walking, but drifting along the floor, the pace dictated by the hypnotic gravity of the unseen destination. The silence was punctuated only by the faint, almost inaudible drip of water somewhere far ahead, suggesting the presence of a hidden underground stream. This sound was immensely comforting. A rhythmic marker of the passage of time in a place where time itself seemed to have ceased to matter. Rock walls glistened faintly, not with moisture, but with infinitesimal embedded flecks of mica reflecting the deep internal sheen of the material itself. It was a slow procession toward a truth too massive, too ancient to comprehend entirely at once. Tunnel opened into another space, smaller, more intimate than the monolith chamber, yet carrying an even greater weight of historical silence. It was a circular basin of polished slate reflecting the total darkness above like a pool of black mercury. And in the center of this slate basin rested a single object, small and perfectly spherical. It pulsed with a soft internal blue light, ethereal and mesmerizing, the color of a distant nebula seen through a powerful lens. We approached the sphere, cautiously drawn by its steady, hypnotic, thrumming light. It was made of no discernible terrestrial material, shimmering faintly at the edges like captured starlight, solidified into a perfect orb touching. It felt impossible, sacrilegious, yet the invitation was overwhelming, a silent demand for connection. The sphere rotated slowly like the monolith above, but its movement was biological, organic, seeming to breathe with its own quiet intelligence. As we drew near, the intensity of the blue light increased slightly, projecting intricate shadows. Upon the slate floor, the shadows were not random shapes, but perfect geometric forms, shifting and reforming into complex, multi-dimensional patterns. They represented maps, perhaps, or blueprints of architectures that spanned gulfs of space and time. We could only dimly imagine. We realized that this sphere was a key, a data storage device, perhaps, or simply a perfected navigational tool. It held the answer to the origins of the entire structure, the silent architect of the jade pillar and the descending staircase. As we knelt beside the basin, the sphere seemed to acknowledge our presence, its internal light shifting from deep blue to a profound, mesmerizing violet. The subtle hum returned, focus now, concentrated entirely within the sphere itself. Radiated sensation of immense age of cosmic isolation. Of journeys taken across vast interstellar distances, we reached out a single trembling hand, slowly, cautiously extending toward the polished surface of the violet orb. Just as our skin made contact, the light flared once, then dimmed drastically, leaving only a soft, pervasive glow that permeated the entire chamber. The sphere did not feel cold or warm. It felt absent, neutral, impossibly dense. Yet the moment of contact triggered something internal, something deep within our own sleeping consciousness. Rush of information did not enter our minds, but rather a feeling of profound recognition, a memory that was not our own. Felt the slow drift through utter blackness, the cold certainty of stellar navigation, the absolute silence of the void end. Then the chamber walls began to weep, slow, thick droplets of a substance that resembled ancient, solidified resin. Light from the sphere was captured by these weeping streaks, illuminating the walls with shifting ribbons of violet and obsidian. Air filled with a faint, sweet mineral fragrance, the odor of deep space and timeless stone mingled perfectly. Knew then that the sphere had not revealed a simple location or a historical date, but a trajectory, a long-forgotten path leading away from the world we knew it, pointed outward and downward into a realm submerged beneath the foundations of the land itself. The weeping resin formed tiny pools around the base of the slate basin, reflecting the violet glow of the quieted sphere. We remained suspended in this moment of perfect revelation and gentle mystery, allowing the silent information to settle. The air grew heavy, not with dust, but with possibility. The floor beneath the slate began to tremble slightly, imperceptibly, suggesting another hidden mechanism was being slowly activated. Distant sound drifted up from the deeper geological layers. A low liquid sigh, like the rhythmic breathing of a truly colossal submerged entity. It was not a dangerous sound, but an ancient promise, a deep invitation to follow the silent course laid out by the violet light. Some chamber waited, and the slow tremor promised an imminent further descent into the velvet dark beneath the history of the world. The path now opened. The morning stillness held fast, a fragile vessel of cool air protected by thick earthen walls. The remnants of the desert night lingered in the shadow pools of the inner corde. Hushed quietude settled upon the city of Susa before the great furnaces of day were stoked. Ancient stone absorbed the pale light filtering down from the high vents, its surface etched with the patient history of empires rising and falling. Centuries melted into the mortar, the fine dust settling gently over everything unseen. This specific hour was reserved for the deep private silence of the Persian home, before the clamor of the marketplace, before the grinding stones began their rhythmic protest, before the call to the morning ablutions disturbed the dreams. Still holding sway, a faint scent of dried twigs and cooling charcoal drifted from the kitchen area. It was a smell of simple, enduring sustenance, a promise whispered across the cool floor tiles of the courtyard. Above the tiled roof, the sky was turning a soft, uncompromising azure, the color of lapis lazuli. Warmed by the promise of the coming heat, we drift slowly toward the source of sound, a small, delicate noise that signals the first stirring of domestic life, the soft scraping of a reed mat being unfolded, a quiet rustle of linen, the faint velvet sound of bare feet on clay. These movements were performed with instinctive quietude, lest they wake the sleeping elder. Mistress of the house moved with the practiced grace of habit, her hands already seeking the clay amphora where the filtered water resided. The precious substance, cool and life-giving, was poured into a shallow bronze bowl. Light caught the water, momentarily creating a brief, ephemeral mirror, a moment of slow perfection before the duties of the day demanded attention. She knelt before the small charcoal brazier, shielded from the wind by a low mud brick wall. Embers from last night were coaxed back to life with gentle, sustained breaths. Tiny plumes of smoke lifted, curling lazily toward the open sky. A prayer whispered, perhaps, or merely a simple calculation of the day's tasks. The air grew thin and sweet with the smoke of aromatic wood chips now feeding the flame. The process was slow, deliberate, requiring focus and patience, an antidote to the rushing fever of the outside world that waited beyond the compound walls. We noticed the subtle details of the courtyard, now bathed in slightly brighter light, the faint impressions of cuneiform script pressed into the baked bricks near the foundation. Simple blessings, perhaps, or the name of the chief architect millennia ago even. The mundane structure bore the weight of high culture, the written word everywhere. Here, the water source, a cluster of herbs hung, drying thyme and mint, their scent dormant. They awaited the heat of the sun to release their subtle healing essence. Everything in this space was designed for the slow, cyclical nature of Persian time. The shadows shortened, retreating from the center of the yard, a slow procession marking the inevitable march towards the high zenith of the sun. Inside the main living chamber, the air remained dark and heavy with sleep. Heavy wool blankets woven with deep crimson and ochre threads lay discarded. The deep sleep of the family lingered like the thick scent of the oil lamps recently extinguished. It was a sleep earned through labor and a long, slow journey of imperial life outside the compound gates. The distant lowing of an ox cart could be heard. The city itself was stretching, yawning, stirring its great ancient limbs. Soon the flow of citizens would begin along the major avenues. The officials, the merchants, the soldiers, the water carriers, but here in this quiet, sheltered dwelling, the ancient rhythm persisted undisturbed. The woman finished tending the fire, now a steady glowing heart of the home. She moved toward the small chamber where the grinding stone awaited, a heavy wheel of dark basalt, the most essential tool of the household. The daily ritual of transforming the raw grain into flour began. Low rasping sound, steady and comforting, that permeated the early morning silence. The sound was hypnotically repetitive, a natural metronome marking the hours of antiquity. Slow turn after slow turn, the wheat yielded its fine white powder dust settled on the shoulders of the miller, a soft ghostly mantle of her devotion. This simple task connected her to every woman who had lived under the protection of the great king from the Indus to Aegean. This was the language of daily survival. Below, murmuring voices of children finally began their quiet ascent from sleep. Their calls were muffled, distant like sounds heard through thick water. They too must rise to the order and schedule of the Achaemenid day, perhaps a young boy already dreaming of his lessons with the local scribe, learning the careful wedge shapes of the Elamite or old Persian tongues, or a daughter helping to sort the dried pomegranates for the midday meal life. Here was not defined by great decrees or monumental battles, was defined by the careful preparation of bread and the diligent upkeep of the clay home. It was the persistent hum of the mundane that truly sustained the vastness of the empire. Heavy brass latch on the main door was slowly lifted. The sound was a low metallic complaint signaling the opening of the private world to the public sphere. A breath of hot, dusty air immediately flowed inward, changing the atmosphere. Carried the faint smells of the nearby stables and the metallic tongue of the distant coppersmith. The pace quickened slightly now, as the first sunlight hit the threshold. A golden stripe of dust motes dancing in the air illuminated the interior. The man of the house emerged, cloaked and simple, undyed linen ready for his days. Commerce, his eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness outside the doorframe. He paused, observing the street scene, the slow trickle of activity beginning, the water cellar with his leather sacks slung across his shoulder, already shouting his trade. The deliberate steps of the royal guards pacing their measured watch further down the avenue. Everything was ordered. Everything was accounted for. Under the watchful celestial eye, he stepped out onto the ancient cobblestones, feeling the heat already radiating upwards, the sensation of the city pressing in close after the cool confinement of the home. Streets were narrow here, providing necessary shade during blinding noon hours. The houses rose up steeply, their upper windows small apertures against the sun's glare. He nodded to his neighbor, another simple trader dealing in woven goods and dyes, a silent acknowledgement of shared purpose and shared citizenship within this imperial system. The morning exchange was short, practical, devoid of excessive pleasantries. The sun climbed higher, turning the ambient light from amber to a brilliant, unrelenting gold. This gold was reflected in the polished bronze decorations on the official buildings, nearby, a constant, silent reminder of the power centralized in the distant palaces. The man began his slow, deliberate walk toward the bazaar. His route was a path worn, smooth by generations of sandals and the relentless turning of the years. He passed the communal bakehouse, where the large clay ovens were now fully blazing. A comforting, rich aroma of leavened bread filled the adjacent alleyway. Was the scent of civilization, the fragrance of stability and imperial peace. Paused briefly by a small shrine dedicated to Ahura Mazda, the wise lord. Flames inside the bronze dish flickered steadily, protected by obsidian windbreaks. A moment of quiet reverence before entering the chaos of the marketplace proper. He breathed in deeply the mix of dust heat and exotic spice, the cumin, the coriander, the saffron, all transported across vast sun-drenched distances. They were the proof of the empire's reach, the silent evidence of the royal road's efficiency. Each grain of spice, each woven bolt of cloth, each clay tablet holding accountancy details, all contributing to the slow, persistent heartbeat of Achaemenid daily life. The man continued his slow, steady pace, unhurried and observant, his mind already tracing the margins of profit, the cost of labor, the value of the silver coinage, the mundane equations that underpin the splendor of Persepolis. His passage was merely one small thread in the immense woven fabric of Persian society, a necessary function observed under the indifferent gaze of the Hatsun. Quiet journey, continuing into the slow, bright morning of the empire. We follow his shadow, lengthening and shortening on the ancient stones, drifting easily within the measured pace of this timeless historical scene, letting the subtle sounds and the deep warmth of the past settle over us. Now a slow, steady rhythm, perfect for deep, enduring slumber. Scent of dust and ancient commerce hangs in the air, a hypnotic atmosphere of history repeating its quiet domestic routines under the boundless sky of Persia. We surrender to the deep peace of the long-gone day. Coolness still clung low to the flagstones of the Apadana courtyard, a profound chill preserved by the immense mass of the ancient stone. Sunlight had climbed high enough to paint the highest column capitals, but the shade remained pooled like deep indigo dye in the vast colonnades. We watch the way the morning air settles and shifts it, carries the faint dry scent of baked clay and distant mountain dust, a gentle aroma that speaks of endless deserts stretching far beyond these walls, and the slow movement of the empire breathes around us. The stillness here is not emptiness, but a deep reservoir of time. Feel the weight of the air, heavy with history, yet impossibly light above your closed eyes. The granite lions carved into the staircase seem to breathe the silence there. Etched musculature captures a moment frozen 300 years ago, a relentless stillness held within the hard dark rock of the mountain feel, the sheer weight of the millennia pressing gently on your shoulders. Great halls were not designed for speed or hurried steps. They were built for the measured pace of kings and the slow procession of history imagined. The footfalls of the immortals sounding dull and heavy on the polished floor, each step a confirmation of eternal stability and slow dominion. Stone absorbs the sound, muffling the brief echoes of human effort. It is the architecture of permanence. Itself standing utterly still, its shadows are deep and comforting. Sanctuary from the bright, relentless sun waiting outside the palace gates. The transition from the deep blue of the night to the pale gold of the morning is slow. It happens across the span of hours within these silent walls. The color shifts almost imperceptibly on the face of the carved reliefs. The figures of men and beasts seem to stir only in the changing quality of the light. Their stone eyes remain fixed upon the horizon. Of ancient history, they watch the slow passage of the sun across the wide Persian sky, a sky that holds the same pale blue hue it held when Darius walked these pavements. Think now of the textiles that draped the chambers within the palace structure. Heavy silks dyed with indigo and the rich deep crimson derived from cochineal fabrics, woven in distant Sadia, now resting here in the heart of the empire. They hang like curtains of midnight in the slow setting sun. The deep wine colors catch the stray shafts of light filtering through the high narrow windows. The velvet texture seems to be remaining luminosity of the moringa. Palpable richness that speaks of unimaginable wealth, gathered patiently over generations. The threads themselves hold the quiet rhythmic hum of the loom, a distant sound from the weaving houses far away near the Riviera. Soft, persistent sound that never truly ceases in the vast quiet of the city. The simple linens worn by the royal scribes are soft against the skin-muted shades of cream and pale ochre, reflecting the pale desert soil they stand upon. Air quality inside the cool halls is different from the outside heat. It is drier, cleaner, holding only the faint mineral scent of the quarried stone breathe. In this cool, ancient air slowly, deeply, allowing it to settle your mind feel. The slight pressure change as you move from the open colonnade to the covered hall. The roof structure above you is vast and weighty, a ceiling of slow cedar wood imported from Lebanon and held aloft by the mighty columns. The dark wood smells faintly of resin and cool distance. Quiet aroma of slow growth and immense effort. The cedar beams hold the darkness. Close, preventing the blinding intrusion of the daylight hit. Creates a perfect atmosphere of deep, hushed contemplation. Listen closely now for the gentle hush sounds of the water channels. The slow, purposeful trickle feeding the palace cisterns beneath the stone floor. It moves beneath the paving stones. A constant, gentle murmur, soft and low. The sound is cooling, deep, and utterly restful, like a secret conversation shared between the earth and the river far, far away. Sound that has been the same for 2,000 years or more in this slow city. The low, sweeping sound of bundled reeds against the smooth courtyard floor. A servant moves with infinite slowness, tidying this space, the faint, dry scrape repeating softly, softly in the distance. This is not the chaotic noise of Nineveh or the sudden clamor of Babylon. This is the deliberate quiet of Cyrus' chosen city. Here moves according to the rhythm of the sun and the slow decree of the great King A, slow, predictable orbit of duty and slumber. Wraps around you, now imagine the clay tablets. Stored in the treasury archives, thousands upon thousands of administrative records resting on cedar shelves. Each tablet etched carefully with the cuneiform script, holding the names of soldiers. The measures of grain, the routes of caravans is slow, steady. Accounting of the immense mechanism of the empire. The clay dust that settles on the surface is ancient and finite. Smells of dry earth and a long passage of motionless time. No one rushes here. The work of empire is a slow, deliberate act. The scribes write with infinite patience, dipping their stylus into the soft, damp clay, soft pressing sound, a gentle etching of history into the earth. Itself feel the stillness of those rooms, cool and cloaked in perpetual shade. The deep shadow protects the Records from the drying heap preserving the history in a perfect state of suspended animation. Think of the long straight road, the royal road that connects Susa to Sardis, a dusty line. Traversing mountains and deep, silent plains, it is the lifeblood of Persia, yet its movement is measured and slow. The caravans move at the deliberate pace of the heavily laden camel. Their slow rhythmic sway beneath the morning sky is hypnotic. Hear the faint, slow padding of the hooves against the dry earth. Faraway sound muffled by the distance and the sheer volume of the desert air. The dry air carries the scent of strange spices from the east, cinnamon and frankincense, and the sharp, earthy smell of saffron, rich blend that permeates the stillness. Of the palace morning, these aromas represent the slow, powerful reach of Achaemenid rule that stretches further than any single mind can comprehend. Let the scent wash over you gently, now carrying you deeper into sleep. The color of the stone is a pale ochre shifting to rose in the heat of the rising sun, but here in the shade it is a calming gray blue. Ancient stone remains cool beneath your resting hand. Its texture is smooth, yet deeply etched by the subtle weathering of ages feel. The tiny imperfections, the microscopic traces of time passing so slowly. This stone was placed here with enormous effort and profound intention. It was meant to last beyond the memory of men, beyond the length of 1,000 lives, and it stands still, silently holding its ancient promise of permanence. The quiet dignity of the Achaemenid court is palpable in the lack of sudden noise there. Are no shouts or sharp commands, only the low murmur of respectful conversation, the deep voices of the satraps discussing the affairs of their distant provinces. Their words are deliberate, chosen slowly and carefully. The Persian language sounds deep and resonant in the hushed halls, is the language of slow, powerful rule, of absolute control without frantic haste. Imagine the weight of the silver and gold resting within the secure depths of the treasury. The smooth, cool metal piled high in enormous chests, reflecting the darkness like deep, slow water in a cavern. It waits patiently, accumulating weight and value without motion. The silence surrounding this stored wealth is absolute, testament to the slow, steady accumulation of tribute from every corner of the known worldview. Can almost feel the presence of the mountain itself, pressing down the bedrock of the structure, sinking slowly deep into the earth, giving this capital its profound stability, its sense of unwavering purpose. The shadows lengthen as the sun moves overhead, casting sharp lines. These shadows are dark and deafening, offering a sense of safe enclosure. They wrap around the immense columns like cloaks of pure indigo, providing a shelter for your mind to settle and unwind. This is the slow, deep rhythm of Achaemenid Persia, place where time moves like the slow tide of the inland sea, and hurried, predictable, majestic in its immense scale feel. Your breath matching the slow, steady pace of this ancient moment. Inhale the cool air, exhale the lingering tensions of your modern life. Let the sheer weight of this ancient history press you gently down into the velvet darkness that waits patiently for your slumber. Feel the stillness of the columned halls wrapping you close and securely. The amber light fades now behind the thick walls of sun-dried brick. Long, slow shadows lengthen and merge into one profound blanket. Deep, hushed quiet of Achaemenid Persia claims the world outside, and inside only the slow, steady sound of the cooling stone remains. You are suspended here in this perfect stillness, safe beneath the immense, unchanging gaze of the mountain empire, drifting slow into the deepest history of sleep. The air here was thicker laden with the dust of forgotten ages, that fine white silt settling upon everything like a cold shroud of pale cotton. The stone ceiling arched far above you, closed instantly in the absolute darkness. A colossal space carved by hands, now duster, perhaps by something far older than humanity, rose upon rows of obsidian shelves stretched endlessly into the chilled gloom, bearing a silent knowledge. We could only guess that these were not ordinary brittle scrolls, but heavy metallic folios bound in leather soft as velvet, hand, etched with script that defied the weak light. We moved slowly through the monumental halter, low boots scraping softly on the smooth, perfectly flat stone floor. Each small sound echoed once briefly, a single hesitant noise swallowed immediately by the overwhelming density of the silence. silence that felt intentional, and profound a great mechanism designed for perfect rest. This deep archive had been deliberately sealed to keep the sleeping histories utterly undisturbed. Single lantern we carry cast a shivering amber glow barely reaching the lowest tier of shelves. It painted the spine of one impossibly heavy book, revealing a title written in a language of stars. Every quiet breath we took seemed sacrilegia. Tiny disturbance in the deep mausoleum of time. We were walking through slumbering eons where single moments stretched into cool millennia. The air grew steadily colder. The deeper we proceeded, humidity of the surface long since vanished only. The dry, cold permanence of the bedrock remained deeper within the frigid chamber where the rows of books finally. Succeed, a massive monolith stood entirely alone. It was a perfect rectangular block of solid quartz strands length and milky white inside. Its perfectly frozen crystalline heart something shimmered faintly, a slow shifting shape neither truly liquid nor solid. Stone it was a massive solitary glyph that breathed slowly pulsing with a faint internal fire of pale blue. This was the secret vault guarded by the eternal quartz sentinels. I reached out a hesitant gloved hand. The surface of the quartz was impossibly cold, drawing the very warmth right from the bone. Ancient forbidden knowledge was protected by pure ice. The monolith whispered of things utterly unseen, oft forgotten. Civilizations swallowed by the turning sands and collective memories erased by the slow, cruel turning of the earth. We found the final inscription etched, not onto the surface of the quartz, but somehow suspended and floating within its clear volume. It spoke only of the great sleep. Silent message warned us gravel in it to disturb. Those deep ancient sleepers, we stood utterly transfixed by the sight, watching the internal fire of the quartz slowly dimpen, flicker once sharply, and then blaze into a sudden pure emerald light. The entire monumental room was briefly illuminated, revealing a hidden door right beside the monolith, a perfect and visible seam in the otherwise flawless stone. A slow, cold draft of air spilled out instantly from the dark opening, carrying the distinct metallic scent of deep water and rusted bronze. We looked at the silent open invitation. The darkness beyond was absolute and beckoning, a profound drop into utter unknowing. Had found the passage to the subterranean river. The black water waited patiently beneath the massive mountain, a dark, cold mirror reflecting nothing but the void. The final difficult decision hung heavy in the unnatural silency. Breath held too long in the heart of the world. We stepped slowly toward the cold, flowing air into the overwhelming mystery of the deep, deep earth. The long shadow of the western column stretched a cloak of deep ochre across the basalt pavement. The relentless Persian sun had finally begun its slow disgenta, final fiery exhalation over the dry, distant hills of Fars. Air once thick and shimmering with heat now softened into a pale velvet, cool, a hushed promise of respite. The dust suspended since middays lily settled back upon the ancient Insomnia. Fine reddish film, returning to its source. We rest here now in the quiet interval between the day's toil and the night's deep slumber within the monumental shadow of the King of Kings Sivan. The most mundane takes on an immense eternal quality. The day laborers have departed there. Slow footsteps echoing faintly down the unpaved alleyways of the town below the citadel, carrying the weight of their Wagismo copper currency, Evie. With the scent of the Royal Minta lone water carrier, Pasha's leather sack damp and cool against his shoulder. Gentle slosh of the liquida, soothing rhythma, counterpoint to the quiet throom off the vast sleeping administration. The great granaries near the gate stand like silent sentinels, filled with the bounty of many. Fertile land, sweet barley sesame, meticulously accounted for in small kiln-fired clay table sets. The sharp stylus of the royal scribes. We drift into the scent now. Complex aroma rising from the small kitchens built low against the outer retaining walls. Gentle breath of cumin and coriander carried on the cooling breeze and mixed with the faint metallic tang off wood smoke and damp earth. It is the hour of the oven. The simple flat bread being peeled away from the inner clay while steaming softly into the early dusk. The sound of the grinding stone. Ancient mortar and pestle, a repetitive, hypnotic lull, slowly pulverizing the dried herbs. Then costly cinnamon bark brought from the eastern provinces along the long, smooth artery of the mighty. A royal road imagined a dull glow within the courtyard, a single oil lamp, newly lit amber light trembling against. The thick mud brick walls, its fragile flame casts long dancing shadows off the simple household. Items earthen jars for water and wine stacked neatly near the whelm's wooden tools, leaning patiently waiting. For the dawn the world narrows, now it contracts. In ward away from the grand pronouncements of the thrown away from the armies and the great fleet stowed this simple quietude of his necessary peace. The light catches the edge of a polished bronze bowl, reflecting a perfect tiny circle of deep arrangement. Final. Residue of the sun, the thoughts that clung to the daylight, small anxieties, the necessary plans begin to loosen their tenacious hold like dry, brittle leaves falling away from the strong autumn branch. They are permitted to drift vanish entirely into the thickening air of the evening. The night watchmen have not yet begun their steady, slow circuitry round. There is only the silence and the occasional distant lowing gulf, a stable beast settling itself down for the long rest. Feel the cool air settle around you like a robe of fine Persian linen, softly woven, securely comforting, each thread of time lengthened, stretching out infinitely into a sequence of seamless, slow moments, a quiet chain forged not of iron but of deep, profound stillness, are held safe here within the sheer scale of this ancient empire, where the simple act of sleep is a continuity unbroken for centuries. Feel the immense weight of the stone foundations bent this very placid, deep bedrock that anchors Susa or Pasargadae, or the great terrace of Persepolis. This stone is eternal and unmoving. It carries no burden of worry. It simply isn't resting upon it. Share in that absolute stillness. Let the consciousness become heavy like the damp clay of a freshly formed table twitting. To be smooth waiting only for silence and inscription. No. History is being written now. No king demands attendant, no messenger rides the dark road. The only journey remaining is the deep inward path towards complete and unburdened slumber. The scent of cedar wood, smoky, a final aromatic whispers from the hearth of prayer, perhaps, or merely the ritual end of the working day, carries the mind higher into a darker, softer layer of night above the roofs, above the silent Sutinto, the vast cool darkness, where the constellations of Persea shine with cold, brilliant clarity. These were the same skis that watched over the builders, that watched over the weavers of fine fabrics, that watched over the royal accountants. The universe itself, house shouldering its breath. For your repose, you are sinking deeper now, the ground receding gently below, leaving you weightless but thin, in a perfect neutral tranquility. Whispers of the history turn into soft murmurs, meaningless sounds of comfort like water flowing over smooth river stone. Sleep waits deep calm, absolutio, welcome. Darkness without beginning or endingly, restingingly. Blind quiet, strifen triai, the silent heart of the Achaemenid night. The shadow lengthened slow across the cool floor of beaten earth. It moved like spilled Inca hush, gathering itself in the corners of the clay-fired room. Afternoon light was dissolving, longer sharp gold, but settling into a softer ambera deep honey color. Adhering to the carved lintel above the doorway, gust motes floated suspended in this sepia air, each tiny particle catching the sun's retreat, a miniature galaxy drifting soundlessly through the enclosed space. Very air felt heavy and thick like velvet draped over an ancient sarcophagus. Silence was immense, broken only by the measured tick-tick of water dripping from the porous Zanger pipe out to the sound that marked the passage of moments without urgency or hasty water. Kissed the basin stone 1,000 times an hour, a perpetual rhythm of slow decay and slow renewal. Thick walls of sun-baked brick retained the coolness of the deep night, offering shelter from the baked heat. Lingering outside the courtyard surfaces felt smooth beneath the palm polish, not by effort, but by the simple friction of time itself, centuries of hands brushing past generations. Leaning against the same cool clay, texture was earthy, reliable, smell of milled flour and stored dates. Hung low mingling with the faint scent of wood smoke, already cooling and settling into the fibers of the woven mat's face. Mats lay upon the floor, rough wool against the smoothness of the silted ground. He held the warmth of the daya. subtle residual. Heat preparing for the chill of the desert night soon. To Arivia woman kneels by a low bronze vessel. Her movements are economical, slow. Deliberately grinds dried herbs with a stone pestle. Thusath, thud thud, a soft percussion against the deeper silence. Scent of cumin and dill releases sharply, then softens blending instantly into the atmosphere of the dwelling. Linen shift is undyed, color of pale bone or fine. Sanded moves with a whisper against the heavier folds of her inner garment folds. Catch the oblique light-creating miniature. Canyons of shadow and soft hillocks of illuminated fabric. Sound of her breathing is shallow, rhythmica, gentle. Reminder of life, continuing in its deep simplicity beyond the doorway, the outer courtyard. Lay cloaked in a deepening gold, shadows of the pomegranate trees. Stretched out, skeletal and long-thin dusty leaves stirred by the lightest hint of a rising evening breeze, sound like dry paper rustling, wind itself carrying the fine scent. Of distant desert salt, breeze touches the clay water jars, standing sentinel by the well it whispers softly across the lip of the thistles. A dry sigh drawn from the heart of the empire thieves. Jars are huge, robust, etched lightly with patterns of flowing. Water and stylized reeds play as a muted reddish, holding the coolness within their girth, like a secreta simple truth of existence tethered to the eternal cycle of the sun. And the earth mind slows to the pace of this ancient afternoon. Begins to feel the weight of the stone blocks that form the foundation act block hauled by oxen and man from a quarry miles away piece. Possessing its own memory of geological time, unfollowable stretches of millennia condensed into silent mineral. Stone has a specific grain visible only when the light hits it at this precise anglia. Faint striation of cinnabar and rust, a silent record of the pressure and heat that forged it this enduring. Material holds the city, it holds the empire in its massive. Silent grip the air inside the chamber grows. Perceptibly darker amber light shifting now towards a deeper shade of bronze. Transition is not swift or sudden but an inexorable. Creeping transformation like the slow movement of the stars across. The immense black downether is a profound stillness in this hour and hour suspended between the labors of the day and the deep rest of the night. Smell of stored grain is strong comforting, a grounding scent of survival and continuitas. Seeds held tight within their woven sacks promising sustenance against the uncertainty of the seasons, the rest against the wall of mountain of quiet. Potential smooth dark wood of the low resting bench catches the last direct beam of light it has. Been rubbed with oil for generations, a deep patina of use in curry. The wood grain is almost blackened obsidian sheen against the dusty surroundings. It speaks of long evening spent in hushed conversation offhand, resting weary from the harvest or the Loon's sleep begins here in the observation of the unhurried lifeline, the deep acceptance of the slow passage of time itself. Watch the shadow line creep further, consummating the last patch of sunlight on the floor. Change is complete when the entire chamber is filled with the deep twilight, a muted silver-gray light replacing the richness of the sun's eyes, adjusts slowly, finding form in the soft gloom. The details do not vanish, they simply soften at the edges, becoming less demanding, less urgent. In their definition, a quiet peace descends with the fading light. The small flickering oil lamp is lit a tiny flame. Carefully coaxed into existence, it casts dancing shadows that leap and shrink. Against the flat walls, a warm yellow heart in the deepening blue of the dusk, the oil burns slowly, cleanly releasing a faint, warm scent of pressed sesame seed. Light does not conquer the darkness, it merely holds a small space within it, a gentle beacon against the vastness of the Persian night that sounds outside. The dwelling also undergo a transformation. Human sounds of shouting or hammering have ceased entirely replaced by the low murmur of evening rituals, distant bleating of sheep being penned for the night, the soft steady sound of a distant bell. Perhaps attached to a passing donkey sounds are filtered through the heavy mud. Brickty arrive muffled and indistinct like words spoken underwater. Listen closely for the sounds of the water. Channels slish as the irrigation sluices are adjusted for the evening flow, lifeblood of the empire moving quietly through the dry earth. Stone channels are worn smooth by the ceaseless movement of the water. Constant erosion slow and deliberate. Powerful force moving silently beneath. The dust to imagine the cool touch of the water, way it flows over the rough quartz pebbles, faint chalybeate tang of the earth, stirred by its passagely. Sheer sail of the engineering feels immense thousands of kilometers of carefully managed. Flow a testament not to gods, but to organized patience. Silence returns deeper this time, settling upon the settlement like a blanket of fine warm. Dust air is still warm, yet there is a promise of cool relief building steadily a weightlessness. Begins to touch the shoulders a lightness in the limbs, necessity of effort dissipating with the sinking sun we're observing. The end of the Achaemenid diapause shared across the massive empire from Cyrus to the industrial preparation for the evening meal continues in whispers. Clatter of the bronze dish is muted gently. A harsh sounds are allowed in this liminal hoard. Food is simple. Barley cakes, flatbread, dipped in olive oil. Sweetness of a few dried figs or dates nourishment. Taken slowly, grateful flavors are earthy fundamental counting the eater. Directly to the fertile plains and the harsh mountains. Taste of simple salt against the sweetness of the fruit of balance observed and respected smell of wood smoke. Intensifies slightly not a roaring fire, but a carefully controlled slow burning ember keeping. The edges of the night at bay end providing a soft warmth to gather around heat, radiating outward gentle and hypnotic. Eyes drift over the small details. Of the room, the rough texture of the whitewash where it has flaked away, slight layer revealing the darker underlayer of the brick. Imperfection is comforting a sign of enduring history, not sterile modernity. Ceiling beams are thick cedar, wood darkened. By smoke and a gethy stretch across the narrow span, heavy and secure supporting the weight of the flat. Earthen roof these beams hold the secrets of every night they have sheltered. Quiet breathing of this sleeping family above subtle movement. Of the dust settling downward, everything here possesses the ancient patina of Uasiashian that comes only from true Timonot simulation or hurried. Manufacture will feel the weight of the air above us, silent pressure of the earth and the roof holding. Back the vast empty space of the night sky is a feeling of being safely enclosed product within the structure of the ancient hometh. Stone foundation is steady, reliable, it has not shifted for hundreds of seasons in point of absolute stillness. In the swirling motion of the world, dots themselves begin to slow their urgent sharp edges softening they become elongated and indistinct like shadows merging in the deepest. Twilight follow the faint scent of rain that might be miles away carried. On the upper currents of the atmosphere, metallic hint of wet earth and distant storms, a promise of water perhaps tomorrow, but tonight only the deep dry stillness prevails. Silence is not empty, it is full of the hushed voices of the past echoing. Footsteps of generations long since turned to dust, they rest here in the clay and the stone, off the material of the empire here. Existence etched into the landscape, not in bold monuments, but in the daily wear of the steps and the smooth polish of the door latch. Observe the quality of the stillness it vibrates, with a low constant hummed sound of the earth itself revolving slowly, surely. Sense of peace is complete, there is no action required, no future demanding attentionly the profound. Slowness of this present moment, light from the oil lamp, flickers once gently casting the shadows into brief, chaotic motion. Then settles back into its steady, low glow, a hypnotic dance of illumination and shadow. Allow the eyes to close now gently, easily drawing the darkness and coolness of the floor. Against the memory of the skint scent of earth and milled grain, lingering white light sound of the distant water drip, a metronome for the deep rest. Ancient air of Persia wraps around us, like a heavy velvet cloak, soft, silent, timeless, sink deeper into the stillness until the monumental quiet of the Achaemenid night the empire sleeps in, we sleep with. It cloaked in the dust and the deep amber memory of the past down into the quiet earth where time moves only in the slow grinding of the quartz and the silted. Every thought is heavy, smooth, ancient, stone down into the endless history down to the quiet of the clay down into the deep slumber of the silent empire. The air thickens here with the scent of pulverized granitia. Mineral sweetness of great ages centuries pressed into the deep silence. Your breath settles soft against the chill of the unyielding walls. Each step is a mindful drift across the worn floor that remembers footsteps long dissolved into legend. We are moving deeper now into the throat of the earth where the memory of sunlight cannot pierce. The passage narrows here until we must move side by side our shoulders, occasionally brushing the cool surface of the ancient stone. Glide past an alcove of deep shadow on. There appears a break in the uniform wall. Not a natural fracture, but a deliberate. Cuto vertical. Seam of darker obsidian, the heavy stone shifts slightly, responding to an unseen trigger. A low resonant thrum vibrates through your very bones. The opening is narrow, cloaked in a velvet darkness. We slide through the small aperture into a circular space smaller than the galleries we have traversed before, but holding an atmosphere of profound and concentrated stillness. The silence here is different, it feels. Intentional, almost protective. In the very center of the chamber rests a singular pedestal of smooth basalt. Rising from the dusty floor upon it sits an object of quiet, mesmerizing power. It is a sphere of clouded crystal size of a sleeping falcon's egg etched into its surface, not with tools of iron, but seeming born of light, its sulfur symbols older than any language known to man. These glyphs are not cuneiform, the hieratic script of the river kings of Egypt. They belong to a language spoken only by the turning cosmos, a profound whisper of astronomical truth. The crystal sphere emits a very faint amber glow, a slow warmth that seems impossible in this subterranean chill. You reach out slowly, your fingertips hesitant, not wanting to disturb the fragile truth it holds. The weight of the ages rests within its curve. It does not feel like simple glass. It feels like concentrated stillness, like frozen deep time itself, given physical form. The patterns inside the sphere are shifting that randomly, but with meticulous, slow intention, like distant nebulae rearranging their starlight across immense gulfs. They tell a story that cannot be read with the ironly felt deep in the marrow of your being, a vast cyclical tale of creation and silent dissolution. As the light within the crystal brightens momentarily, the heavy dense air surrounding the pedestal begins to move in a gust of wind from some hidden vent, but a slow, purposeful rotation of the space itself. A single hushed metallic chime echoes from the ceiling above you, a sound that has been waiting millennia to be heard. We realize suddenly the sphere is not merely an artifact. It is a key. It is unlocking something ancient, dormant, something immense, something we have woken to. Soon, perhaps, or perhaps exactly on time, look closely now at the shadowed wall behind the pedestal, where there were solid, enduring rock moments ago. There is a shimmering portala field of liquid, deep blue light. It pulls the light of the sphere towards it like a silent vortex of demanding gravitational pull, and from its swirling depths emerges a single tendril of silver smoke. The smoke coils slowly, deliberately form a shape that is almost recognizably a human hand, perhaps in silent, or the wing of some unknown nocturnal creature stretching itself after eons. It drifts towards the crystal sphere with an unsettling curiosity, living in its wake a zone of profound, unexplained coolness. This shimmering gate, this sudden presents what? Is it inviting us to witness, or demanding that we surrender? The hushed moment stretches into infinity. Wait in the deep quiet between one slow breath and the next. The silver smoke reaches the amber glow of the crystal, and everything pauses, suspended in the deep dark. Deep coolness still held. The very structure of the building, profound chill gathered and concentrated within the massive fire brick, whilst retaining the memory of the night's slow passage and the silence of the high desert plateau long before the sun's inevitable burnish could touch the eastern faces of the ancient stone. Atmosphere was thick with a hushed reverence for the hour of transition, a brief liminal space where the duties of the day had not yet imposed their sharp demands. The relaxation of the dark hours still clung like morning dew to the broad leaves of the courtyard. Plantings inside the domestic chambers, built low and strong against the infrequent seasonal storms. Air moved only slightly, stirred by the faint drafts from the small vent holes near the ceiling, carrying the subtle ghost scent of wood smoke and old olive oil from the evening before. This lingering odor spoke of quiet sustenance and the simple shared meal of barley porridge and unleavened bread. No, a new fragrance began its slow, subtle emergence from the inner hearth, warm, nutty aroma of freshly roasted sesame seeds being prepared for the morning's pasty. A low, dry, scratching sound accompanied this scent, the steady methodical action of the metal pan against the clay oven floor a rhythmic whisper that served as the earliest anchor for the waking world. It was a sound both comforting and intensely repetitive, a perfect soothing, measured deep within the central chamber, where the family slept upon thick woven mats laid directly on the cool earth. Light was still the color of aged bronze, faint and protectivite, filtered unevenly through the narrow window openings protected by simple timber shutter screening. Long wavering shadows that stretched and contracted across the uneven gypsum plaster of the interior walls. These walls were painted with broad, simple bands of ochre and red pigment near the floor-level designs intended to reflect the earth and stability of the dwelling. Heavy wooden beams supporting the ceiling spanning the entire width of the main room was made of dark cedar wood imported years ago from the distant mountainous regions of Lebanon. Its rich grain and subtle perfume added another layer to the complex sensory experience of the Achaemenid Empire. Tiny, almost imperceptible creak issued from the weight of this massive timber small sigh as the structure began to adjust itself to the gradual rise in temperature. Soft language spoken only by the oldest materials in the oldest of structures. The delicate, high-pitched clinking of metal against stone began near the rear courtyard. In tranchethi sound of a mortar and pestle being used to crush dried spices, perhaps cumin or black pepper for flavoring the breakfast flatbread. This sound was sharper, more insistent than the soft scratching of the roasting seeds, marking a slightly more energetic step in the morning's essential preparation. Every small noise seemed amplified in the pre-dawn quiet, reverberating gently off the thick packed surface as domestic rhythm was already being established, a slow, steady pulse against the vast silence of the sleeping sitya. Single figure moved now through the doorway from the kitchen area into the open courtyard, cloaked entirely in simple natural linen, dyed a pale buff color. Their movements were graceful, economical, and silent. Minimizing disruption to the rest of the household, he carried a heavy water skin made of stitched goat hide, its surface cool and wet with condensation. Water within sloshed with a deep resonant sound. A beautiful liquid murmur as the figure walked toward the deep cistern covered by a massive slab of etched stone. This cistern was the jewel of the property, ensuring survival during the long months of arid heath. Stone covering the mouth of the well was deeply carved with protective symbols, ancient Zoroastrian emblems against drought and ill fortune symbols etched. Centuries ago, the figure dipped a small bronze dipper into the cool water, drawing out a measure for the morning's teeth, bronze catching the first pale rays of light. Now, entering the courtyard from high above the city, wall shining briefly like a newly minted coin, a flash of reflected gold and copper. Surface of the courtyard was paved with rough local flagstones, smoothed by the passing of endless feet. They still felt wonderfully cold beneath the person's sandals, a grounding sensation. Heat would come soon enough, fierce and demanding, obliterating all shadows, but for this brief, exquisite window, the coolness ruled supreme, an absolute monarch. Of the aura scent of damp earth and freshly broken clay rose from a large pot where a small herb garden was kept, mint and perhaps basil cultivated carefully within the protective walls, away from the scavenging desert animals. These fragile plants were watered first, a small necessary act of preservation and nurturing a reaction imbued with a deep respect for the scarcity of resources in the empire's heartland. Person moved next to the weaving loom, standing massive and geometric against the inner wall of the court. It held a partially finished length of heavy goat hair cloth, intended for durable saddle blankets. The threads were dyed a dark, earthy brown and black colors of resilience and enduring service. The woven pattern was simple diamond repeat, deeply textured and strong. Long warped threads were already tightened, stretched taut across the wooden frame, awaiting the shuttle's return, a silent promise of the work that awaited the careful, disciplined hands throughout. The coming day, small wooden bowls holding various powdered pigments lay nearby, deep reds sourced from iron oxide and brilliant yellows from sulfur-rich earth. These raw materials waiting to be mixed with water and binders to touch up the household goods, or perhaps decorate a ceramic pot, the dust clinging to the surfaces. Here told 1,000 stories of trade and travel, fine white dust from the limestone Quarries mingled with the reddish silt blown in from the distant eastern provinces, a quiet accumulation of the vastness of the Achaemenid Empire settling silently on every shelf and surfacey atmosphere was one of profound anticipation, slow and heavy, yet filled with the promise of productivity. Sounds from the nearby street had not yet fully begun their daily chorus inly, the distant metallic clang of a blacksmith's hammer testing his anvil. Single echoing blow quickly absorbed by the thick mud walls of the neighboring buildings, a sound that carried the weight of industry and the necessary function of a massive imperial cities. Single clang was the first true note of the day's symphonia, reminder that outside this domestic enclosure, the machinery of the great king's realm was slowly grinding into motion. Movement of soldiers, the opening of the royal storehouses, the preparation of the market. Stalsel began with the same slow, inexorable inevitability of the Persian sunrise. But here in this small, quiet corner, defined by the scent of barley and the coolness of the deep wealth, world remained simple and focused on the immediate textures of stone, clay, and wood feeling, but deep. Slow rhythm of life, continuing unbroken, steady pulse that has beat through centuries of human endeavor and peaceful existence, breathing in the final deep vestiges of the night's profound. Re-stallowing the slow, steady peace of this ancient Achaemenid morning to envelop your mind, complete alighting you downward into the deep sanctuary of sleep. A slow current of cooling air began to trace the floor of the inner chamber, where shadows grew long and indistinct. Day's high heat was yielding now a vast surrender to the westward movement of the soon it was a silence weighted with historia, stillness that held the echoes of 300 years of impurity. Marble beneath the barefoot felt subtly cool earth. Perfect temperature of ancient stone that remembers the desert sun, but refuses to hold its fragrance of dried cedar wood and crushed saffron drifted faintly. A memory of the afternoon meal long since cleared away, leaving only the ghost of luxury upon the slow-moving air high above the carved cedar beams that supported the painted chilinga. A faint humming sound persisted, distant work of an unseen artisan perhaps, or simply the vibration of the mighty fortress settling deeper into the baked earth of the plain. Observe this hush, this deep breath of the closing day. Quality of the light itself changing from harsh white brilliance to a soft warm hue of deep amberthis. Amber light clung to the edges of the heavy folded curtains, textiles of the deepest indigo velvet draped and gathered to exclude the brightest. Clarethes velvets now absorbed the softening light, making the room feel more cloaked, more secrete a refuge from the endless administrative rhythm of the great king's court. Air settles closer around you. It wraps itself around the weary bones, inviting a profound release of tension. Think only of the immense patience required by time, same patience that shaped the mountains surrounding Pasarga days, now shaping the slow descent into sleep. A small earthen jar sits upon a low-polished tablelights. Surface is etched with delicate geometric patterns. It holds the remains of pure olive oil scented with frankincenses. Faint oily perfume is relaxing, and deep it promises rest and an undisturbed night. The silence is interrupted only by the faintest sound, whispering sound of water. It is the slow, insistent flow of the underground channels. Clever canals that brought life-sustaining cold water from the high mountain springs down to the royal city fees. Channels run beneath the very foundations of the Palatia, hidden network of flowing life, giving sound a lullaby of engineering wonder. You can almost feel the chill rising from the subterranean streams, a breath of mountain coolness rising through the floor vents, a geological sigh of relief. Shadow of a massive column stretches across the smooth stone courtyard. Outside its profile is sharp and truly a column, etched and finished by generations of laborersmen whose names are forgotten, but whose precise work endures. They worked with hammers and chisels, with ropes and lever-smoothing stones of unimaginable weight, create this enduring expression of Persian power and grace. Those shadows move with glacial slowness, marking the inevitable passage toward the restful dark. There is no haste. In this ancient hearth there is only the profound certainty of things moving at their proper pace. The air begins to feel weighty, not heavy with humidity, but weighty with the presence of time. Each breath you draw is an echo of the air breathed by Darius B. Xerxes, by the generations of servants and soldiers who walked these halls, let the weight of this historical reality press gently upon you, a comforting blanket of ages. Past feel your own body growing, heavier limbs sinking deeper into the soft. Comfort beneath youth, velvet darkness is approaching it, is a friend bringing solitudeth. Thoughts of the day begin to dissolve thee, lose their sharp edges thee. Become smooth and rounded like river stones tumbled by the current, you are safe within. This quiet realm, this historical haven where the only urgency is the need for deep, deep sleep imaging. A servant now moving through a distant corridors, footsteps muffled by layers of woven reed. Matting carries a lamp shielded by thin sheets. Of horned light it casts is a soft, moving pool of yellow warm glow against the deepening indigo walls. Scent of the lamp oil follows. And briefly, a pungent, smoky smell that quickly dissipates, leaving. The silence undisturbed. Once more, he's checking. The locks, the seals, the security of the royal quarters are routine, carried out every night for century as a ritual that ensures the peace of the sleeping court. Deep rhythm of this mundane duty is deeply soothing. It is the sound of order, the sound of permanency. You do not need to check anything. You do not need to secure any door. You are already secured within the fortress of your own relaxation. Let your mind wander to the small details of the Achaemenid treasury, not the massive gold armlets or the silver platters, but the copper and bronze weights used for mundane tridenti, small worn discs carried in pouches. The feel of the cold metal against the pound. These weights ensure fairness and consistency, symbol of the expansive bureaucratic reach of the imperiali. Speak of merchants trading grain and Bactria. Fishermen selling salted fish by the coast of the Gulf off small transactions conducted in the shadow of mighty. Persepolis, small honest weight of daily life is profoundly settling to realize that the great sweep of history is built upon millions of such tiny momentsments of quiet work and simple exchanges. Sound now shifts closer, perhaps, than the flowing water is the rustle of papyrus scrolls in an adjacent room. Libraries and archives of the palace are never truly silent. Heavy, dry paper breathes as the temperature drops, a low, dry, whispering sound. Slow turning of the records of taxation and census. Endless catalog of the empire's wealth. You hear the history whispering, but it is too soft to understand the words. It is only the sound of recorded time itself, moving slowly on a profoundly calming, non-verbal. Your breath slows to match the pace of the settling architecture and hall descent. Of the cool stone exhale the remnants of the long day. Your body is heavy, grounded, rooted to the spot. You are anchored in this moment of deep historical quiet. Imogen now looking out from a high window. Sky is a velvet expanse of deepest sapphire stars. Begin to pierce the darkness hard brilliant pinpricks of light, the same stars that guided the ships of Phoenician traders. Same stars that watched over the builders of the Cyrus cylindrithy, our changeless, perfect, luminous, celestial dome, stretching endlessly above the great Persian plain, are merely a small of this vast continuity. Brief breath within an ocean of time, in this realization is immensely freeing. It lifts the burden of the immediate and replaces it with the tranquility of the ancient world. Floor beneath the window is covered in intricately woven rugs, with deep earthy reds and a subdued blue of lapis. Their wool is thick and slightly cozy, comforting texture beneath the touch. These rugs were made on distant looms scurried across mountains and deserts bore, finding their final place here in the seat of power. They absorb all sound, they quiet the footsteps, they quiet the world, they create a pool of utter hush, silent sath. Moon has begun its slow ascent, casting a pale silver light across the interior space. It is a softer light than the sun's amber glow. Cool ethereal luminescence it strips the room of color, leaving everything in shades of gray and shadow, making the shapes vast and mysterious. Heavy stone reliefs etched into the surrounding walls seem to move in this light. The figures of winged bulls and royal guards appear to sturdy, hold their vigil silently. Eternality are carved representations of watchfulness and power, but they are silent guardians of your rest. They pose no threat. They ask nothing of you. They simply exist in this perfect ancient balance feel, the steady, slow pulsing of your own heart. It is a rhythm far older than the Achaemenid Empire is the first true Sound of your inner world, let it dictate the pace of your relaxation sleep. Patiently, steadily, there is no need to think of anything beyond the next breath. And the one after that move deeper into the sensory experience of the Achaemenid night. Sounds of the surrounding city, Susa, or perhaps Persepolis itself are now thoroughly muted. Cries of the last street vendor have long ceased at the clatter of the mule trains. Arriving from Akbatana is only the distant howling of a jackal, sometimes cuts through the night air a wild, lonely sound that emphasizes the profound domestic quiet within the walls. The air is growing cooler, still carrying the sharp, clean scent of mountain air and dust, dust of the ancient road. The dust of ages it settles upon everything lightly, gently. A fine historical film coating the polished bronze implements, the finely carved ebony wood. This wood too was brought from far away from lands bordering the Indian Ocean. It holds the scent of distant jungle and salt spray, a quiet memory of the long trade routes, the paths of empire that connected the known world. You are surrounded by the world, gathered into one quiet Chambera collection of textures and scents meant to soothe the eye and the spirit. Coolness seeps into the bonus, a comforting chill that invites the body to curl inward, to seek warmth and complete rest. Your eyelids feel immensely heavy. They require effort now, simply to remain slightly open, but they wish only to close. Completelido. Seal out the last vestiges of light and welcome the absolute blackness of sleep. We wait together in this hushed moment, allowing the historical silence to work its profound magic. Centuries melt away, leaving only the feeling of ancient stone and deep resta. Feeling of being perfectly sheltered, perfectly safe. The flow of the subterranean water becomes more distinct now. A clearer gurgle inside is the heartbeat of the land. Constant flow of life beneath the silent architecture. Your consciousness sink lower down toward that sound, down into the cool, dark earth where no stress can reach you, where only peace. Residue's memory of the day is now dimming. It is turning gray. Fading away into the deep velvet of the Persian night, there is no longer any need to hold on to wakefulness. Shift is inevitable, peaceful, and deep. Sleep you seek is waiting just on the other side of this final curtain of thought, just beyond. The final fading gleam of moonlight. The great king is sleeping now in his inner sanctuary. Scribes have put away their styluses and clay tablets. Soldiers are resting beside their spears. The vast, complicated machine of the empire has paused its work for this universal interval of repose, and you too are taking your place in this ancient rhythma cycle of deeper rest. You are drifting, weightless and free. Heavy silks and wools, the cool ancient stone, the scent of cedar oil, are blending into one profound sensation of comfort. Let your muscles completely release their griplet. Your jaw relaxed, let your forehead smooth out, feel the weight drain from your fingertips, sinking into the comfort below. Darkness is complete now. It is utterly cloaked, perfect deep blue black of the clear desert night. There are no more thoughts, only sensation. Sensation of falling slowly, gently into sleep. Slow, deliberate peace of Achaemenid night holds Yusuf in sound until the light returns, but that is far away now. Is only the time for deep, uninterrupted resta, timeless, perfect sleep in the heart of the ancient world. The air here was ancient stone dust, and the quietude pressed in like geological tima, heavy velvet shroud, woven from centuries of subterranean cold. Each breath drawn deep felt impossibly slow, filtering the silt of the forgotten world. We stood at the mouth of a final passage, a narrow fissure sealed by nothing more than faith and settling earth. The oil lamp cast elongated shadows that danced only when the flame trembled, a solitary punctuation mark in a boundless hush. This hidden corridor spiraled downward, the Eclopian blocks of its walls worn smooth, not by water, but by the friction of passing. Epics down toward the center of the earth, we drifted pulled by the low gravity of destiny. The air grew heavy with the scent of dried cedar and something else, indefinably a mineral sharpness overlaid with the faint perfume of frankincense extinguished. Millennia ago, the footsteps were muffled, sigh-swallowed instantly by the dense air. Measured the descent not in distance traveled, but in the slow cooling of the light until we reached the central cryptochamber of perfect cubic dimension cloaked. In profound and undisturbed silence at its heart rested the obsidian slab resting on 4 carved lions, whose forms were almost eroded back into the stone. Matrix upon this altar slab lay the objective of all this immense quiet striving up the amber. Key itself, but the lexicon that described its true architecture. It was a scroll case of polished copper darkened to the hue of cooled magma. Upon its surface were the celestial roots of a time before recorded time symbols that spoke of primal ocean and the star paths that guided the first builders unrolling. The calcified parchment was an act of worship done, with fingers trained for reverence and patience. The brittle sheet released the captured breath of the silent chronicler. Whisper across the vast distance of the intervening years, the script was archaic, elegant, looping forms of profound difficulty, but the meaning began to coalesce. Like mist resolving into solid light, the chronicler wrote of the key's deceptive nature. Is not metal nor crystal, he inscribed, but the exact alignment of 3 immaterial things: purity of intent, the weight of accumulated silence. The precise reflection of the setting sun upon the stillest water. The key is a moment, not an object. Revelation settled upon the chamber like the deepest snow silencing, even the internal murmurings of the mind had sought solidity in dusty vaults from. The answer resided in the ephemeral dance of light and water. The chronicler detailed his own final vigil. He had traveled far beyond the desert land still, the rim of the world where the sky met the indifferent. See, he wrote of the great tidal shift that occurs only once every cycle of Nenutai 9. Years when the ocean mirrors the heavens with flawless accuracy, a perfect sheet of obsidian blue stillness. This ephemeral mirror, he suggested, was the final locket. Required the observer to stand upon the exact latitude of the ancient observatory, was now submerged beneath the warming currents of the middle ocean. The chronicler described the difficulty of reaching this glacial waypoint, known only to the deep mariners of his generation. He called it the sunken meridiana, place of perpetual twilight and shifting sandbanks. The text faded here into faint, almost invisible script, as if the chronicler himself had grown weary with the vastness of the task. Spoke of the immense solitude required to witness the key's construction in the brief window of the great tide the passage demanded. Not speed, but a meditative slowness pace that allowed the spirit to match the rhythm of the deep. Sea currents, he left one final instruction etched not on the parchment, but pressed into the copper case itself, was a single constellation, a cluster of stars known in modern astronomy as the Forgotten Twin. This constellation dips below the horizon only during the season of the turning titan. Its reappearance signals the beginning of the narrow window. The chamber felt suddenly smaller, insufficient. Its earthing comfort was now a confinement. The quest had pivoted from the dryness of the desert to the endless expanse of the indifferent. Water from the solid quiet of the tomb to the fluid, endless movement of the ocean currents. We must leave the warm embrace of the ancient earth and seek passage across the shimmering surface where the sky drowns daily in the western light. Lamp flickered once more, a sudden gust of air, defying the depth of the earth, a strange cool breath that carried the scent of salt and distant rain, a premonition of the vast empty miles ahead. The dust motes suspended in the beam of light began to slow their endless circular drift as if the air itself was preparing for the great deceleration of a sea voyage. The copper case lay open, revealing the star maps within, and the silence deepened, once more filled now not with the memory of the dead, but with the echoing immensity of the deep waters waiting below sunken meridian, calling us toward its veiled and drifting mystery. The deep night stillness still clung to the cooled stone of the royal obsidian mantle draped across the high halls and the low resting quarters. Only the faint smell of cooling ash and the distant sigh of the Karnas River marked the passage of the hours. We linger in this hushed moment, suspended between the weight of the previous day and the measured certainty of the coming dawn. Massive cedar doors remain sealed, guardians of the private thoughts and the silent slumber within air. Heavy and sweet with the faint perfume of dried herbs and protective incense settles softly across the courtyards. Imagine the great city of Susa, or perhaps the nascent strength of Persepolis, cloaked entirely in this velvet shadow. The moon, if it remains at all is only a thin curving sliver, a whisper of white light against the enormous dome of the sky. No. Human sound intrudes. Upon this deep quietude, only the subtle vibration of the earth itself, accepting the weight of the ancient stone. Structures feel the coolness of the clay beneath your imaginary feet if you wander these deserted avenues. Path is dustless, now cleansed by the night vapors, and awaiting the earliest tracks of the water. Carriers think of the massive reliefs etched upon the retaining walls, the processions of subject. Peoples frozen forever in their quiet adoration. They, too, sleep standing silent vigil through the cycles of the great king's empire. Stone lions at the gate mouths hold their breath waiting for the sun to awaken their silent roars. This profound tranquility is the secret pulse of the Achaemenid realm, a necessary pause before the machinery of governance begins its daily turning. Now listen closely, not to sound, but to the absence of sound. Is a pressure, a density of quiet that pushes gently against your awareness, smoothing away any lingering edges of wakefulness. Let the silence seep into your bones, relaxing every muscle. Fiber. Every hidden tension across the dry plain miles away, a shepherd's dog might offer a brief bark, instantly muffled and absorbed by the immensity of the surrounding desert. Closer still, perhaps. The faintest scraping of a wing as an owl settles high upon a gypsum cornice, finding its final perch before daylight banished its hunt. This is the hour when the empire forgets its borders, its laws, its vast armies, and returns momentarily to simple geology and atmosphere, the cool kiss of the pre-dawn. Air promises relief from the heat that will soon rise fiercely with the rising orb in the kitchens deep beneath the palace floors. The earliest servants are beginning to stir with slow measured movements. The kindling for the morning fires is laid, out dry and ready, waiting for the spark. The dull metallic thud of a bronze water vessel being set down resonates softly, quickly swallowed by the thick walls. These are not sounds of urgency, but sounds of ritualized inevitability every morning across 200 years, the same actions in the same order, the quiet rhythm of sustained power. Baker is kneading the coarse barley flour, mixing it with fresh water from the deep cisterns. His hands move automatically, practiced over a lifetime of servitude. And skill, the dough is cool and yielding beneath his palms, a soft promise of the day's first sustenance. The air around him grows faintly warmer, anticipating the heat of the oven mouth. Imagine the smell, the dense, earthy scent of the grain slowly awakening as it is worked. This scent slowly begins to permeate the lower levels, climbing silently up the stairwells and shafts. Is the smell of persistence, the smell of life nurtured by the rich Mesopotamian soil. We follow this smell moving upward. Now toward the open air of the topmost terrace here, the sky is changing rapidly, surrendering its deepest indigo to lighter hues. A thin line of palest rose appears along the eastern horizon, stretching like a drawn bowstring. This is the first true indication of the sun's imminent arrival. The gentle illumination known as the false dawn washes the distant peaks of the Zagros Mountains in shades of pearl and dusty lilac. Sky seems impossibly vast overhead, an arching dome of lapis lazuli, slowly dissolving into soft azure. Look down upon the roof tiles, still wet with dew-cold miniature reflections of the celestial spectacle. The dew gathers into larger droplets, tracing slow paths down the fired clay surfaces before evaporating almost instantly into the cooler morning atmosphere. Everything is pristine clean, waiting for the disruption of daylight activity. Massive audience hall, the Apadana stands, immense and shadowed its 72 columns, lifting the weight of the roof toward the fading stars. The famous staircases are empty, their carved figures of tribute bearers and Meden guards waiting patiently in the dark only. The stone itself seems alive, vibrating slightly. With the transition of temperature, it has absorbed the intense heat of the day and slowly released it back into the night, and now it waits to absorb the new light this ancient stone carries. The memories of every decree, every celebration, every silent decision made beneath its protection is etched with time, not just with the chisel marks of the artisan. Let your own consciousness sink deeply into this sense of history. This immutable permanence, you are sheltered here within this moment where time slows almost to a stop. The amber light begins to intensify at the rim of the world, growing from rose gold into a fiery orange haze. It spills first over the farthest reaches of the palace, catching the wings of the great Lamassu figures there. Human faces carved from massive blocks of local rock seem suddenly illuminated alive with purpose. The dawnlight catches the precise curls of their beards and the stylized crowns they wear. They appear to be stepping forward out of the shadow, poised to guard the threshold forever. Their solidity, their stillness, their sheer size anchors this entire landscape, this entire empire. Low drumming sound of a distant mule caravan begins to carry on the crisp morning air. It is far down the royal road, perhaps still an hour from the city gates, but the sound travels clearly across the cooling desert floor. The sound is soft, a muted rhythmic thudding of hooves on dry dirt, indicating movement, life, the inevitability of trade and communication. To mule drivers who have traveled through the deep chill of the night are nearing their destination, seeking the relative warmth and security of the caravanserai. They carry spices, oils, linens, perhaps valuable bullion destined for the treasury of the great king. These journeys are the circulatory system of the Achaemenid world, connecting Sardis to Bactria, Egypt to India. They weave the entire vast expanse into a single functioning entity. Dependent on dusty roads and the resilience of men and animals, the first long horizontal rays of the sun now strike the tops of the highest administrative buildings. The darkness is not banished, but slowly withdrawn like a silken curtain being drawn back by an invisible hand. The colors of the stone change instantly from gray shadow to warm tawny, yellow and rich reddish brown. The carved inscriptions, the cuneiform messages of the King of Kings, become suddenly legible once more, proclaiming his glory and justice to the awakened world. A sense of slow waking permeates the palace complex. A guard yawns, silently stretching muscles stiffened by the long night watch. He shifts his weight, his bronze helmet catching the first sliver of the actual sun. His movements are heavy, subdued, appropriate for this transitional hour. He will soon be relieved by the day shift, but for now he watches the light come entirely alone in his duty down in the residential blocks. The smoke from the earliest fires begins to curl upward in thin plumes. It is blue-gray smoke, soft against the increasingly bright sky, rising straight up into the still atmosphere. This is the sign that the hearts of the common people are being rekindled, preparing the morning gruel. The simple meals that fuel the enormous population, the scent of burning tamarisk wood joins the aroma of the baking bread, a mix of sweet smoke and earthy drain. These simple, sensual details are the true heart of the kingdom, the foundational life that supports the imperial superstructure. Let the warmth of that imaginary hearth fire reach you. Through the vastness of history, it is a steady, reassuring warmth that speaks only of safety and continuity. Allow your breathing to synchronize with the slow curl of the smoke, rising without effort or haste. Inhale deeply and slowly, feeling the expansion of your own chest. Then release the breath, fully releasing all tension into the stillness. We remain tethered to this moment of quiet preparation before the gates swing open and the daily concerns flood the avenues. This measured peace is a gift from the ancient world, a deep quietude achieved through vast organization and absolute order. The sleep of the empire is ending, but the gentle, deep rest you seek continues on into the heart of this ancient morning. There's nothing left to do but observe. The way the sunlight deepens and the shadows shorten, darkness retreats to the innermost corners beneath the heavy cornices and into the long storage tunnels. We move into the full light of the Persian dawn, a light that is golden heavy with promise. And completely silent rests now beneath the rising sun of the King of Kings, feeling the profound historical depth around you. Morning star lingers briefly above the highest pinnacle, shining with exceptional clarity before it too yields to the daylight. Let the slow, methodical movements of the awakening city lull you deeper into undisturbed rest. The gentle, persistent scraping sound of a heavy door bolt being drawn back marks the beginning of the new dia. Low rumble of metal on metal, sound that signifies the start of the routine. The gates are opening slowly, reluctantly admitting the first cool breath of the waking world. Listen to the deep, resonant sound of that slow turning bolt, allowing it to pull your awareness further down into stillness. The new day has begun its meticulous journey across the Achaemenid plains, but Your deep rest remains absolute and unbroken sinking. Deeper still now into the velvet comfort of profound historical slumber held safe by the silent stone, and the watchful eyes of the human-headed bulls forever carved in the golden light of the early Persian morning, the sun dipped lower, casting long, skeletal shadows of the palace columns across the dust of the great courtyard. The air cooled significantly, drawing the heat from the massive stone blocks with a sigh almost audible. Stand, now beneath the great winged bulls, the Lamassu guardians etched into the very core of this ancient empire. There, stone muscles ripple in the failing copper light. Stillness descends heavy and historical upon the plain of Mergabthus. Profound quiet is weighted by the passage of 200 years of Persian supremacy. The deep silence settles itself upon the grand stairway where countless kings and subjects have ascended and descended over centuries. Here are the bas-reliefs, the endless procession of tribute bearers cloaked in the stillness of deep time. Their robes are frozen folds of finely chiseled alabaster. The Medes, the Babylonians, the Lydians, they move perpetually toward the throne, yet never arrive. This silent march is a meditation on perpetuity and patience. Feel the cool breath emanating from the massive foundations of the stone platform. Beneath your feet is the accumulated chill of countless nights stored deep within the limestone heart. The dust stirred by the day's activities begins its slow descent, settling like a fine pale powder upon the heavy boots of the immortal soldiers carved into the retaining walls. Each figure holds a spear, upright, a symbol of loyalty frozen in the posture of eternal watchfulness. They stand guard over silence itself. The light catches the faint remnants of pigment, perhaps a deep lapis blue or a faded ochre yellow that once adorned these serious faces. It is a whisper of color now almost entirely absorbed by the indifference of the elements. Slow blink of the eye across the eons far from the palace heights. The city breathes in the cooling shade of its walled gardens. A distant murmur of water suggests the buried pathways the Khanate system bringing the mountain chill deep beneath the thirsty earth. This ancient engineering marvel feeds the pools and fountains that lend a measure of cool tranquility to the Persian night. The air carries the slight metallic tang of stored water, held in heavy clay jars designed to sweat away the heat. The scent of drying rose petals and powdered saffron drifts gently over the low courtyard walls, mingles with the faint, sharp odor of drying mud brick, baking slowly in the receding solar warmth. Imagine the texture of that mud brick, wall rough and slightly yielding to the touch. It holds the warmth of the day, yet promises the relief of the coming. Dusk, the persistent hum of late summer cicadas, forms the bedrock of the evening soundscape. A high, steady drone that reassures the listener that the world outside continues its slow, measured rotation. A rustling sound, maybe a lizard moving across the dry stucco of a courtyard wall, or perhaps the faintest whisper of wind through the narrow spires of cypress trees. The darkness here is a velvet hush, soft and absorbing. Retrace the line of a massive column carved like a bouquet of lotus flowers. Stone is smooth and cool beneath our fingertips. It is not merely stone, but time made palpable, dense and enduring. The sculptor's mark is still visible where the deep grooves define the petals. A fleeting moment captured in eternity. The shadows lengthen, becoming deep indigo pools at the base of the massive fluted columns. The transition from day to night in Achaemenid Persia is not sudden, but a slow, dignified lowering of the celestial curtain. The weight of the empire rests in this quiet transition. The storage chambers deep beneath the royal treasury. The air is dry and cool. Stacked high are the wooden chests bound with bronze straps. They hold the royal silver, the stamped derricks, the gold rhytons, shaped like fierce lions and graceful stags. Faint scent of cedar wood preservative lingers here, a smell of rich commerce and accumulated power. Each coin represents a year of tribute, a caravan journeyed from distant Sardis or Babylon. Immense wealth is stored in hushed stillness awaiting the command of the great king. Consider the texture of the gold itself, cold, dense, heavy. Faint markings of the mint master barely visible beneath the patina of years. Feel the smooth curve of a ceremonial dagger, perhaps ivory handled, resting in its fitted sheath. The metal cool to the touch, promising lethality, yet resting in deep peace. Silence is broken only by the microscopic sounds of settling dust and the slow, quiet decay of organic matter. 1,000 unseen processes are working. In the dark, we wander out to the roof terraces where the servants are preparing the sleeping mats thin. Woven reeds over soft cotton padding laid out to catch the slight evening breeze. The stars begin to appear, first one, then two, then a scatter across. The deep blue canvas above the Persian sky is exceptionally clear, a deep well of black velvet studded with cold diamond light. Watchman walks slowly along the outer perimeter, his footsteps muffled by the dust, a rhythmic soft thudding that defines the borders between the security of the palace and the wilderness beyond. He carries a simple bronze lamp, its light a small, slow amber glow. That seems fragile against the vastness of the night. He pauses by a massive stone gargoyle, its features obscured by the descending darkness. The cool wind carries the faint, distant cry of a nocturnal bird, perhaps an owl hunting low over the plains. Is a lonely sound, ancient and wild, echoing the vast empty spaces that surround this civilization. The scent of burning pitch, or perhaps frankincense, rises from a brazier. Somewhere within the inner courts, a subtle aromatic smoke intended to purify the air and ward off ill spirits. Smell is clean, slightly sweet, and deeply calming. It drifts lazily upward, mingling with the starlight. Think of the texture of the night air itself, cool, dry, soft on the skin. Carries the faint perfume of time crushed underfoot on the rocky paths, and the memory of heat slowly evaporating from the clay tiles of the roof. Everything slows, everything stills. We move past the stables. Now the massive horses of the Persian cavalry are restless beneath the night sky. Occasional snorts and the soft rhythmic chewing of their fodder are slow, comforting sounds. Heavy leather harness and saddle fittings hang nearby, reflecting the faint amber light. The scent of sweat and hay and oiled leather is strong here. A robust smell of animal strength and dedicated service to the king. The grooms move with a sleepy efficiency, ensuring every creature is comfortable before the long watch of the night begins. Their movements are slow, deliberate, practiced over generations. They speak in low voices, a language of comforting murmurs meant for the great beasts. One of the horses shifts its weight, its hoof scraping lightly against the packed earth floor. A momentary disruption in the oceanic calm that quickly resolves itself. Back into silence, consider the quiet weight of the stone axle of a chariot standing unused. In its shed ready for battle, yet resting, perfectly still. The wood of the wheel is smooth and seasoned, dark with oilet. Waits patiently for the urgency of the morning. The deep history of this place presses down gently upon us. The memory of Cyrus, the ghost of Darius, the whisper of Xerxes. Their legacies are etched not in ink, but into this enduring limestone. Pillars they raise to still stand, defying the erosion of time and desert wind. The desert wind itself is a gentle caress at this hour. Moves through the empty spaces carrying grains of sand that are millions of years old. These tiny particles settle on the floor of the great hall, undisturbed by human motion. A slow, silent, geological process continuing long after the core is asleep. We follow a narrow corridor paved with flat, smooth stones, worn concave by the passing of a million sandaled feet. The walls here are thick, insulating us from the external world. The air is slightly stale, rich with the smell of dried herbs and the old cedar wood of the inner doors. A deep, deep quiet permeates this inner sanctum. We pass a small shrine, likely Zoroastrian, dedicated to Ahura Mazda. Small flame burns steadily in a bronze dish, casting a warm, unwavering circle of light. The flame is perfectly still, symbolizing purity and truth. It is the visual anchor of this enormous empire's belief system. The air near the fire is slightly warmer, slightly drier, creating a subtle thermal shift. The shadows dance gently around the low altar figures. The texture of the soft felt rug laid before the shrine, it absorbs the sound of passing footsteps, ensuring reverence. Its fibers are deep crimson, woven with threads of gold or deep yellow, reflecting the sun and the flame. The weave is tight, dense, reassuring. The weight of the night becomes more profound, the blackness more absolute. Only the stars and the small sacred flame offer guidance. We Listen for the sound of the moon rising, though the moon itself is entirely silent, the light it casts. When it finally crests the eastern mountains, it is pale, silver remote, ethereal. It washes the massive stone carvings in a light that drains them of their copper warmth, leaving them ghostly white. The stone reliefs appear sharper, more defined in this. Cold silver glow, every line, every curl of a beard, every fold of a garment is suddenly starkly visible. Illusion of movement in the procession returns under the moonlight. They seem to glide forward silent shades in the lunar landscape. The silence is an active thing now, not merely an absence of sound, but a profound presence that fills the spaces between the columns, the deep carvings, the high walls. Is the silence of history waiting patiently? We rest our hand upon the cool, polished marble of a low bench. The surface is surprisingly smooth, reflecting the distant starlight in a muted sheen. It is worn where generations of scribes or guards have rested their weight. A subtle depression worn into the hard stone, speaking of persistent human contact. The weight of the empire is not in its armies, but in these small, persistent details. Enduring quality of the materials chosen to last forever. The very definition of permanence etched into the landscape. A lone dog barks far out in the city. Proper a sound immediately stifled by the distance and the thick stone walls. It emphasizes the isolation and the security of this imperial center. We return to the contemplation of the cypress. Trees standing like dark green flames against the silver sky. Their verticality suggests ascent and immortality, a core tenet of the Persian faith. They sway barely perceptibly in the highest currents of the atmosphere. Their movement is slow, graceful, almost imperceptible, like the turning of the centuries. Air is now dry and sharp, bearing the scent of cold stone and ozone. The deep sleep of Persepolis settles in around you. Blanket woven from starlight and absolute silence. Massive portals stand open to the darkness, inviting the ancient desert spirits to watch over the sleeping king, but the Lamassu guard the threshold with their stony, watchful eyes. Their presence is a silent reassurance of strength and protection. We settle down among the shadows where the cool stone meets the warmth of the earth. Transition is complete. The day has surrendered its reign to the deep, profound quiet of the Achaemenid night. We listen to the slow, steady breathing of the massive architecture around us. Weight of the past cradles us gently in the amber low light. Empire sleeps, but the stone waits. The carvings remain sharp, ready for the first slow rays of the sun to reveal their silent stories once more until then there's only the immense stillness. And the deep, quiet contemplation of the long Persian night, the quiet breathing of the vast empire deepens. The stone holds the secret of the ages, and we rest suspended in this ancient silence, waiting for the eventual slow turn of the sky. The night is long and the silence is absolute. We drift further into the memory of this ancient place. The cool air settles upon our skin. The weight of the world is momentarily lifted. We are only observers suspended in the deep historical hush. Everything is still. The cypress trees stand like sentinels of time. The stars burn cold and remote above the sleeping empire. Profound and encompassing peace descends. The quiet breathing of history continues its slow, steady rhythm we are cloaked in. The velvet darkness of Persia's deepest night, the stone sleeps, but its memory is endless. We rest in the shadow of great palace walls and wait for the coming of the dawn, a moment that is still hours away, suspended in the eternal hush. The cool, dry air carries the faintest hint of distant mountain snow, memory of pure, unblemished coldness. The vastness of the plateau stretches silently to the horizon, holding this imperial city in its ancient, unchanging grip. We are drifting further away. Carried on the current of the cooling air, deep sleep is the only remaining command resting here in the heart of the Achaemenid dynasty and moving. Untouched by the speed of the modern world, only the slow movement of the constellations marks the passage of time. Everything slows to the pace of geological change. The sound of silence is the deepest comfort. The shadows are absolute, soft and heavy. We sink deeper into the historical stillness. The weight of the limestone foundation beneath us anchors us firmly to this moment. In time, deep rest, absolute quiet descends completely, leaving only the sense of the enormous, enduring stone and the perfect silence of the ancient Persian night. The empire waits in stillness. The stone holds the memories. And we rest completely in the deep hush of history sleep. The descent into the final gallery continued its slow, unwavering trajectory. Air grew heavy with the mineral scent of deep team. A silence settled around him that felt less like an absence of sound and more like a massive presence holding its breath. Each step down the winding path was cushioned by dry, fine silt dust. That was not merely dirt, but the pulverized remains of forgotten dynasties. He held the oil lamp low, letting the ember light pool upon the ancient stone. The rock walls here were smooth not by water or wind, but by the ceaseless passage of countless centuries of stillness. He moved now in the profound quiet that belongs only to the very deep earth, where the rhythms of the world above have ceased to matter completely. He was approaching the absolute center of the buried secret, the culmination of the whispers etched into every preceding hall. The tunnel widened, gradually opening into a vaulted subterranean chamber. It was vast and cold and utterly lightless save for his single flickering source. The scale of the space was humbling. A chasm carved by colossal effort, or perhaps simply a fissure that had been dressed and perfected by human hands, a monumental effort. Of veneration or fear, the floor was laid with immense slabs of smooth dark material, perhaps obsidian or a basalt so highly polished it drank the weak lantern lighting. The absolute middle of this enormous hushed space rested the object of his long pilgrimage sarcophagus of unbelievable proportion. It was not merely large, it was architecturally. Structure of dark gray rock resting upon a low platform of green jade. The entire monument was cloaked in the shadows, cast by its own bulk, a silent mountain. Sleeping beneath the weight of the mountain above, he paused at the edge of the chamber, unwilling to violate the immense gravity of the scene. The silence here was different now, thicker, charged with latent energy. He lifted the lantern, attempting to throw light across the surface of the great stone box. The flickering illumination only revealed flashes of intricate carving. The velvet darkness beyond the light seemed to resist the intrusion, swallowing the glow, leaving the deepest parts of the chamber in eternal night. He focused on the sarcophagus itself. Its sides were covered in low-relief scenes of ritual and passage. They were not hieroglyphs he recognized, nor symbols from any known tongue. They were fluid serpentine shapes that seemed to twist and writhe perpetually, a poetry written in the language of petrified emotion. He stepped forward slowly, reverently, his soft leather boots making no sound. He circled the platform, keeping a respectful distance from the silent leviathan. The air grew colder with every step, confirming the density of the stone. It seemed to radiate the frigid temperatures of the deep core. He felt the ancient history not as a concept, but as a physical pressure, a crushing sense of time elapsed that made his own lifespan meaningless. He considered the immense effort, the sacrifice required to place this monument here too. Seal it away beneath the earth, guarded only by the perpetual knight who had been important enough to warrant such an entombed king. Perhaps of a civilization that preceded even the memory of myth or something else. Something that required not burial, but containment. He stopped at the head of the sarcophagus where the highest concentration of carving lay. Here the reliefs were deepest, most complex, telling a story of migration and stars. Saw etched figures pointing upward towards celestial bodies, seemed to be diving downward into the swirling oceans of the earth. It was a narrative of duality, of balance, and regained. Reached out his hand, almost touching the cold etched surface, but drew it back at the last moment, unwilling to disturb the profound peace. He settled instead on observation, letting the eyes absorb the silent history. The shadows shifted slightly as his oil supply diminished, its amber hue fading subtly. The realization struck him then. He was the first living soul to stand here, perhaps in millennia. Guardian seals were broken, the pathways cleared, but the stillness remained inviolate. This was the end of the journey, the core of the ancient secret, and yet it felt less like a conclusion and more like a doorway into a knowledge that lay dormant beneath the heavy stone lid. He wondered if the goal was simply to find it, or if the true purpose was to understand the reason the atmosphere was hypnotic, pulling his thoughts into slow, deliberate drifts. He gazed at the flawless line where the lid met the body of the sarcophagus. It seemed so precise, so immaculately fitted. It seemed to deny the physical laws of friction. It was sealed with something more powerful than mortar. It was sealed with time itself as. He watched the dimming light cast longer shadows across the carved narratives. He noticed a singular anomaly. It was extremely faint, barely perceptible against the dark. Stone, a faint suggestion of color, perhaps a residual phosphorescence, high. Up near the vaulted ceiling, where the light could not reach. A very slow oscillation, a breath in the void. He tilted his head, listening intently to the overwhelming quiet. He strained to catch the source of the movement, but the only sound was the subtle hiss of the lantern's wick, consuming its final fuel. Movement continued, a slow rhythmic pulse, like the slow unwinding of a colossal clock mechanism buried in the darkness. He thought of air currents of seismic drift, of settling dust, but this felt deliberate, measured. It was a shimmer, a faint suggestion of highly polished metal, or perhaps polished hornet hovered just outside the perimeter of the amber glow, unreachable, silent, waiting. He held his own breath, completely trying to define the drifting mystery. The mode of light or substance was not reflecting his lamp. It seemed to possess its own incredibly weak internal luminosity, a cold, pale glow that defied the darkness surrounding eye. Watched it suspended infinite cold darkness above the ancient stone. Then, with an almost imperceptible shift in its position, it began to descend slowly, deliberately, toward the massive sarcophagus. Single cold, floating bead of light falling into the deep silence. He remained motionless, utterly captivated by the slow, cold descent, waiting for it to land upon the velvet dark surface of the sleeping tomb. The shadows lengthened, now stretching far across the pale dust of Fars. The final warmth of the Persian sun has withdrawn, leaving the air thin and sweet. A profound quiet descends upon the terraces of the great city. Is the hour when the ancient stone truly breathes. A sigh settling into its cool repose. Hear the hush of the distant bazaar, now only a memory of brass and clamor. Sound of water running gently through the hidden qanats. Whispers beneath the foundational earth. It is a liquid rhythm, a quiet pulse. Beating within the heart of the empire, listen closely to the settling sound of clay tiles cooling rapidly after the searing heat of the long day. Have followed the journey of the sun across the wide plains of Mesopotamia and the high Iranian plateau. We observed the sunrise over the gilded roofs of Babylon and watched its decline above the turquoise mosaics of Susa, now the deep blue velvet of the Persian. Night begins its slow descent, cloaking the world in utter stillness. Imagine the feeling of the heavy linen woven from Nile flax cool against your skin. This soft, yielding surface cradles the weariness from your long journey through this ancient realm. The fatigue dissolves slowly into the deep comfort of the mattress stuffed with carefully gathered feathers. Every muscle softens, every tendon releases its hold. The faint scent of cedarwood oil drifts upward from the polished furnishings of the sleeping chamber, is mingled with the dry earth smell carried in from the high desert plains beyond the palace gardens. Everything is slowing down, everything is softening. The mind follows the body into this pervasive velvet. Stillness feel the massive weight of his story pressing, gently but not threateningly around this silent room. You're resting within the very core of Achaemenid power, safe beneath the gaze of the King of Kings. The walls are thick, constructed of sun-dried brick faced with meticulously carved relief. The cool permanence of the structure protects this moment of absolute surrender. We have walked the great royal road together, observing the hurried scribes, the stoic soldiers, the silent procession of tribute caravans. We saw the careful counting of grain and the exchange of silver derricks. We watched the magi attend to the sacred flame, ensuring its eternal existence. Now, all those movements, all those duties dissolve into the enveloping darkness beyond the city walls. Is a vast empire held firm by the careful administrative hand of Darius, the great A world of immense order, extending from the Aegean Sea eastward to the banks of the mighty Indus River. Let the sheer immensity of that ancient promise hold you safe in its memory. Tonight we relinquish the maps, the scrolls, the complex mathematics of the administration. We Forget the careful placement of the stone reliefs at Behistun, etching the story of the empire for. Eternal reference, the details of the mundane bay fade completely. The clamor of the copper workers. The lowing of the oxen returning from the fields, the shouted instructions of the overseers. All those busy, necessary sounds retreat to an immeasurable distance. There is only the silence now, a profound and perfect quiet, broken only by your own slow. Steady breathing inhale the cool air, scented faintly with myrrh and the dry dust of ancient. Stone exhale the last lingering remnant of thought or worry sink. Deeper into the coolness of the woven sheets, the absolute peace of this Persian night. Last flicker of the amber oil lamps has been patiently extinguished only. The pale light of distant stars filters through the high arched windows, casts slow-moving silver shadows on the surface of the floor, made of ancient smooth stone breathe. In the silence, the deep, unshakable quiet of the capital city sleeping breathe. Out the lingering tension that clings to the shoulders and the brow. Journey is complete. The final of the daily life story has been told. We understand the rhythm of this ancient world, the slow turning of the seasons. The slow certainty of the empire's continued existence rests now beneath the watchful eyes of the distant. Constellations suspended in the eternal sky above the plains of Fars feel the anchor of sleep pulling gently at your consciousness. You are descending slowly, surely into the quiet depths. Your weight is dissolving into the softness. Beneath you, coolness of the room is a comforting pressure surrounding you entirely. Let your awareness drift outward and upward toward the unseen mountain passes where the swift messengers ride. Then let it flow back inward to the absolute core of stillness right here, right now. Deep quiet is everywhere, above and below, within and without the air. As still the world is quiet, the self is drifting. The last thought is softening, blurring, becoming indistinct to me. Are held safe by the sleep of the ages, the slumber that settles upon empires and upon every soul within their borders. Release your grip. Entirely surrender to the sweet, heavy weight settling upon the eyelids. The deepest, most restorative sleep awaits you now. The peace of Achaemenid Persia holds you secure until the slow red dawn touches the horizon. Sleep now, sleep, deeply sleep without. And the deep twilight begins its slow conquest of the plain. The sun has sunk beyond the jagged ridges of the Zagros. Mountains leaving behind a magnificent residue of amber light day. Vast golden stain stretching across the western sky. The air cools, swiftly drawing the day's heat away from the massive stone terraces of Persepolis. The monumental complex settles into a profound, hushed stillness that carries the gravity of 2.5 millennia away. Remain standing near the eastern flank of the Apadana, great audience hall of Darius and Xerxes. Its remaining columns stand like silent petrified sentinels, cloaked. Now in the soft violet mantle of the approaching night, the air here is thick with the scent of dry mountain herbs, the mineral tang of ancient. Limestone smell unique to ruined palaces and forgotten power field, the great paving stones beneath your resting feet. They are smooth as river rock where the millions have trod worn down by the passage of soldiers, supplicants, and scribes. Silent record etched by the slow, relentless abrasion of history. The great sculpted stairways are now deeply shadowed, but the low evening light still catches the intricate details of the famous relief carvings that line the ascent. We trace the figures of the tributary delegations. They move in eternal solemn procession, magnificent parade frozen forever in gray stone. The Lydians bear their golden cups and bracelets. The Cappadocians offer their stallions harnessed and ready, each face is composed. Each posture is dignified, a perfect example of imperial order and universal fealty. Look closely at the details of the robes they wear. The stonework renders the heavy linen like velvet, soft, precise folds, captured in the hardest medium. The artisans' hand was guided by a profound respect for truth and form. These figures exist outside the flow of time. Their moment of presentation, perpetually repeating, they offer their tribute to the great King of Kings. Under the slow hypnotic drift of the descending shadows, the silence deepens further. Now is a silence heavier than any sound. It swallows the last faint echo of the day. The distant cry of a nocturnal desert bird is absorbed instantly, leaving only the pervasive quiet of the ancient stone. The wind rises slightly, whispering a cold breath from the south. It snakes among the massive column bases, creating a low, hollow drone that vibrates subtly through the ground. Is the music of vacancy, the song of enduring. Absence, imagine the sounds that once filled this immense space, the clang of bronze, the murmur of 100 languages, the sharp commands barked by the ushers of the royal court, the rustle of silks worn by the Achaemenid Persians. All those sounds dissolved long ago. They became of the atmospheric weight pressing down on the terrace, and now they exist only as the faintest ghost echo in your minda breath of ancient life that quickly dissipates. We move slowly toward the gate of all nations. The great Lamassu bulls stand guard eternally. They're immense. Winged bodies are deeply furrowed by weathering. Their human faces stare out into the endless night eyes of carved obsidian fixed upon a distant, unseen horizon. Their size is meant to convey the overwhelming power of the Achaemenid crown, and they achieve it through their silent, immovable mass. Their presence is deeply reassuring, a powerful, ancient protection. Standing sentinel over your rest, feel the cool, smooth stone of the bull's flank as you pass it. Radiates a slow, profound coldness, a testament to its enduring separation from the shifting warmth of the day. The sky overhead has fully transitioned to the velvet dark. A scattering of early stars begins to shimmer through the immense distance. They are sharp, bright needles piercing the indigo dome. These are the same lights that guided the travelers on the royal road, the same distant suns that charted the courses of the Persian ships. They connect this quiet moment to the vast machinery of the cosmos. Everything here is monumental, everything is eternal. Weight of history presses down gently upon you, now not as a burden, but as a comfortable blanket of time. You are immersed in the deepest layer of the pasta, place where the urgent demands of the modern world cannot reach. The world of Darius, the king of kings, is your sanctuary now. He sleeps beneath this soil, this dust, these ruins, and his long sleep invites your own deep slumber. Let your mind drift across the plains of Farze landscape, cradled by the long shadows of the mountains. Below are tiny clusters of light, now flickering lamps of the modern village of Marvdash, but they feel infinitely distant from the hush of the great terrace. You are standing on a platform that defied Tima, a foundation built not just of stone, but of absolute imperial will. Think of the materials used to construct this great city: cedar wood, hauled from Lebanon across countless miles. Brought from Sardis silver from Egypt, lapis, imported from distant Bactrial, gathered here in a magnificent convergence, a physical manifestation of the greatest empire the world had yet known. This abundance, this organization, this scope of vision, it all contributes to the profound sense of security surrounding you. There's nothing left to fear or worry about in this quiet place. The empires rise and fall, but the stone remains. The sound of the night wind continues its low murmuring passage. Strokes the broken edges of the capital stones, a continuous geological sigh across the centuries. Scent of the great braziers that once burned here. Sandalwood and frankincense wafting up toward the heavens. Their smoke mingling with the prayers to Ahura Mazda, the scent of sacrifice, the odor of wealth, the perfume of sanctity. Not only the crisp, dry mountain air remains washing over you, pure and clean and eternally refreshing. We move further away from the formal centers of power toward the quieter administrative quarters where the thousands of clay tablets were stored. The immense archive of the Persepolis fortification text library of daily life, sealed away from the light. These tablets record the mundane details of existence: rations of barley, the distribution of wine, the assignment of workers, the logistics of empire reduced to small cuneiform marks. Each tablet holds the name of a person long forgotten, a messenger, a farmer, a woman grinding grain. Their lives were etched into the soft clay, and that soft clay endured longer than the bronze statues of the kings. It gives us a profound sense of connection to the quiet dignity of their everyday routines. You are surrounded by the echoes of their simple tasks, the rhythm of their labor, the cycle of their sleep and waking. Their existence grants a deep, grounding sense of reality and anchor against the dizzying scale of the monuments. The monumental power is supported by their small, ordinary lives, and In that realization, there's tremendous comfort. The great machine of the Achaemenid world continues to turn silently in the quiet chambers of your historical dreamlet. Your breathing slow down, now matching the glacial pace of time here in Hill. The deep, cold silence exhale all the lingering restlessness of the present day. Feel the weight of your own body settle deeply into the ground, as massive and immovable as the foundations of the terrace you are sinking down through the layers of history, past the Seleucids, past the Parthians, past the Sasanians, down into the bedrock of the first great empire. This moment holds perfect stillness, a complete surrender to the ancient quiet. The starlight is incredibly clear. Now each tiny pinprick of light is a distant sun. They create patterns overhead that have been recognized and named for thousands of years by the shepherds on the plain, with celestial maps of the Persian astronomers. Constant, predictable movement of the heavens offers a deep sense of order and cosmic peace. Nothing is hurried here. Everything moves with immense deliberation. The moon, a slender crescent of pearl white bone drifts slowly above the shattered capitals of the 100 column, all casting delicate silver lines across the darkened plain. The shadows of the monumental portals are sharp and definite. They are absolute shapes of blackness against the gray stone, offering cool, dark places for your mind to rest with. Rest beside one of the quiet residential blocks where the cooks and minor officials resided. The smaller stones are warmer. Here, retaining a little more heat, they offer a sense of intimacy within the colossal scale. The smell of earth is stronger here, dust, mingled with the faint sweetness of dried desert grass. Imagine the simple meals prepared within these walls. Stewed lentils, flatbread, and sour milk. The quiet conversation of families winding down the long day. Sound of a child's sleepy sigh swallowed by the night. These small acts of human connection echo gently around you, invisible but palpable acts of mundane, persistent life. You are wrapped in the historical fabric of the everyday, a protective layer of quiet routine stretching across millennia. Wow. This feeling of profound historical immersion to relax every muscle from your shoulders down to your resting hands. The long journey through the Achaemenid world is nearing its close. The narrative has guided you safely to this point of deep rest. You have witnessed the grandeur, you have heard the echoes, and now you inhabit the profound stillness of its ending. Finality of this ancient place is deeply reassuring, a massive, unchanging anchor in the ocean of time. Everything here is finished, everything is settled. The King of Kings rests, the Empire rests, the stone rests, and now you must join them in their deep restorative slumber. Let your eyes grow heavy, cloaked by the weight of time. The last lingering images of the carved bulls, the silent columns, endless procession of tributaries vanish slowly from your inner sight. Only the deep enveloping darkness remains, a soft velvet darkness of perfect peace. The stars above continue their silent, unhurried watch. They are the keepers of your sleep, guiding your mind into the deepest levels of profound relaxation. You are secure and safe beneath the vast Persian night. Let the ancient earth cradle you. Let the silence of the kings whisper restful commands to your consciousness. Reign of the great empire is over. Its legacy is the immense silence that now holds you sleep. Now completely, fully, deeply. Let the monumental quiet erase all wakefulness. Sleep now, sleep. The air grows heavy, now weighted with forgotten time. We stand before the last threshold of this long winding dream. The moon is a sliver of polished pearl above the high rock face. Shadows lengthen into liquid obsidian stretching across the deep floor. Each step softly into the fine milled dust of centuries. Deep resonance echoes from the hushed canyons of the past. The great gate of this final valley is nothing more than silence. No stone is carved with victory. No bronze is placed for tribute. Only the slow cooling breath of the earth itself is felt here. This is the end of the quest, the quiet culmination of 10 long nights. Have pursued the silence beyond the libraries of Alexandria, beyond the forgotten cities of the yellow sands, and here in the heart of the deepest shadow, we find the truth. The truth is stillness. The deep silence here is not empty, but richly woven with the slow breath of kings. We have journeyed far beneath the shifting dunes of memory and found the heart of the saga beating slow and steady, is a small space cloaked in eternal twilight where history rests undisturbed by the clamor of the modern world. Closely at the walls etched with the simple script of peace, the final revelation is often the gentlest sound, a whisper carried on the slow, steady current of the desert wind. The golden amber light of the story has finally faded to gray ash. The questions that drove us across the maps have been answered by the quiet all things must find their end, their deep place of rest. The massive weight of the world's knowledge settles down into the stable darkness beneath your eyes. Your focus softens like wax near a dying flame. Let your mind release the need to hold the narrative. The scroll is rolled and tied with a velvet cord. The final is complete and closed for the ages. Feel the profound sense of arrival within your body. Your muscles are relinquishing their long-held tension. Let the lingering images of ancient stone and deep blue night dissolve entirely. The sound of my voice now is simply a texture, soft hum within the quietude. Pulls you gently away from the edges of waking thought. Your awareness begins to dissolve into the comforting embrace. Darkness lower down into the quiet warmth that awaits you. Deep ocean of sleep draws nearer now. A profound, unending stillness descends upon your mind. There's nothing left to search for, nothing left to hold. You are completely secure. Completely at peace, let the deep hypnotic rhythm of your own breathing be your guide now in and out. A slow tidal pull upon your consciousness. Sensation of the bed beneath you is yielding and soft. Your limbs are heavy and beautifully weighted. Air around you is perfectly still, perfectly safe. Feel the calmness spread from the solace of your feet up. Through the calves, through the heavy anchor of your hips, into the broad expanse of your chest, your shoulders. Drop far away from your ears. Your hands rest softly open and unfurled. The muscles around your jaw are relaxing their grip. The space between your eyebrows smooths out into perfect tranquility. Every thought that enters your mind is seen and softly released. They are like faint distant clouds floating through the final moments of sunset. They hold no meaning. They hold no weight. They simply drift past until the sky is completely clear and vast and ready for the darkness. Let your deep mind take the rest it has earned through this long journey. We have seen the histories whispered on the lips of ages. We have walked the slow paths of empires long turned to dust. Found the true meaning of history is not in a grand gesture, but in a quiet persistence of the human spirit now. That persistence fades into pure rest. The great weight of all recorded time is lifting entirely. It settles back into the earth where it belongs. And you are free to float in the deep liquid obsidian of the night, safe and sheltered beneath the gaze of timeless stars. May the histories we visited guard your slumber now. The ancient stone beneath the earth lend its deep stability to your repose. Feel the softest breath of the night air upon your skin. This saga is closed for now, my friend. Final word is peace sleep. Deep sleep soundly until the first light of a new dawn calls you softly home. I am Nasrullah, and I wish you the deepest, most restorative rest. Good night.